Yandra Vinaka, and good morning. And Bula Vinaka, welcome to the senior official segment of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. We will be starting shortly, so may I kindly request all of you to please take your seats for the opening session. May I also request everyone turn their phones off or set them to silent mode during the meeting to avoid any disruptions to the proceedings. This is a paperless and green forum. You can access the documents through the forum's website. Consistent with this commitment, we have encouraged participants to bring reusable drinking bottles, and the delegate package has been designed from recycled materials, including the country nameplates. We will be starting in a few minutes. Naka. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today. Iwerelevo Isawayeke, Yavusa Naua, Na Vimbolo, Na Toke Naua. I pay my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging, and I extend that respect to the Vanua Onandi. I would now like to invite to the stage Ms. Miriama Mandingibuli to conduct the opening prayer.
Thank you. Let us all bow our heads in prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Turanga Chisu Karisto tameke mami. Vinaka valevu na mbula. Vinaka valevu na vitango maki. Vera kede na matini tu kede. Vera inter and non-government organizations. Vera UN agencies and groups. Kera na nonda tambangone in the Asia Pacific. Na nonrayada mbula mai na mbose, na kano ni mbose, watamba dhaka ni vika mbula kede in the Asia Pacific. Turanga kitokere na muningara siya tambo, kitokere na numuni vilu taki, kina numuni vitango maki, misulia viki mami na kukowa, kina vaksama vinaka, kina vuku. Merau nilak vinaka na mbosingo. Menda masu, menda vakalangi, nadamni. In Jesus' name we all say amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Paris. I'm a Senior Environmental Coordinator with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in Fiji. And would you please join me in welcoming our special guest this morning. First up, we have the Honorable Moses Mbulitavu. Honorable Moses Mbulitavu is Fiji's Minister for Environment and Climate Change. Honorable Mbulitavu has a distinguished track record of public service and has consistently demonstrated his commitment to fostering sustainable development and addressing climate challenges in Fiji and the Pacific region. An alumnus of the University of South Pacific with a BA, LLB, Honorable Mbulitavu has served in Fiji's parliament since 2014. During his tenure, he has held key positions including Shadow Minister for Defense and Immigration, a member of the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and a member of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law, and Human Rights. Notably, he was a member of the Justice and Law Standing Committee on Justice, on Human Rights, that conducted a comprehensive review of the groundbreaking Climate Change Act 2021. His involvement underscores his dedication to ensuring robust legal frameworks to address environmental challenges and climate resilience. Honorable Bulitavu's strategic vision and unwavering commitment makes him a pivotal figure in Fiji's journey towards environmental stewardship and climate action. Honorable Bulitavu. Next, we have Dr. Sivendra Michael, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Dr. Michael has over 14 years' experience in climate change adaptation, disaster risk management, and environmental management across the Asia-Pacific and East African regions. A member of the UN's global expert roster, he has supported governments in Ethiopia, Indonesia, Jordan, Malawi, and Tonga. He played a key role in Fiji's recovery efforts following climate-induced events in 2016 and 2021. Dr. Michael has worked with various organizations such as the British Council, ILO, WFP, and various universities while serving on numerous regional executive boards. In 2021, he was appointed as the youngest G20 advisor for matters related to climate change adaptation. He currently serves as the Pacific's executive to the Climate Investment Fund and Fiji's focal point for the Green Climate Fund, with a PhD and multiple master's degrees. Dr. Michael is widely recognized for his leadership and expertise in climate change, environmental management, and sustainable development. Dr. Michael. We then have Ms. Wasantha Gitanjali Kumaragama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. Ms. Kumaragama brings over 30 years of experience in forestry and environmental governance, having served as conservator of forests and in other senior leadership roles. At the Ministry of Environment, she oversees national projects, education, and training programs, and has been instrumental in policy development, capacity building, and the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. Her work continues to advance Sri Lanka's environmental priorities and sustainable development goals. Lastly, we have Ms. Dishen Sering, Regional Director and Representative for the UN's Environmental Program, Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Sering has over 33 years of experience in national governments and intergovernmental organizations, holding leadership roles within the UN, including UNEP and UNFCCC. She previously served as Interim Director of UNEP's Climate Change Division and as Director of the Finance, Technology, and Capacity Building Program at UNFCCC. She has been a key negotiator for least developed countries and contributed to initiatives such as the LDC Expert Group, LDC Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. She has extensive experience managing complex development projects and supporting international cooperation on climate action. Ms. Sering. Can I invite all our esteemed delegates to the front of the stage? I will now hand over to Mr. Subrata Singha, Secretary to the Forum. Pinaka.
So good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please join me in welcoming our special guest this morning, Honorable Moses Bolitabu, Honorable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, Dr. Sivendra Michael, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, Ms. Vasanta Gitanjali Kumaragama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, and Ms. Dichan Sering, Regional Director and Representative, UN Environment Program, Asia and Pacific. It is our honor to meet Ms. Vasanta Gitanjali Kumaragama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, as Chair of the Bureau of the Senior Officials meeting at the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, held in Sri Lanka, to chair today's opening session. So, Madam, please, Chair, over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me welcoming our special guest in this morning, Honorable Moses Bolitabu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, and Ms. Dichan Sering, Regional Director and Representative, UN Environment Program, Asia Pacific. So, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Senior Official Meeting, 6th Forum of the Ministries and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. My heartiest welcome to all of you. It is indeed my honor to serve as chair of today's opening session. I would like to first invite to welcome address as a host country. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Sivendra Michael, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, to deliver the welcome address on behalf of the host country of Fiji.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, development partners, and colleagues. Nisambula Vinaka, and our very warm Pacific greeting to all of you. I would like to begin by sharing a personal story to ground us with the message I wish to leave this room this morning. Prior to public service life, I spent years as a researcher living in the coastal communities, trying to understand our people's adaptation to the relentless impacts of climate change. Through these experiences, I learned a fundamental truth. People and cultures are interwoven into the very fabric of the environment we inhabit. One clear realization was that the neat academic concepts of resilience and vulnerability, so often debated in rooms like this, meant very little to the communities that are trapped in a constant state of recovery. Some nights, while reviewing interview scripts, all I could feel was the immense weight of the lived stories of communities on the front lines, and the fear that no well-articulated or well-written document could ever do them justice. It was true then, and it is still true now. The planetary crisis is no longer a forecast in an econometric or a scientific model. It is the lived daily reality of our people. On your journey here, as you arrived in the beautiful shores of Fiji, you traveled along our coastline. To you, it may have been a scenic drive. To us, it is a front line. It is the place where we have already been forced to relocate 6 Fijian communities. It is the place where 42 more communities live with the gut-wrenching knowledge that the sea will eventually claim their homes, their farms, and the graves of their ancestors. 17 of those communities need to move right now. This is what the planetary shift of a single degree Celsius looks like when you take it off the chart. It is the erosion of our land, our culture, and our very security. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this is why we must speak with absolute clarity. We are gathered under the banner of Asia Pacific, but this label is a legacy of political convenience, masks a profound and a dangerous environment falsehood. The challenges of continental Asia may not necessarily be the challenges of the oceanic Pacific. The solutions for a nation with vast land masses cannot be the same for an atoll nation whose entire existence is measured by a rising tide. To offer a one-size-fits-all solution to this diverse region is not just ineffective, it is a profound injustice. It asks the most vulnerable to compromise on their survival for the comfort of a convenient framework. My personal journey and evolution can be a testament that we collectively share through the decisions that we will make here today at the senior officials meeting, to navigate our way towards a just and equitable future, not only for our region, but for the planet as a whole. This is the journey Fiji shares as a nation. We are a nation of navigators. Our ancestors read the stars and the currents to find their way across the vast Pacific blue continent. As I speak right now, our voyages are transversing across the blue Pacific to the Pacific Islands Forum leaders with this same important message. Today, we are reading the signs and listening to our ancestral knowledge to navigate the greatest challenge in human history. We are turning our nation into a livable and a thriving ecosystem with the integrated solutions that the world desperately needs. Solutions that weave together scientific innovation and the deep wisdom of our communities and cultures. Therefore, Fiji, as your host country, is not here to simply ask for understanding. We are here to offer a new model of leadership, a leadership that is not going to be defined by economic size, by our GDP per capita, by our budgets, but by moral clarity and the courage to act. We offer a leadership of conviction, grounded by our lived realities and experiences that will bridge the gap between the stark warnings of science and the political will we need in forums like this. We will ensure that the voice of the vulnerable is not just an item on the agenda, but a central compass that guides every decision we make. Let us leave Nandi with a clear, targeted, and a just plan of action. Let us have the courage to chart two courses, guided by two distinct strategies, one for Asia and one for the Pacific. Let us navigate a new course together towards a resilient and an equitable future for all our people and the communities we are here to serve. With these few words, I welcome you to this senior officials meeting at the 6th Forum for Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia and the Pacific. Vinaka Vakalevu, and I thank you, Malo Apito.
Thank you, Dr. Chavendra Mitchell, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, for your welcome address. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Dichen Sherin, UN United Nations Environment Program Regional Director and Representative of the Asia and the Pacific, to deliver her welcome.
Your Excellency, Ms. Vasanta Gitanjali Kumaragama, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, and Chair of the Senior Officials Meeting of the 5th Forum of Ministers, Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Your Excellency, Mr. Sivendra Michael, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. Your Excellency, Mr. Moses Bulutavu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al Amri, President of the 7th Session of the United Nations Environment Assembly and President of the Environment Authority of the Sultanate of Oman. Your Excellency, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, UNEP Deputy Executive Director and Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mr. Dirk Wagner, UN Resident Coordinator. Your Excellencies, senior officials, distinguished guests, and colleagues, a very good morning. Welcome to the senior officials meeting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to our host, the government of Fiji, for hosting us here in the beautiful city of Nadi. UNEP greatly values the leadership and support of our member states in responding to the UN Environment Assembly's 2016 call to convene regional forums of ministers of environment. This is the first time the forum is being held in the Pacific, a region where the impacts of the triple planetary crises are most acutely felt. Yet it is also a region of solutions, from safeguarding coral reefs to advancing early warning systems. Pacific small island developing states lead in protecting ecosystems, reducing pollution, and adapting to a rapidly changing climate. This year's forum brings together participants from 33 of our 41 member states, a testament to the extensive outreach and commitment of the government of Fiji. The theme of this year's forum, aligned with the upcoming UN Environment Assembly 7, is Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet. It provides us with timely opportunity to strengthen integrated responses to the interconnected crises of climate change, loss of nature, land degradation, chemicals, and pollution. Asia-Pacific, our home, is central to shaping these solutions. Our region accounts for nearly half of the world's economic output, home to 60% of the global population. At the same time, new developments in environmental multilateralism, despite ongoing geopolitical tensions, create unique opportunities for the region to lead, bringing forward local realities and community-driven solutions that can inform and inspire global responses. I look forward to hearing how your perspectives on how we can collectively advance sustainable solutions and effective responses. This includes ambitious action on nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, accelerated implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and stronger transboundary cooperation to tackle all forms of pollution, and the growing momentum towards inclusive, effective environmental governance, among others. Let me also recall several urgent and emerging issues highlighted by the UNEP Executive Director, Ms. Inga Anderson, that member states may wish to consider during this forum and at UNEA 7: sustainable water resource management, nutrient pollution, critical mineral governance, stratospheric protection, and the environmental footprint of artificial intelligence. During today's meeting, we will also review progress made in implementing UNEA resolutions in our region. Since our last gathering in Colombo, Sri Lanka in 2023, we've worked closely with governments and regional mechanisms to advance these resolutions. Later this morning, we will share an overview of the progress. Excellencies, this forum provides a vital space to elevate regional priorities under the theme of sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. It is essential that the voice of this region is heard at the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi this December. You will also hear about the development of UNEP's new medium-term strategy for 2026-2029. As the final strategy before the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals, it will be critical in accelerating progress on the environmental dimension of sustainable development. Based on ongoing consultations, the new strategy is expected to build on the 3 strategic objectives of the last medium-term strategy: climate stability, living in harmony with nature and achieving land degradation neutrality, and a pollution-free planet. We invite your inputs, regional priorities, key initiatives, partnerships, and opportunities for multilateral cooperation to ensure it reflects the needs of the member states and the people we serve. Excellency, a healthy environment is the foundation of a stable, resilient, and prosperous societies. This forum remains a critical platform to deepen regional cooperation, showcase leadership, and inspire transformative action. I look forward to our discussions today. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shireen, for this opening address. Now I would like to invite Honorable Moses Mbulitiao, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, to deliver his inaugural address.
Thank you, His Excellency Chair, Madam Wansarth Kumaragama, also His Excellency the President of UNEA 7, His Excellency the Deputy Executive Director for UNEP, His Excellency the UN Regional Representative, Mr. Dirk Wagner, Excellencies, distinguished senior officials, development partners, private sector leaders, representatives of the civil society, and friends. Nisa and Rabinaka, good morning to you all. Bula Vinaka, and again a very good morning to you all. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today. Iwerelevu, Isawayeke, Nebusoneua, Navimbulo, Nataukenaua. I pay my respect to the elders past, present, and emerging, and I extend that respect to the Vanua Nandi. Distinguished representatives, today I speak to you not only as a minister of Fiji's Minister of Environment and Climate Change, but as a son of the Pacific. I grew up in Dongotuki village in the bigger island of Fiji, Vanuatu. Home is about 14 hours from the capital if I take a ferry, and about 1 hour if I go by plane. At home, my elders read the mangroves like a ledger. Every root represents a record of storms endured. Every new shoot represents the promise that resilience can be grown. Our elders taught us that when the tide changes, you don't waste time arguing with it. You read it, respect it, and move with purpose. That is what this meeting is about, its purpose. Our region is living the cost of delay. Coastlines are retreating. Cities are breathing unsafe air. Farmers face drought and flood in the same year. These are not abstract risks. They are the realities outside these walls. If we want a different future, our policies and our public finance must start telling a different story, one in which environmental integrity is a growth strategy, not a constraint. Across the Blue Pacific and the wider Asia region, our young people have already shifted the narrative. They reminded us that we are not victims of history, we are authors of solutions. 27 students from the University of the South Pacific helped carry our cause from Suva to The Hague. The world's highest court has spoken. The advisory opinion issued by the International Court of Justice makes it clear that states have legal obligations to prevent and reduce climate harm, to protect people and ecosystem, and to cooperate and support those most affected, including small island developing states. This ruling is not a headline. It is our mandate. Let us align today's deliberations so that we, as your ministers, can carry that mandate to UNEA 7 and into domestic budgets, enforcement, and deliver. Our task today is to build a bridge. By this evening, we must finalize a senior officials report, crisp draft outcomes that ministers can adopt tomorrow. Documents that speak in the language of action, accountability, and financing, and that travel clearly into UNEA 7 agenda later this year. If we do that, we will leave Nandi with momentum and arrive in Nairobi with a common voice. To help us build this bridge, I propose 3 tests for every agenda we agree. First, we deliver on what we've already agreed. Let us review how our region is implementing existing UNEA resolutions with honesty, with humility, and there's surface a short list of regional accelerators. Each accelerator should have named focal points, a 12 to 24-month action plan, and a simple way to track progress. Second, we shape UNEP's medium-term strategy of 2026 to 2029 and program of network of 2027 or 2026 to 2027. On our outputs should be specific enough to guide funding and delivery. Prioritize initiative with multiple wins. 1, resilient cities, coasts that protect lives and livelihood. 2, a circular economy that cuts waste and creates decent jobs. 3, nature-positive infrastructure that safeguards biodiversity and water security. 4, early warning system that reaches the last mile. And 5, data and capacity to measure what matters. Third, we prepare the path to UNEA 7. If our region intends to advance new concepts or resolution ideas, today is the moment to align them with the theme of advancing sustainable solution for a resilient planet and to sketch the resources and the partnership that will make them real after adoption. This forum brings together governments, multilateral environment agreement secretariats, UN agencies, businesses, academia, indigenous leaders, women, and youth. Let's use that breadth. Break the silos between environment and economy, national budgets and climate funds, science and traditional knowledge. The side events on gender-responsive technology and finance, on synergies among MEAs, and on environmental rule of law are not extras. They are pipelines for implementation. Draw on them, pull their insights into this room. At home, in Fiji, in strengthening compliance enforcement, advancing ocean protection, and investing in communities, because we believe environmental integrity and prosperity must work together. We will make mistakes, everyone does, but we will correct course, and we will share what we learn. We do not claim to have all the answers. We offer a hand of partnership to help carry a united Asia-Pacific position into UNEA 7, one that ministers can champion, treasuries can fund, and citizens can feel. Permit me one more reflection. Growing up, I always look forward to those quiet evenings when the water laid flat like polished stone. Fishers pushed off quietly, not because the sea was easy, but because they understood it. Their courage was not loud, it was discipline. That is the courage we need in this room. Discipline, practical, and shared. The courage to choose a few priorities we will deliver. The courage to write outcomes that ministers can own. The courage to build regional stories that budgets can back, cabinet can adopt, and communities can recognize as their own. Distinguished delegates, our task today is worthy. Let us turn the deliberations into decisions, and decisions into delivery. From the mangroves of Nalevu to the river deltas of Asia, our people are asking us, move with purpose and with care. Let us honor them. And I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency, for your valuable inaugural address. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am really honored to be here today at this 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific. I would like to join the honorable ministers welcoming you all to Fiji. This forum brings great value of the region with priorities setting for the regional environment agenda, discussing issues related to the environment dimension of the Sustainable Development Goals, and conveying clearly message from the Asia and Pacific at the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly to be held on 8 to 12 December 2025 in Nairobi and other UN processes. This forum will focus on the theme of the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, advancing sustainable solutions for the resilient planet. I would like to congratulate the government of Fiji for hosting this important Asia-Pacific Ministerial Forum in Fiji, first time in the Pacific, and complimenting Secretariat, the United Nations Environment Programme, for its leadership to jointly organize the forum with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Government of Fiji. Thank you once again, and on behalf of the Government of Sri Lanka, we wish you all the best successful delegation. Thank you, Honorable. Again. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the election of the senior official meeting of 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. The forum will elect a chair and 2 vice chairs to serve as the bureau for senior official segment. Now I would like to open the floor for any nomination for the position of chair and 2 vice chair. I would like to invite Member State Tonga for his proposal.
Honorable Madam Chair, Tonga has the honor to propose the election of the following distinguished representatives for the Bureau of the Senior Official Meeting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. First, Tonga would like to propose for the chair, Dr. Savendra Michael, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. For the vice chair, Tonga also proposed Dr. Moniniv Van, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. In the last position of Vice Chair, Tonga also proposed Ms. Masako Okawa, the Deputy Director General, Global Environment Bureau of Japan. I'm sure that the distinguished delegates, which I have proposed, will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberation of the senior official segment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I would like to invite Lau to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I shall second the proposal of Member State for the Bureau. Chair Mr. Sivanda Michael, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji. Vice Chair Dr. Moniniet Wan, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. Vice Chair Ms. Masako Okawa, Deputy Director General, Global Environment Bureau, Japan. I would like to extend best wishes to elected Bureau members for the successful deliberation of the senior official meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, members who propose and second to the chairmanship and vice chairmanships for the session. I express my gratitude to all delegates for electing chair and to vice chairs of the new bureau. Congratulate the elected members of bureau for this senior official segment. Chair, Mr. Sivendra Michael, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Fiji, and Vice Chair, Dr. Moniniet Wan, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia, Vice Chair, Ms. Masako Ogawa, Deputy Director General, Global Environment Bureau, Japan. Congratulate the elected members. This senior official segment of the forum, and wish you all the best in your important work ahead. And I would like to invite new bureau members, chair and two vice chairs to the head chamber.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is called to order. It is an honor and a privilege to serve as the chair of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia and the Pacific and at its 6th session. On behalf of the Bureau, I express our appreciation to all distinguished representatives for the confidence you have placed in us. We do have a challenging agenda ahead, so as the chair of the senior officials meeting, I will do my utmost best to ensure that our work is orderly, inclusive, and results-oriented, and that we conclude with the meaningful outcomes for our future of work together. I will rely on your spirit of cooperation and active involvement of all delegates and on the able support of this Bureau. I also thank the Secretariat for organizing this forum, and I'm confident that we can count on the Secretariat for its good work. Thank you, Dr. Subrata. I wish to record our appreciation to the Honorable Moses Mbulitavu, Minister for Environment and Climate Change for the Government of Fiji, Ms. Washnata Jitantali Kumrangama, and Ms. Denshan Teseniri for their valuable opening remarks, which really has set the tone for this meeting. This forum is organized on-site with the option of online participation. I will welcome your active engagement on both modalities. The Secretariat has shared the necessary information to facilitate as well the online participation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us now turn to the annotated provisional agenda, item 1C. Adoption of the agenda as presented in document UNEP/APN Forum 6/L.1. Before I present the agenda for endorsement, I would like to recall the geographical coverage for the United Nations Environmental Programme Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, which includes 41 member states, namely Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Cook Islands, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Japan, Kiribati, Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Maldives, Marshall Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nauru, Nepal, New Zealand, Niue, Pakistan, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Vietnam. With this being said, I now open the floor for any comments on agenda item 1C. I see no comments and no requests for the floor. Therefore, this agenda is adopted. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly refer to a background document UNEP/APN Forum 6/1. I invite the Secretariat, Ms. Nielsen, Deputy Regional Director, UNEP Asia and the Pacific, to present the progress in the implementation of the resolutions of the United Nations Environmental Assembly in Asia and the Pacific as contained in UNEP/APN Forum 6/1. I now invite Ms. Nielsen, Deputy Regional Director, UNEP Asia and the Pacific, to deliver your presentation for agenda item 2, which is on review of the implementation of the resolutions of the United Nations Environmental Assembly in Asia and the Pacific. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, good morning. It is my honor to open this session on the review of the implementation of resolutions of the United Nations Environment Assembly in this beautiful region, Asia and Pacific. We gather here not only to take stock of the progress, but to reaffirm our collective commitment to addressing the triple planetary crisis: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and the crisis of chemical waste and pollution. Over the past 2 years, the Asia-Pacific region has demonstrated concrete leadership and innovation in implementing UNEA resolutions. Let me briefly highlight a few key achievements. On climate action, more than 25 countries across the region are now implementing adaptation and mitigation projects backed by over $130 million in UNEP channeling funding. Electric mobility has accelerated in countries like India, Sri Lanka, and the Philippines, while ecosystems beta adaptation is being practiced in the Nepal's terraced lands to Tuvalu's salt-tolerant crops. Gender-responsive climate action are expanding through Empower initiative, strengthening the role of women in climate decision-making. Strengthening institutional and technical capacity from Kiribati to Bhutan for delivering timely, relevant information on weather and climate hazards to enabling people to make informed decisions and take actions to reduce disaster risks. We are also strengthening the institutional arrangements and capacities to access REDD+ results-based finance that address both mitigation and adaptation to climate change. In nature action, countries have made strong strides under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We have been working closely with member states to align and implement biodiversity strategies as seen in the Pacific Sub-Regional Dialogues and forest restoration pilots in Cambodia, Lao PDR, as well as efforts related to sustainable blue economies. We are also scaling up efforts on the One Health approach, integrating environment in health systems and food security. On pollution, the region has engaged on multiple fronts. Countries are tackling toxic chemicals in textiles and construction supply chains, and member states are advancing marine pollution solutions through natural capital accounting. Meanwhile, we at UNEP have trained over 1,000 stakeholders to monitor plastic pollution in rivers through its Mekong and Pacific projects. We are also supporting countries and aligning economic policies and financial flows with environmental priorities and global arrangements, including the Paris Agreement and the Kunming-Montreal Protocol. For instance, Mongolia and Indonesia are working with UNEP on budget tagging and financing frameworks for circular economy. Through UNEP FI, we are collaborating with ASEAN to develop adaptation taxonomies and strengthening capacity of private finance institutions to scale up investments in climate, nature, and pollution solutions. In science policy interface, work on the Global Environment Outlook continues ahead of its launch at UNEA 7. Countries in the Asia and Pacific region are building national data systems and environmental information platforms to enhance evidence-based policymaking. These efforts will feed into the development of the Global Environmental Data Strategy. Finally, in governance, regional and national workshops have strengthened synergies between multilateral environmental agreements and built capacities to implement environmental law. For example, Pacific lawyers were trained in negotiation and environmental law in Fiji in 2024, and a Pacific regional workshop on promoting policy coherence for environmental governance in the climate and nature nexus was held in Samoa earlier this year, while dedicated initiatives are driving inclusive governance, ensuring that the right to a healthy environment is realized and that no one is left behind. But the report that you have in front of you and what I've just said is not just a report card. This agenda item is a platform for guidance. We call on member states to share their experiences and challenges. What innovations are working? Where are the roadblocks? What policy shifts are required to scale up and sustain progress? This session is also an opportunity to shape regional priorities ahead of UNEA 7 and the broader multilateral agenda. It is a chance to link UNEA resolutions more closely with national development plans, SDG implementation, and climate commitments such as your NDCs. Let us remember, the true measure of these resolutions lies not in their text, but in their translation into action, on the ground, in communities, in policies, and in finance. In that spirit, we encourage robust, practical, and open exchanges today. Let's build on what we've done, but more importantly, let's be bold about what comes next. I thank you.
I thank Ms. Nielsen for the presentation, and maybe also in the Pacific way, when we adopt the agenda, we're also supposed to clap. So for the previous session, it was a bit more tense, so as your chair, I wanted to just also acknowledge that the agenda has been officially adopted, and we are now moving into agenda item 2, and we'll proceed with country statements hereafter. So let's show us some appreciation for the hard work this morning. Colleagues, we will now proceed to country statements under agenda item 2. I will request member states to limit their interventions to 3 minutes, please. And if you can share the soft copy of your statements with the Secretariat. We have individuals that are dressed in a green bula shirt that are standing in between. They will come with the email address where you can send in your interventions. And if you are unable to deliver because of time constraints, please also share your interventions with the Secretariat so we can have this reflected in the meeting report. The Secretariat has prepared a list of interested speakers for this agenda item. So perhaps you can allow me to start with that list, and then I will open the floor for further interventions. If you do wish to take the floor beyond the list that I will present, please do raise your nameplate in the room or use the chat raise hand function, and the Secretariat's tracking team will bring this to my attention. Alternatively, you can press your mic and be placed on queue, and we will hand over the mic to you when the time is. With this being said, I will now invite Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Narpat, Vice Minister, Minister for Natural Resources and Environment, to take the floor for his intervention.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thailand is honored to join this important dialogue. Across the world, particularly in the ASEAN-Pacific region, we face environmental challenges that are increasingly complex and interconnected. Addressing them requires not only strong national action, but also a spirit of unity and cooperation across borders. Guided by the resolution of the UNEA, Thailand would like to share our priorities and commitments. First, Thailand continues to make every effort to reduce PM 2.5 levels and address transboundary air pollution. We are taking domestic measures to improve air quality while working with the ASEAN neighbors to curb agricultural burning. In parallel, Thailand is also an active member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, advancing action on short-lived climate pollutants. Second, we are moving forward with our BCG economic model to drive sustainable growth. This includes reducing plastic waste, encouraging eco-innovation, and promoting green industries. We have launched the Plastic Waste Management Roadmap for 2018 to 2030, and are preparing legislation on extended producer responsibility, ensuring that producers play their part in designing more sustainable products. We are also taking steps to address electronic waste, including import restrictions, and drafting of Thailand's first V law. To strengthen circularity in the electronics section. Mr. Chair, Thailand believes that no country can overcome these challenges alone. We encourage UNEP and developing partners to strengthen supporting for collective action so that together we can make a greater impact in addressing the global environmental crisis. Thailand reaffirms its readiness to work closely with all partners to turn UNEP decisions into tangible actions and meaningful results for our people and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Thailand. I now give the floor to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka welcome to this opportunity to reflect on our progress in implementing UNEP resolution across the Asia-Pacific region. As a climate-vulnerable, biodiversity-rich island nation, we remain deeply committed to the translating UNEP mandate into the meaningful national action. I am pleased to share the key achievement and ongoing effort across priority areas. Sri Lanka has consistently demonstrated global leadership in advancing sustainable nitrogen management. The country plays a key role in the adoption of the resolution of sustainable nitrogen management, and Sri Lanka became one of the first nations to establish an interagency nitrogen committee. It is also led the development of Colombo Declaration, Global United Nations commitment to have nitrogen waste by 2030, and was instrumental in driving the adoption of the sustainable nitrogen management resolution at the UNEP 5.2 in 2022, and we hosted the country first national symposium and the high-level workshop on nitrogen. Building on the momentum, Sri Lanka began developing national action plan of sustainable nitrogen management in 2024 with the support from UNEP to the manage reactive nitrogen, sustainable and reduce nitrogen-related pollution and waste, advancing sustainable nitrogen management across the country. The priorities including finalizing this plan, integrating sustainable nitrogen management goal into the NDC, enhancing coordination and ensuring sustained technical and financial resources. In addressing the plastic pollution, Sri Lanka has introduced a deposit refund system, DRS system, for PET and HIPS containers. Despite pending amendment to the National Environment Act, the Cabinet has approved the initiative and the technical evaluation of proposal are ongoing. We aim to launch this system in the parallel with the legal reform and eventually extended it to cover the other plastic type and e-waste. We also continue to advance the integrated water resource management through the implementation of National Watershed Policy and NEP 2022 to 2030. As co-proposed for UNEP 6, Resolution 13, Sri Lanka has aligned its domestic action by the mapping key watershed, identifying institutional responsibility and the initiating participatory planning process. On sustainable consumption and production, the national policy on the green procurement and the national eco-labeling framework are now in effect, supported by the stakeholders' engagement, market readiness assessment, and guideline development. Notably, Sri Lanka spread in the UNGA resolution declaring March 1st as the World Seagrass Day and mapping marine protected area to better safeguard the coastal and marine ecosystem. Sri Lanka stands ready to share its experience, strengthen regional collaboration, and urge global partners to invest in capacity, innovation, and technology to fully realize the UNEP vision. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Sri Lanka. Colleagues, before I move further on the list, may I please ask that we limit our interventions to 3 minutes? And if you have a more substantive intervention, please send them to the Secretariat for our noting and for its accurate reflection in the meeting report. And if I can please ask that we respect this time so that we can complete this list and move very flawlessly to the next agenda items, and also allow space for other stakeholders in the room to also have an opportunity to contribute. With this being said, may I now invite the Republic of Korea, followed by Fiji, for their intervention.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Fiji for hosting this important forum, and to the people of Fiji for their warm hospitality. I'd like to congratulate the appointment of Bureau as well. The message of today's opening remarks by you resonates. The beautiful coastline of Fiji actually is a front line of climate crisis, and we need clear message to deal with this challenge collectively. So I'd like to comment on the implementation on climate action-related resolution. First, 2025 must be an year of all bold action on climate change. The roadmap under our previous NDC 2.0 remains insufficient to meet the 1.5 degrees target. In an enhanced NDC 3.0, we must reduce more greenhouse gases more quickly. Republic of Korea is preparing its ambitious and achievable 2035 NDC after recent change of administration this June, and will submit as soon as possible. The Asia-Pacific region is recording higher economic growth than any other region in the world. Despite the strong environmental pressures that accompany such growth, countries across our region are supporting the expansion of e-mobility through policies for sustainable transport. Going forward, we hope to establish methods to assess, on a life cycle assessment basis, the quantitative greenhouse gas mitigation effects of electric vehicles, and to use these insights to design more optimal strategies for scaling up e-mobility, as discussed in the side event yesterday we hosted together with the UNEP. I'd like to acknowledge UNEP's effort to advance climate adaptation in the Asia-Pacific region. Our region has seen a sharp rise in the frequency of climate-related disasters, typhoons, floods, droughts, and wildfire, and so-called new normal of the climate crisis taking hold. UNEP has created a range of platforms, forums, workshops, and more to diagnose the state of climate crisis in our region and to share countries' wisdom, focusing on generating insights to solve these challenges. However, translating knowledge and experience into policies and programs is another matter. To that end, diverse knowledge-sharing platforms must be designed to be implementation-oriented, yielding concrete strategies for action on environmental issues. In addition, while countries continue to develop national adaptation plans, technical and financial support is needed for their implementation. I'd like to end my remarks after signing in 2024 to contribute $300 million in adaptation finance to the Green Climate Fund. Korea has continued to mobilize adaptation resources. Building on our experience from these 3 rounds of the national adaptation planning and on capabilities such as AI and modeling, we will expand our cooperation to strengthen our climate adaptation across the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Korea, for also keeping within the time. Truly appreciate. We now move to Fiji, followed by Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time Fiji is taking the floor, we wish to congratulate you and the two vice chairs on your appointment, and we wish you well in the term of your appointment. While we understand that resolutions are the architecture of our global commitments for Fiji and the entire Blue Pacific continent, implementation is a matter of survival. Our metrics for success are not reports filled, but seawalled built, water secured, protected areas that are established, and communities relocated or facing climate displacement. We acknowledge and appreciate UNEP's support for the implementation on the ground. For instance, in support of resolutions on sustainable mobility and the Paris Agreement, UNEP has mobilized $12 million USD from the Global Environment Facility to assist Fiji along with Sri Lanka and other islands in strengthening policies for electric vehicle adoption and battery waste management. We have also been pleased to act as a hub for regional implementation, hosting the sub-regional dialogue on national biodiversity strategies and action plan here in Nandi in March of 2024 last year, and the One Health meeting for Pacific Island countries in August 2024. However, challenges remain. When we review progress on UNEA Resolution 514 to end plastic pollution, we see no globally coordinated response to the impacts of plastic pollution that chokes our coastline. Plastic pollution within its origins from the continents away. The outcomes of the INC process to date have been deeply disappointing. Without binding global rules across the full life cycle of plastics, the Pacific remains on the front lines, paying the highest price for the world's inaction. We will not accept a weak treaty that undermines the mandate of UNEA 514. We also request that these be reflected in the Chair's note and the outcome document of this meeting. On a separate note, the UNEP's climate portfolio in our region now exceeds 130 million across more than 25 countries. Yet this is a fraction of what is needed. Implementation requires a different lens for small island developing states. It demands financing that is direct.
Thank you, Fiji. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In reference to the UNEP climate portfolio that I mentioned earlier, this demands financing that is direct and accessible and technology transfer that is practical and affordable. Therefore, this review must be more than a stock take. It must be an honest assessment of the profound gap between the words agreed to in Nairobi and the reality that we face here in Fiji and across the Pacific. Fiji calls for a differentiated review process that explicitly acknowledges the unique vulnerability of small island developing states, leading to targeted, fully funded implementation pathways. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. We have Singapore, followed by Bhutan, followed by Nauru.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everyone. Your Excellency, the Honorable Sivendran Michael, His Excellency Minister Dr. Abdullah Al-Miri, members of the Bureau, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I am honored to be here in Fiji for the 6th AP Forum and thank the Fiji government and the UNEP Secretariat for the warm hospitality and excellent meeting preparations. Singapore shares the Asia-Pacific region's concern over the triple planetary crisis. The Asia-Pacific region is one of the most vulnerable areas. Record-breaking extreme weather events have only become more intense over the years. Singapore had and continues to strongly support the theme for UNIA 6, which was effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We are pleased to have contributed to different extents to the 15 resolutions that were adopted at the last assembly, and we have implemented these to the best of our abilities within our national context and circumstances. And allow me to highlight just some examples. For UNIA Resolution 13 on water policies, Singapore and the World Bank launched the Singapore Water Centre at the Singapore International Water Week last year. The centre will foster innovation, knowledge exchange, and capacity development among various stakeholders by merging policy, technology, and finance to address pressing water security challenges. It, among other issues, will speak to the resolution's call for evidence-based decision-making and encourage investments in infrastructure. We have also continued to right-price water domestically to reflect the true cost of water supply and fine-tune water regulations for households and industries. On Resolution 15, Singapore has ratified the BBNJ agreement, and we've been forward-leaning at various international organizations such as the IMO, COPC, and PEMC. Plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, is a major global environmental issue, one that other countries like Fiji have just highlighted. Singapore, like Asia-Pacific countries, have been actively participating in the INC, and notwithstanding the outcome of INC 5.2, the region should continue being committed and exercising leadership in pressing on with efforts to address this issue and shaping the outcomes. We have also been advancing national adaptation efforts to address heat resilience, flooding, and climate and sea level rise. Many of these have been communicated to Singaporeans over the last year or two, and more importantly, the Singapore government has been working with them to co-create strategies and solutions to address these problems. We place great importance on the AP Forum process and had the privilege of hosting this forum in 2019. The forum remains relevant more than ever, and it plays a crucial role in bringing the Asia-Pacific region together to exchange views and provide input ahead of the UNIA. Singapore looks forward to working closely with all of you to advance the regional agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Singapore. We now give the floor to Bhutan, followed by Nauru, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by congratulating the Chair and Vice Chairs on your election. Bhutan commends UNEP and its regional office for efforts made with member states in publishing the documents on time and organizing this forum. We also like to thank the government and people of Fiji for hosting us on their beautiful island of Nadi this week. We recognize the member states for their significant progress in addressing the triple planetary crisis. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, guided by our constitutional mandate to maintain 60% forest cover and our development philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan's environmental actions are a core principle of our development pathway and our contribution to global climate and environment efforts. We are pleased to highlight our recent advancements in implementing several UNIA resolutions. On climate action, our commitment to carbon neutrality is action-oriented. A key milestone was the submission of Bhutan's first biannual transparency report in 2024, demonstrating our dedication to accountability. Furthermore, our latest nationally determined contribution breaks new ground by fully integrating the social sector for the first time, ensuring our climate actions are inclusive and just. We are also proud to have officially joined the Climate and Clean Air Coalition in January 2025, strengthening our resolve to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. We actively engage in the Asia-Pacific Clean Air Partnership and are developing a Kigali HFC implementation plan to contribute to global climate and ozone efforts. On science policy, we appreciate the support received, including from the Systemic Observations Financing Facility, to enhance our climate data and early warning systems, which is vital for our climate-vulnerable mountain communities. On pollution action, we are actively working on sound chemicals and waste management and welcome regional cooperation to end plastic pollution, an issue of critical importance to a pristine ecosystem. Chair, the actions are interconnected. They demonstrate that a holistic approach and integrating climate, clean air, and inclusive development is not just aspirational but achievable. However, as a mountainous, climate-vulnerable nation, we face disproportionate adverse impact. We therefore call for strengthened regional cooperation, enhanced support for mountain ecosystems, and simplified access to climate finance to turn resolutions into tangible results on the ground. Bhutan remains a steadfast partner. We are ready to share our experiences and learn from others as we collectively advance towards UNEA 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. We now give the floor to Nauru, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we congratulate you on your role as chair of this important city officials meeting. We thank UNEP for the support rendered to our delegation to be able to be here. And we would like to especially commend the government of Fiji on its efforts in arranging a very well-organized meeting. And we share a deep appreciation for the very warm hospitality extended to our delegation. Nauru wishes to speak on the implementation of what is arguably one of the most significant resolutions for SIDS to come out of the UNEA Resolution 514 on ending plastic pollution. Our review of its implementation must note that the process it mandated is in crisis. The failure at INC 5.2 to produce a treaty text stems from a fundamental failure to implement the resolution as intended. The mandate to develop an instrument based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastic is being actively contested by members who seek to limit it to downstream management. This outcome is of profound concern. Therefore, Chair, we seek guidance from this forum, from UNEP, and from the President of UNEA, what is the way forward? We need a robust process that can deliver on the UNEA Resolution 514 for an effective global agreement, one that safeguards the health of our people and protects our natural resources from the relentless tide of plastic pollution. As a small island developing state with large ocean, plastic pollution is a threat to our livelihood, and we seek guidance from UNEP and UNEA to agree for a better defined resolution that meets the expectations of all countries and can be further negotiated to a global agreement that can safeguard our people, our natural resources, and the growing threat of plastic pollution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nauru. We now give the floor to Japan, followed by Laos.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to the government of Fiji for hosting this forum, as well as to the UNEP Secretariat. We commend the numerous initiatives undertaken by UNEP in the Asia-Pacific region and welcome the contents of the report. Japan would like to touch upon 2 points, the APAN Forum and synergies. We welcome the steady progress in knowledge sharing on adaptation through the initiatives of multilateral adaptation partnerships, including APAN. Following the 8th APAN Forum held in 2023, the 9th APAN Forum is scheduled to be held this October in Bangkok, in collaboration with UNEP, UNSCAP, and ADB. We deeply appreciate UNEP's dedicated efforts in organizing the event. The APAN Forum is the largest regional meeting focused on adaptation in the Asia-Pacific, and this year's forum will feature a ministerial roundtable to build political momentum for advancing adaptation in this region. We warmly encourage active participation from all countries. The second point is synergies. In order to promote the leveraging of synergies among initiatives, Japan submitted a resolution on synergies at UNEA 6. We welcome the progress being made and its implementation in collaboration with partners, including UNEP. The significance of this resolution lies in the fact that member states came together in recognizing the importance of promoting synergies. Going forward, We believe it is essential to translate this concept into more concrete, on-the-ground implementation to accelerate progress on the SDGs. To this end, Japan is working with UNEP ROAP, ASCAP, ADB, and wide range of experts from across the Asia-Pacific region to develop the Asia-Pacific Synergy Report. We are currently working toward releasing the report by July next year, and we will continue to provide regular updates on its progress. Following this morning session, we will be holding a side event during lunchtime, co-hosted by UNEP and the government of Fiji, to highlight the work on the Asia-Pacific Synergy Report and the progress of Resolution UNEA 6/4 on synergies. We warmly invite all of you to attend this side event. I thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And our last speaker on the prepared list is Laos.
Sorry, I just listened Laos or Laopedia. So thank you, Mr. and Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of the Laopedia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation and thanks to the government of Fiji for the excellent arrangement and warmly hospitality, and UNEP for the opportunity to be here. Laopedia deeply appreciates the work of the UN Environment Assembly and its resolutions, which provide a vital framework for our national environmental policies. Therefore, I'm pleased to report on the progress of Laopedia have made in implementing these resolutions. Our efforts have been primarily focused on two key areas that are central to UNEA's work. First, addressing plastic pollution and promoting a circular economy. In response to the UNEA resolutions 514 on science policy and panel on chemicals, waste and preventing pollution, the Laopedia has been actively working to enhance our solid waste management systems. We are strengthening our institutional and legal frameworks, particularly through our revised law on environmental protection. We are also promoting the TRs, reduce and recycle, through public awareness campaigns and private sector engagement. However, we face significant challenges in financing waste management infrastructure and combating the pervasive issue of open burning, which contributes to both air pollution and greenhouse gas emission. Second, enhancing air quality management. In line with the UNEA Resolution 3.8 on preventing and reducing air pollution, Laopedia has intensified its efforts to monitor and address air quality, particularly focusing on PM2.5. We have expanded our national air quality monitoring network and are actively participating in regional initiatives such as the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Air Pollution and the INES network. Our national plan, the forthcoming National Strategy for Clear Sky, will provide a comprehensive roadmap for tackling air pollution from both domestic and transboundary sources. Laopedia remains committed to translating UNEA's resolutions into tangible action. However, as a developing country, we require continued support in terms of capacity building, technology transfer, and access to green financing to effectively implement these ambitious goals. We are confident that with continued regional and international cooperation, we can overcome these challenges and contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable Asia-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Laos. Colleagues, distinguished delegates, I note that there has been requests for 3 more speakers. We have Cook Islands, followed by Indonesia, and then China. We also have a request from the Pacific Council of Churches, so we will finish the member states list and then we will then open it to the Pacific Council of Churches for their intervention. Colleagues, if you are still interested to speak, please raise your nameplate in the room so that we can take note. If not, I can close this list now. We have India and Tuvalu and Bangladesh. I see no other request for the floor, and we will proceed with Cook Islands, followed by Indonesia, followed by China. Cook Islands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I congratulate you as a proud Pacific Islander in your new appointment as the Chair of the Senior Officials Meeting of the 6th Forum of Ministers of Environment Authorities in Asia and the Pacific region. May I also express the Cook Islands government its appreciation and thank you to the government and people of Fiji for hosting this prestigious multi-stakeholder, officials and ministers roundtable to prepare for the Asian Pacific region in UNEA 7 deliberations. The Cook Islands has benefited from the implementation of the UNEA resolutions in climate information and early warning systems, capacity building for transparency, strengthening the environmental dimensions of the efforts towards sustainable food systems, building of climate resilience through high-quality climate information, concretizing actions towards agri-food systems transformation for Pacific SIDS, and completing the Minamata Convention Mercury Initial Assessment for the Cook Islands. We thank UNEP and partners for the application of these resolutions, and we further note the following priorities, amongst others, for the Cook Islands in environment and climate actions. We're currently completing the new environment bill that is currently going through public and stakeholder consultation. The bill will strengthen our work in environmental enforcement and compliance across all extractive activities, protected areas, access and benefit sharing, and extending our mandate to areas beyond national jurisdiction. We are near completion of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which will help us with further alignment to international multilateral agreements. Implementation of preparatory actions for a pathway to ratify the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, and progress in GEF 7 implementation for midterm review in February 26, and complete design of the GEF 8 in environmental data management, circular solutions and plastic pollution, and strengthening land use management systems. We will continue to explore implementation in climate, nature, and pollution actions, taking into account the special circumstances of SIDS, Indigenous peoples, traditional knowledge, and local systems. We also support regional programs through agencies based in the Pacific, such as BREP and SPC, to assist us with the implementation. Lastly, as we ended the INC 5.2 session in Geneva earlier this month for the development of a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, whilst we're disappointed we did not reach an agreement, we will continue to uphold the UNEA 514 resolution to ensure that the agreement is effective, reflective of the full life cycle approach, and has global and national approaches that include upstream, midstream, and downstream measures. We look forward to the resumed session to complete this work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cook Islands. I now hand the floor to Indonesia, followed by China, followed by India.
Good morning, Fulabinaka. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, honorable guests. First, Indonesia thanks to the government of Republic of Fiji for hosting this year's 6th session of the Forum of Ministerial Environment Authority of Asia Pacific in this beautiful venue, Nadi. As one of the primary proponents of the World Lake Day, I would like to start by saying Happy Lake Day. For all of us, the 27th of August is the first observance of the World Lake Day. At this excellent event, we would like also to invite all delegates to join in Indonesia in September to celebrate the first observance of the World Lake Day. This direct message from our minister to invite all member states, major group, UNEP, and its subsidiary to participate in this event. The World Lake Day raised our awareness to the importance of lakes and the sustainable management of lake and related ecosystem. Indonesia is home to over 1,500 lakes that provide essential resources such as waters for agriculture, fishery, and hydroelectric power. However, we face significant environmental challenges, including pollution, sedimentation, and invasive species. To address this challenge, Indonesian government has identified 15 national priority lakes that require urgent conservation effort. Various restoration and restoration measures of forest and land with lake catchment area has been implemented. Was the implementation of regenerative rehabilitation covering 23,000 hectares will result in reduction of soil erosion and sedimentation. Regarding the resolution of sustainable management for global of mangrove is important for Indonesia, as Indonesia mangrove area cover approximately 3.44 million hectares. To strengthen our mangrove conservation, Indonesian government operating regulation on protection and management of mangrove ecosystem has been published on June 5, 2025. On the ground, Indonesia achieved the mangrove rehabilitation target from 2020 to 2024 up to 85,000 hectares. For resolution on conservation and sustainable management of peatland, we take a serious effort by enhancing policy and governance in peatland management. We have restored more than 4.6 million hectare peatland with 35,000 canal blocking. In addition, also we rehabilitate 191,000 hectare peat dome vegetation and remediation of 38,000 hectares of former fires area. Indonesia had done several impactful activity on the protection of marine environment from land-based activity, including but not limited to establishment of intensive network of 452 marine protected area and coral reef restoration across 55 locations. Furthermore, we are also proactively committed to regional cooperation bodies such as COPC, in that including 9 countries in the development of and protection the marine environment and coastal area of East Asian Sea. In addition, Indonesia government has established Regional Capacity Center for Clean Seas, RC3S. Currently, we're working with UNEP, with Merlin, and then to enhance RC3S role to be able to act as regional activity center of coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, COPC, RSC. Merlin, we're working on that. We hope that we can speed up the progress. Related to restoration protection of coral reef for sustainable livelihood and development, Indonesia is a forerunner. It's because our position as the core of the coral triangle ecosystem in the world. 13 new coral reef marine protection area were designated for multiple use. With respect to the resolution on innovative pathway to achieve sustainable consumption and production, we proudly report to UNEP and all member states that all over the past decade, Indonesia has played active role in mainstreaming sustainable consumption and production, both in policy implementation by encouraging circular economy. To support SCP, we have integrated the arrangement of circular economic in our national medium-term plan for development through the Presidential Decree number 12 year 2025, including implementation of PPR. In this very important event, we also want to share that Indonesia has established a formal carbon market in our national stock exchange. We invite all member countries to participate in this novel effort to enhance our adaptation and mitigation activities addressing the climate crisis. Finally, we hope that our experience in sponsoring and implementing various UNEA resolutions can be a robust foundation to make not only our country better, more sustainable, but also our Asian Pacific region thrive in more environmentally sound economy. We always look forward to learning from every member state, uphold our shared vision to achieve sustainable development goal to forge a future where people and planet live in harmony. With that, I yield my time to Honorable Chair. Thank you, Binaka Fakaleifu. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Indonesia and colleagues. Before I move on to the list, please, if we can stick with time, we have dedicated time for each of the agenda so that we don't be in this room till late hours of this evening. So we now give the floor to China followed by India, followed by Tuvalu. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I promise I'll be short. China has been building a beautiful China domestically through a mix of environmental instruments ranging from carbon emission reduction, pollution abatement, afforestation, and green growth. And China managed to achieve tremendous environmental improvement domestically, especially in the recent decade. And China also advocates international cooperation for accelerated SDG implementation, especially in its environmental dimension. And we, as the CBD COP15 presidency, have been working with the international community to formulate and implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And China also took the lead to inject 1.5 billion RMB yuan, which is more than 200 million US dollars, to support the capacity building of the Global South for the biodiversity conservation. And we have also been working with UNEP and the Multilateral Partnership Fund to operationalize the Kunming Biodiversity Fund. And China also made contribution to the international climate governance processes to reach the global consensus on the UAE consensus and Baku Climate Unity Pact. And China spared no effort to achieve full implementation of the Montreal Protocol, as well as the conventions of BRS, Minamata, etc. in China. And also we joined the multilateral processes to further foster the global processes of environmental management of plastics, chemicals, and waste to prevent the further pollution. And one point that I think I need to share in the morning session is that we shall not neglect or even hide away from the global challenges of unilateralism, protectionism, just to name a few, which raise the cost of, as well as delayed the process of the global green transition. And developed member states in the international community shall provide more decent financial support and technical assistance to the developing country parties and member states for the global environmental effort to address effectively the triple planetary crisis or challenges. And I believe our region as Asia Pacific is quite unique as the most populated region with the most robust economic activities. And we as Asia Pacific members are obligated to work harder and closer for a more beautiful and greener community shared among all Asia Pacific member states. And China reiterates its long-standing position to support environmental multilateralism with UNEP at its core and determination for fostered South-South cooperation. And we have a lot to offer in terms of experiences and feasible technical solutions to fellow developing member states in the region to join our shared exploration for paths through green and low-carbon development. And we encourage developing member states in the region to apply for the Kunming Biodiversity Fund to support their project and to enhance our shared capability to continue working for a more resilient homeland for all, not even for our own region. And I'd like to wrap up my speech with heartfelt appreciation to the government of Fiji for the hospitality and for the regional office of UNEP for the kind and thorough organization. And I look forward to in-depth discussion with fellow member states in the region in preparation for the UNEA 7 as another important milestone by the end of the year. And with that, I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, China. I now give the floor to India, followed by Tuvalu.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we'd like to express our sincere congratulations and appreciation to the government of Fiji and the UNEP for organizing the 6th session of the Forum of Ministers of Environment Authorities and the senior officials meeting here in the beautiful city of Nadi. India's climate action is guided by our updated NDCs and the long-term strategy to reach net zero, and it cuts across various sectors of the economy. India's blueprint on climate action, the National Action Plan on Climate Change, encompasses 9 national missions, both on adaptation and mitigation, and covers various sectors on climate vulnerable areas. We have enhanced our renewable energy capacity and improved efficiency and advanced green hydrogen technologies. India has reached a major milestone in its energy transition by achieving the NDC goal of 50% of its installed electricity power from non-fossil fuel sources 5 years ahead of the committed timeline of 2030. We have notified the regulatory frameworks and action plans for circular economy for 10 waste categories, including plastics, e-waste, and batteries. And this extended producer responsibility framework is not only helping manage the waste in environmental sound manner, but in a robust recycling industry, which would be a significant employment potential. The plastic waste management rules have made significant measures in targeting municipal, industrial, and residential and commercial sectors. In fact, India has banned certain categories of single-use plastics in 2022. We have been a staunch advocate of the land restoration, and we believe that land restoration can drive long-term economic resilience at all levels, and most particularly for rural communities that are fully dependent on land-based ecosystems for livelihoods and security, food security. Recently, we have launched the Aravalli Green Wall project aimed at restoring approximately around 1.5 million hectares of degraded lands in the Aravalli ranges in northwestern India. This initiative strengthens the national barrier against desertification and creating a barrier from sand and dust being blown into agricultural lands. We have prioritized the protection and restoration of mangroves ecosystems, which serve as a natural shield against climate events and supports biodiversity. Over the last decade, in fact, we have a cover of around 7.86%, which accounts to around 3% of the global mangroves. We have launched a mangrove initiative, which aims at conserving approximately around 540 square kilometers of mangrove areas. We have launched an ambitious plan for rejuvenation of 13 major rivers in the country, which aims at protection and catchment areas and the river banks. India has also updated our National Biodiversity and Strategic Action Plan in 2024, and it was launched during the CBD COP in 2016, the COP 16 at Cali. During the 6th session of the UNEP in March 2024, the member states had adopted a resolution on promoting sustainable lifestyles introduced by India and was also co-sponsored by Sri Lanka and Bolivia. In fact, this resolution was based on the concepts of lifestyle, which was introduced by India in Glasgow in 2020, in the COP 26. We have gone a long way in this, and in fact, the Mission Life journey in India has primarily focused on creating awareness, participation, and creating impacts across the board. And this has also gone in multi-sectoral areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Now hand the floor to Tuvalu, followed by Bangladesh, followed by Kiribati, who is our last speaker on the list.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I join others who have spoke before me to convey our congratulations for your election as Chair, as well as your fellows Vice Chair. I assured you of the utmost support from Tuvalu. Allow me also, through you, extend our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Fiji for the warm hospitality extended towards us. On this particular agenda item, I reiterate what has transpired this morning on the importance to review the implementation of the UNEA resolutions. The review is crucial to ensure the effectiveness of this process. We need to give the region we serve the confidence that the multilateral process we have invested in is delivering what has been mandated to do. Drawing close attention to a few particular resolutions, Tuvalu acknowledged the progress of implementation of Resolution 26, supporting the Paris Agreement. We acknowledge the support from UNEP in mobilizing resources from the Global Environment Facility, the GEF, to support the implementation of ecosystem-based adaptation approaches in local communities in Tuvalu. The project is basically a replication of the successful pilot project that Tuvalu implemented as part of its NAPA, National Adaptation Program of Action. We encourage the continued investment on adaptive measures that have been proven successful in specific sites, taking into consideration the distinct differences in geographical and societal settings in small islands. On the Climate Information and Early Warning System project that UNEP is leading, we acknowledge that support. This is an area that significantly requires strengthening in the Pacific region and in particular SIDS. The project has supported the installation of the necessary equipment to support the early warning system. However, we need to invest in areas of capacity building and scientific know-how of national practitioners to be able to develop and adapt scientific information to local context. We recognize the progress being reported in the meeting paper on the UN RED program. From a general observation of Article 6 implementation in our region, it would appear that very few countries understand the concept of corresponding adjustments and what it means for achieving their NDCs. There is concern that countries are selling their low-hanging fruit through Article 6 and then having to create additional mitigation activities at some considerable expense to offset against the units sold under or through Article 6. The cost of trade may not be worthwhile. The use of non-permanence and leakage issues still continues to be problematic for RED activities, particularly if they are used under Article 6. Liabilities for RED projects may not have been properly considered. On Resolution 514, Tuvalu led the Pacific Island Developing States, PSIDS, to the INC 5.2 in Geneva a few weeks ago. We were very disappointed with the outcome of the INC 5.2 in Geneva. We would like to press on this chair that we need a change in how we undertake negotiations under this resolution. All the technical issues have been resolved. We need a political process to finalize the treaty. Perhaps we would like to suggest that INC 5.3 could be held in conjunction with UNEA in December and have ministers and HODs agree on the final text of the treaty. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tuvalu, for your intervention. I now hand the floor to Bangladesh, followed by Kiribati.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to the new board office, and also thank Fiji government and UNEP for organizing this excellent forum. Bangladesh is a country with climate vulnerability. The size of the country is 8 times bigger than Fiji, but having 180 million of population. So on top of the vulnerability from the natural side, it is a low-lying delta in the Bay of Bengal. So the fight against fulfilling basic fundamental needs, and also in forefront of climate change, and also emerging environmental degradation we are facing. And of course, Bangladesh is a resilient nation. We are with all the UN instruments, and we are contributing in the process of making it a movement, a successful one. And we are doing our NDC 3 right now. And although we are a vulnerable country, we are putting equal emphasis both on NDC and National Adaptation Plan. We have our adaptation plan, and we need $230 billion US for 27 years long plan. And each year we need additional $11 billion that we fund from our government is $3.5 billion. So there is a huge gap to make our adaptation efforts a good one. So there is a gap. And also there is a need for technology transfer. We have a target of achieve renewables up to 40% by 2040. But just transition, to make the just transition a reality one, we need finance and technology. But still, with our own resources, Bangladesh is putting as continuous efforts to make our nation resilient. We are contributing actively to global discussion on loss and damage in the INC, and also we are very eager to learn from our neighboring country that China has achieved impressive
air pollution control improvement. So many more solutions are there. We seek support, technology, and also climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. We now move to our last member state. Kiribati, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And like other delegations, please allow me also to offer you our congratulations on your election as the chair of this important gathering in the Pacific region for the first time. Allow me also to extend our sincere gratitude to UNEP and all donor partners who make it possible for our attendance and participation in this meeting. And through you, Chair, please allow for our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Kiribati, of Fiji, for their warm welcome and hospitality accorded to our delegation from our arrival to date. Chair, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the government of Kiribati, I wish to thank the Secretariat for this comprehensive review of the UNA resolutions and their implementation across the Asia-Pacific region. Kiribati, as a small island developing state and one of the Pacific least developed countries, faces acute challenges from climate change, sea level rise, ocean degradation, and limited financial and technical capacities. In this context, we wish to emphasize the following key areas. Firstly, we welcome the support for climate action, particularly ecosystem-based adaptation, early warning systems, and sustainable mobility pilots. Kiribati urges continued and scaled support to implement national adaptation plans and strengthen climate resilience as well as environmental resilience of the atolls for our vulnerable communities. Second, marine and coastal protection is critical for us being the ocean state. We strongly support UNA resolutions on oceans and biodiversity and call for enhanced regional cooperation to address the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, specifically marine pollution, and also to protect coral reefs and sustain fisheries that are vital for our livelihoods, food security, and economy. We continue to look upon this gathering and meeting of Asia-Pacific to leverage support and assistance to help us secure agreements for the endorsement of a global effort to combat pollution, plastic pollution. Plastic pollution has no regard for boundaries, not just national boundaries, but planetary and human health boundaries as well. And this requires very specific treatments, which we look upon this region to support. Treating plastic pollution as a transboundary challenge requires coordinated actions across multiple countries, and Asia-Pacific offer that support and provide such opportunity. Thirdly, we stress the importance of capacity building, technical assistance, and financial mechanisms that enable countries like Kiribati to transition from pilot project to sustainable long-term program. Accessible and predictable funding, including through GCF and CHIF, remains essential for us. Last but not least, we continue to recognize the value of data, monitoring, and science policy interfaces. We encourage UNEP and partners to support strengthening national and regional environmental observation and reporting systems, including capacity building to assist and support Kiribati develop a sustainable state of the environment reporting system to periodically monitor and report on the state of its atolls environments with respect to the impact of critical and priority environmental threats we are now experiencing at the country level to guide effective and timely decision-making. Kiribati reiterates its commitment to global environmental governance and UNA resolutions, and we call upon all member states and partners to support small island states in implementing these resolutions to safeguard our environment, communities, and future generations. Chair, we look forward to engaging constructively and contributing to practical outcomes under this agenda item. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Kiribati. Colleagues, that closes our speakers list for member states. We now hand the floor to the Pacific Conference of Churches for their intervention from the Observer Group.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your appointment this morning. I represent the Pacific Conference of Churches, but here on behalf of the Pacific Feminists Defending the Living Planet. Pacific feminists are at the forefront of urgent struggles for climate, ecological, and economic and social justice and human rights. We have 17 demands that are clarion call for systematic change to protect Pacific people, land, oceans, and our future. They are grounded in our lived realities and the wisdom of generations of Pacific people. They reflect a vision for equity, ecological balance, sovereignty, justice, and liberation. Please allow me to share 5 of the 17 demands. Mitigation. We demand that we bring down the carbon emissions and temperatures. No carbon trading, and we must all act. In climate financing, we need grants, not loans. We need industrialized nations to pay up and stop funding fossil fuels. We also ask that we make gender-responsive funds available to feminist and grassroots-led groups. We work with so little funds and resources, yet we get the work done. So move the money, we know it's there somewhere. In gender and human rights, climate justice is not charity. It's justice in the face of patriarchy, racism, colonialism, coloniality, heteronormativity, and class oppression. I want to echo the slogan by the Pacific Climate Warriors 350 Pacific, we're not drowning, we are fighting this system. 1.5 to stay alive slogan birthed from the Pacific. The Pacific must survive, small islands must survive. A rise in global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius is a red line, not a guideline. Urgent and a global work must happen. If this is not special circumstances, we don't know what it is. So please do not look away. And last but not the least, liberation and justice. Our goal is ecological justice on all territories. Indigenous First Nations prioritized with no compromises. I thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Distinguished delegates, I note that all speakers have delivered their statements. I also would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for their valuable contribution and constructive contributions to Agenda Item 2. We do note of an array of interventions that focused on the plastic pollution resolution and also your country updates on what has been achieved. Your inputs will be adequately captured in the meeting report. And before I move on to the next agenda item, I will now hand it over to the Secretariat for any announcements.
Thank you, Chair. I have quick 2 announcements. One is that in the interest of time, because still we need to cover the next agenda item, so we are not breaking for coffee, teas, but it is all served there outside, tea and coffee. You can have it and come back whenever it allows you your time. But we will continue with that. We will move to the next session immediately, but it is all served there outside. And then second one is that we have 2 side events from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. One side event is on from inclusion to impact, advancing gender-responsive technology and finance solutions for a climate-resilient Asia Pacific. And then another side event is on promoting synergy for national implementation of multilateral environment agreement, Asia Pacific perspectives, and UNIA resolution 6x4 progress. And the rooms are all there displayed outside. So we have 2 rooms on the side for on the corridor, down the corridor for those side events. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretariat. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take up agenda item 3A, UNEP's Draft Medium-Term Strategy 2026-2029 and the Program of Work 2026-2027. kindly refer to document UNEP/APN Forum 6/2. I now invite the Secretariat, Ms. Yoshida from United Nations Environment Programme, to briefly introduce, followed by a short presentation on the draft medium-term strategy and the program of work as contained in document UNEP/APN Forum 6/2. Ms. Yoshida, you have the floor.
Dialecting where? Hmm? Oh, there. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be able to briefly introduce you to the latest update on the UNEP draft medium-term strategy 2026 to 2029, and also the draft program work and budget 2026 to 2027. I'm Kakuko Yoshida. I'm head of strategic planning unit of policy program division of UNEP based in Nairobi. But this week I'm very pleased to be here in Nadi, Fiji. Currently, we are toward the last 4 months of the roadmap of the preparation of UNEP MTS and POWM budget. Over the last 13 months of the consultation since July 2024, and also we have had 45 consultations, including those with the Committee of Permanent Representative Members in Nairobi, also the regional consultation online and now in person, like we have one this week, and also many bilateral discussions with member states and stakeholder group. Also last year and to the beginning of this year, we had informal dialogue with those involving the representative of the Secretariat of Multilateral Environment Agreement, also member states, and the major group, particularly special one, took place early this year with the youth group. We have had over 400 unique individuals participating in any of those consultations. The several key messages have emerged from those consultations. Now, detailed feedback from member states and major groups have been captured in a truth synthesis report already available in UNEA 7 website, preparatory website. Now, from this region, we can count that there are several very important reflections that have come about. For example, that there have been repeated calls to reflect in the MTS and POW the unique needs and challenges of Asia-Pacific region. Also, the region highlighted issues including the climate adaptation, biodiversity conservation, freshwater management, including lake and ocean, disaster risk reduction, air pollution, pollution challenges in low industrialized countries. Also, the region expressed the support for circular economy and sustainable consumption production approaches and called for adaptive science-driven MTS. Also, regional countries in the region and stakeholders stressed the importance of strengthening synergy through the collaboration with MEA and other UN entities, avoiding duplication with existing frameworks. Also, the region recognized the vital role of indigenous people, local community, and youth, and requested enhancement of early warning system, capacity building, technology transfer, and knowledge sharing. With this very valuable feedback we have received, and also building on the current MTS 2026-2025 focus and vision, Now, the new MTS proposed the UNEP vision for the 2026, 2029 and beyond to be a healthy, prosperous, and resilient people and planet. Now, you may say that, oh, I have seen this diagram before, but this is an improved version of the cube diagram that we have included in the current MTS. A few very important changes improvement has happened to the cube. For example, you see land degradation neutrality have been added to the strategic objective, together with living in harmony with nature. Now, reflecting that additional focus on land degradation neutrality, the main sub-program corresponding has been renamed to Land and Nature Action. Also, desertification, land degradation, and drought has been added as the key challenges that we face collectively. And also, you will notice that another sub-program, which is one of the foundational and enabling sub-program, environmental governance sub-program, have been proposed to be renamed to environmental law and governance. Another point I need to highlight is that there have been still ongoing discussion and feedback coming from member states requesting that we need to make sure that the UNEP MTS and POWM budget utilize universally agreed language. Now, through the consultation and many rounds of revision that has taken place, we believe that we have managed to address and ensure that all the language we use in this strategic document and program document are utilizing as much as possible the universally accepted language, particularly the phrases used in the existing UN General Assembly language and UNEA resolutions. There are 3 still remaining, and we believe that there could be more discussion around this happening next week at the annual subcommittee meeting and also the quarterly meeting of Committee of Permanent Representatives are coming this month, month of September in Nairobi. There are 3 terminology. One is about UNEP normative role. Another is environmental rule of law. And another one is the use of 3 planetary environmental crises. So I list these. So far, I have not heard from these regions, countries, about any question or objective to the use of these languages. However, I just want to be very clear that there are some ongoing discussions still happening with member states coming from other regions. Now, with integrated, impact-oriented action that we would like to communicate through the new MTS and POW, now in the new POWM budget, you find one single impact framework. Now, earlier, the Fiji Permanent Secretary spoke about the Fijian shore is the front line for the fight against 3 planetary crises. Now, with this single integrated impact framework, responding to all 3 environmental planetary crises, we would like to demonstrate through MTS and POW that this is UNEP's and also our collective frontline depicting in one impact framework. To achieve this and also respond to the member states' call for very concise document, which is now the both MTS and POW is at below 8,500 words. This is the requirement also from the UN Secretariat. What we have managed is that we have introduced the impact measurement indicator and target. But at the same time, we managed to reduce the overall number of indicators that we have for the program of work. And also we have maintained that both sub-program and corporate outcome level indicator exist, but overall less number. So we hope that through this more focused, impact-oriented indicator and measurement framework, we should be able to shift our needle and provide more focus to the impact and actual delivery. Now, I would like to spend a few minutes here to also speak briefly about the financial resource requirement and the funding plan. To align with the current funding landscape, the budget is set to be a little over 1.1 billion. Now, this is an increase from the previous biennium, 2024 to 2025, comparing that to what is proposed in a new POW. The Environment Fund budget is maintained at 200 million, also showing our ambition stays. Earmarked budget and Global Trust Fund is benchmarked against the 2024 expenditures. Program support budget is 10% of earmarked budget. Human resource requirement is also shown in the POWM budget by funding source and budget component and subprogram for the biennium of 2026 to 27. The positions are distributed across subprogram per staff alignment exercise that mapped each position in UNEP to a subprogram. Because of the ongoing effort by management to align the budget and staffing to recent expenditure trend and changing financial landscape, the staffing is projected at 195 positions across the funding sources. Also in POW and budget, you find information about the updated financial resource requirement by funding source and also by budget component. But I will not spend more time here because there will be another presentation about the environmental fund after this. So in closing, I would like to stress that it's extremely important opportunity this week at this senior official meeting and next week, tomorrow, we will be able to receive your regional feedback on the existing current draft MTS and POWM budget. Now, your contributions so far have shaped the existing draft. The feedback that you provide this week will really help us cross the finishing line. Just to talk about what is remaining as steps, after the discussion next week at the annual subcommittee meeting and also at the next quarterly CPR meeting, which will take place on 16th of September, the POW and budget will be submitted to the advisory committee on the budgetary and administrative questions. And approval for both MTS and POW need to be taken at the UN Environmental Assembly. Next week at the annual subcommittee, we are expecting to receive informal acknowledgement and endorsement on the MTS and POW. And at the quarterly subcommittee meeting, we hope to receive endorsement, formal endorsement for us to proceed with the process required by the Administrative Advisory Committee on Budgetary and Administrative Questions, and also process to take the document to UN Environmental Assembly. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation and hand back to Secretariat.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshida, for the presentation. I truly appreciate the insights, and also, colleagues, for your reference again. If you would like the copy of the slides, kindly refer to UNEP document. UNEP/AP Forum 6/2. I note that 3 events were also successfully organized over the past 2 days: the Asia-Pacific Youth Environmental Forum, the Science Policy Business Dialogue on the Environment for Asia-Pacific region, and the Asia-Pacific Major Groups and Stakeholders Forum that will be given an opportunity to also provide an update within this session. But first, the Secretariat has prepared a list of interested speakers for agenda item 3A. We will begin with that list, and then we will then hand it over to the 3 forum representatives, and then thereafter we will open it up for any other interventions where required. Please, I request that all statements be delivered within 2 to 3 minutes at max due to time constraints. Please also share your soft copies with the Secretariat, and if you are unable to deliver your statement in this session, kindly submit this to the Secretariat so that we could extract key messages to be reflected in the meeting report. May I now call upon the Republic of Korea, followed by China, for your interventions. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Korea highly appreciates that the current midterm strategy not only addresses the triple planetary crisis, but also reflects land degradation neutrality. Also, MTS presents a circular economy approach as an integrated strategy to reduce adverse impacts across climate, land, and nature, not merely as a response to waste pollution. As the host country of the INC 5, Korea expresses deep concern that the INC 5.2 concluded without consensus. Given that international norms, powerful instruments for realizing UNEP's MTS have been delayed, we urge deeper international cooperation in circular economy area, including plastics. The gap between strategy and instruments, coupled with the transboundary nature of waste and wide capacity disparities among countries, make it difficult to advance circular approaches through individual national efforts alone. To bridge this gap, we must expand regional cooperation and country-tailored support. In the Asia-Pacific, conditions for waste management vary greatly by country. We therefore need precise diagnostics involving a diverse range of experts to devise solutions suited to national circumstances. These should include building robust waste statistics, scaling of circular economy approaches such as EPR schemes, and adopting structural approaches that link private and public finance. Korea will actively support the acceleration of international cooperation in waste management and help close the gap between UNEP's MTS and the relevant normative frameworks. Korea also wishes to emphasize data and digital-based water management in response to the increasingly difficult conditions posed by the climate crisis. Water resources exhibit high spatial and temporal variability, and climate change is heightening uncertainty. Without scientific data and analysis, it is difficult to act early on water scarcity and water-related disasters and to make efficient allocation decisions. To improve predictability and efficiency, water management must be grounded in data and digital systems. First, monitoring networks are essential. For sound flow control, water resources utilizations, and environmental management supported by hydrologic analysis and water supply forecasting, we must collect baseline data through monitoring networks on hydrometeorology, catchment characteristics, environmental ecology, and topographic geospatial information. Second, prediction and early warning are needed. By harnessing big data, AI, and digital twins to forecast droughts and floods in advance, we can avoid and minimize climate crisis damages that once incurred are difficult to reverse. Finally, we must promote international cooperation. Among countries that share river basins, establishing data sharing and joint monitoring systems enables watershed management and can provide a foundation for reducing interstate conflicts and enhancing cooperation. Korea will strengthen water management capacities across the Asia-Pacific, and through bilateral and multilateral channels, including UNEP, actively support the implementation of UNEP's MTS. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Korea. We now go over to China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. And first of all, I'd like to start with gratitude to the UNEP Secretariat for drafting this midterm strategy as well as the program of the work, which is way better than the previous drafts because we streamlined everything along the triple planetary crisis or challenges, whatever we name it, but it is well structured. But I will nevertheless draw the attention that everyone has been undergoing negotiation and consultation under the leadership of UNEP with the CPR at Nairobi, and I won't repeat our Chinese position on this occasion, but one thing I need to do is to draw the kind attention from the room to the fact that this midterm strategy will be the last ever before the end of or deadline of SDG 2030. So this is our last moment before we can say confidently that we did our job, tried our best, and honor our word to implement the SDG, especially the environmental target. And we must emphasize and recognize that achieving those goals are never an easy job. And according to the review report of United Nations, everything is a little bit left behind, especially in the environmental perspective. And I think to achieve all the targets and goals, as well as even actions as prescribed in the draft midterm strategy, as well as the program of the work, requires greater amount of resources in monetary or in kind. And more importantly, it takes stronger political will from the globe. And the documents are nice by taking note of the global environment and climate governance funding remains, which I quote, insufficient. And the debt burden on developing countries may limit their ability to act on the environment, end of the quote, which is factual. And I believe it can attract stronger and non-disputable consensus from the room in our region. And therefore, China calls upon all parties to stick to the principles of equity, the CBDR, and respective capabilities set out, no matter under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement or under other governance structures. And we feel confident and determined that we should continue encouraging and urging developed country member states and parties to provide developing countries with adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding, as well as the technical assistance, as well as other related capacity building in terms of the policy development and implementation. And to conclude my short intervention, I'd like to emphasize that those two documents are not just guidebooks for UNEP. It's their commitment, it's their roadmap, it is their determination to work with developing member states, especially in our own region, to achieve a significant milestone in the global environment and climate governance. And with only a very few years remaining before the 2030, the deadline for SDG, we must unite and accelerate actions to create a more sustainable future for our future generations, so that we don't have any room to step back, and I fully agree with all the interventions for the national statement at the beginning of the session, and we should work together and to cope with the challenges or crisis, whatever we name it, in our own respective national situation. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of China. We now give it, pass the floor to Maldives, followed by Cambodia, then Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time that Maldives is taking the floor, we would like to thank the government of Fiji for the warm hospitality and thank United Nations Environment Programme for the excellent arrangements for the 6th Forum of the Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific. As we'll be moving from the for people and planet strategy to the solution for a healthy, prosperous, and resilient people and planet strategy, we would like to see that the strategy consider the vulnerability of the small island developing states like Maldives. For us, the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution is a lived reality. Addressing the triple planetary crisis requires building human capacity, strengthening institutional arrangements, and adequate financing for developing countries, especially for small island developing states like us. We believe that the midterm strategy for 2026 to 2029 is a chance to address the needs and to make recommendations for the future before we reach 2030. In this opportunity, we would like to thank UNEP for aligning the strategy with the goals set by the multilateral environmental agreements and the sustainable development goals, and also for incorporating the comments from the previous consultations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maldives. The floor is now given to Cambodia, followed by Fiji, then Nauru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Because it's the first time to take the floor, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the Republic of Fiji, for hosting this sixth forum of the Ministers and Environment Authorities of East Pacific. And also to the UNEP for presenting midterm strategies and the program of work. Cambodia values the UNEP leadership in guiding global environment action and providing strategic support to the country addressing pressing environment challenges. Cambodia recognizes that the upcoming midterm review and program of work, with its focus climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, sustainable production, consumption, and environment governance, is timely and highly relevant to the global and national priorities. At the national level, Cambodia has undertaken significant efforts to advance environment sustainability, guided by its national determined contribution, long-term strategy for carbon neutrality, Cambodia climate change strategic plan, and national biodiversity strategy. UNEP's technical assistance, capacity building initiative, and facilitation of the regional and global partnership are crucial to strengthening Cambodia implementation efforts and advancing sustainable development objectives. Mr. Chair, Cambodia confirms its commitment to work closely with UNEP, ASEAN, and international partners to implement midterm reviews and program of work, strengthening the regional and national environment governance, and to achieve tangible outcome for the benefit of our people and future generations. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cambodia. I now invite Fiji to take the floor, followed by Nauru.
Thank you, Chair. Fiji welcomes the opportunity to shape the next UNEP medium-term strategy for 2026 to 2029. We appreciate the concise format and its stated focus on LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. For this midterm strategy to be legitimate, it must confront the stark financial reality we face. The finance gap is a chasm that grows by the day. Globally, we need an estimated $7.5 trillion per year until 2030 for climate action and face a biodiversity finance gap of $700 billion per year. This is occurring while an estimated $2.6 trillion in subsidies is directed annually to activities that continue to harm the environment. This crisis is worsened by the crippling death. In 2023, 54 developing countries allocated at least 10% of government revenue to interest payments alone. The draft strategy's three objectives, climate stability, living in harmony with nature, and achieving land degradation neutrality, and a pollution-free planet are for the Pacific an interconnected reality where climate change is a threat multiplier. In a region where the World Economic Forum estimates 63% of our GDP is at risk from nature's loss, our survival cannot be a footnote. We therefore echo the calls made by our fellow Pacific nations during the May consultations for this midterm strategy to provide tailored support for SIDS. Fiji insists that the midterm strategy and its accompanying program of work be built around, firstly, a dedicated programmatic focus on the environmental security of SIDS. Secondly, the centrality of the ocean, elevating sustainable blue economies as a cross-cutting priority. And thirdly, mechanisms for direct access to finance and technology, cutting through the bureaucracy that denies aid from reaching the front lines in time. The success of the next midterm strategy will be determined not by its elegance on paper, but by its tangible impact on the most vulnerable. Let us design a strategy that serves the Pacific as much as it serves Asia. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. I now invite Nauru, followed by Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Nauru welcomes the draft medium-term strategy and wishes to provide input to ensure that it reflects the urgent and intersecting crisis for SIDS such as Nauru. A critical gap that needs to be addressed is the climate waste health nexus. The MTS must equip UNEP to address how climate impacts, particularly the projected increase in temperature and precipitation for the Pacific, coupled with the improper management of waste, are creating a public health emergency by producing breeding grounds for vector-borne diseases. In the Pacific, dengue outbreaks have become more frequent and severe, with some nations reporting case surges exceeding 200% during epidemics, fueled by stagnant water from poor waste management. This is not a series of isolated crises, but a singular emergency born from the collision of global warming and pollution, with consequences starkly measured in our hospitals. Nauru has taken visible steps to combat dengue outbreaks through environment cleanup campaigns, banning the importation of single-use plastic shopping bags, and strengthening enforcement of littering laws. However, these efforts are band-aid solutions. They fail to address the root cause, which requires international robust support and systemic changes. Therefore, Nauru specifically calls for the MTS to integrate climate waste-driven health crisis into its One Health programming. This will ensure UNEP develops the necessary tools, guidance, and support systems to help vulnerable nations mitigate these preventable harms. Furthermore, we request that the program of work include support for countries to assess the climate waste health nexus of vector-borne diseases impacts, framing it as a form of loss and damage that must be recognized within relevant global frameworks. Embedding this priority now is essential for building a truly resilient planet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Nauru. I now hand the floor to Australia, followed by Japan, and then Tuvalu.
Thank you. Australia would like to thank the Government of Fiji for hosting and chairing this very important meeting, and also the Secretariat for their work to date on the medium-term strategy and the program of work and budget. We appreciate the opportunity also to share our views at this first regional forum in the Pacific, and very pleased to be able to have a UNEP meeting in the Oceania time zone. Australia supports the emphasis in the strategy on the role of partnerships and multilateral cooperation in achieving environmental goals. We welcome the efficient and effective implementation by UNEP and the continued cooperation for the many multilateral environmental agreements that fall under its remit. Australia welcomes alignment of the strategy with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We suggest the Sustainable Development Goals should be reflected throughout the strategy to reaffirm UNEP's mandate and guide in-country activities towards 2030. Australia welcomes a continued focus on addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, waste and pollution in line with the current strategy. However, we are concerned that the proposed reframing of Strategic Objective 2 to land and nature could elevate land issues over those of the ocean and other types of environmental issues. We welcome UNEP's support for countries in implementing policies and measures aligned with their NDCs. We also welcome the collaboration of implementing entities, including the Global Environment Facility, and recommend the addition of the UNDP Climate Promise. We would like to reiterate that Australia is pleased the new strategy will address the specific development needs of small island developing states and their unique vulnerabilities, and encourage UNEP to maintain focus on this region. Australia would like to see continued acknowledgement in the strategy of the unique knowledge and role of Indigenous peoples in the sustainable management of the environment, and how environmental degradation disproportionately impacts Indigenous peoples. We recommend the strategy should be guided by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and caution against the inclusion of new language that has not been agreed under international law. Australia thanks the Secretariat for the opportunity to provide input to the strategy, and we will provide further comments in writing in due course.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Australia. I now invite Japan, followed by Tuvalu, then Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We express our gratitude to the UNEP Secretariat for its efforts in preparing this well-structured draft MTS. Japan has expressed its view through opportunities such as the Asia-Pacific Regional Consultation in May that UNEP's activities should be well integrated and synergistic across sectors rather than in silos. We therefore welcome the explicit mention of synergy in the current draft MTS. Also, Japan recognizes the importance of the Environment Management Group, EMG, as a means to enhance synergies among UNEP's activities and supports its inclusion in MTS. In addition, Japan acknowledges the significant role that the Montevideo Program played in this area and supports its highlighting in its MTS draft. Furthermore, we welcome UNEP's efforts to strengthen its work on LDN and DLDD. We expect that UNEP complements and collaborates with UNCCD as appropriate to deal with those topics. Let me conclude by saying that the Asia-Pacific is a region of great importance, home to nearly 60% of the world's population and playing a vital role in addressing environmental challenges. UNEP, including UNEP RUAP, is expected to facilitate regional cooperation while taking into account the natural and social conditions of this region, and to carry out work in an integrated and efficient manner based on its MTS. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I now invite Tuvalu, followed by Indonesia, then India.
Thank you very much, Chair. We thank the UNEP Secretariat for the presentation on the draft medium-term strategy. Tuvalu is pleased that the draft medium-term strategy and program of work calls for tailored support for small island developing states, including equitable funding, localised monitoring, regional data systems, technical capacity, and legal frameworks for climate displacement. The issue of climate change displacement is critical. While we have labour mobility strategies in our region, we have yet to create a legal framework to give proper protection to people displaced by climate change. We encourage UNEP to enhance its medium-term strategy by assisting Pacific small island states develop a regional legal framework on giving appropriate rights-based protection to people displaced across national borders due to climate change. As indicated by the ICJ advisory opinion, this approach should be different to responding to natural disasters. We also encourage UNEP to assist the region develop guidance on how to protect people displaced by climate change within national borders. I thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. I now invite Indonesia, followed by India, and then Solomon Islands, which is our last speaker for member states.
Honorable Chairs, distinguished senior officials, ladies and gentlemen, UNEP MTS 2026-2029 is a strong document that will be the guiding compass for UNEP paths for the next 4 years. Indonesia appreciates that this draft document covers solution through interconnected strategy objective. We believe that UNEP's MTS 2026-2029 should recognize the need of its country, especially countries with specific geographic conditions, such as Atlantic states, which are more prone to transboundary pollution, illegal transportation of waste, and other environmental destructive activities. Therefore, we propose that UNEP MTS 2026-2029 should clearly state this matter. Moreover, the MTS should also integrate effort to support implementation of every UNIA resolution so that its country can follow up its resolution in more impactful manners. We hope that through MTS, we can transform resolution into solution of climate and environmental crises for health, prosperity, resilience, and people and planet. Second, we feel that there is still a bit vagueness in the procedure for country requesting UNEP support in implementing policy and resolution. For example, on the page 10 of the MTS document, it states that upon request, UNEP will support a country in implementing policy and measures aligned with their NDCs, including capacity building for transparency and accountability under Paris Agreement. This question remains: how does UNEP decide which requests can or cannot be fulfilled? We think that it is imperative that MTS document clearly state that criteria for making this kind of decision. Furthermore, the document still has not aware the excess impact of passing out obsolete environmental detrimental technologies in one country might have to another country. For example, on page 12, it states that UNEP will support country access to the technology and support the leveraging of finance, including vertical funds and phasing out and reforming incentive, including subsidy to assist the adoption of the technology and business model that support mitigation and adaptation in private and public investment and long-term planning across sector. When a country pays out environmental detrimental technology, there is a possibility of transferring them to other countries with more lenient environmental regulation or countries desperately needing to industrialize. As a result, obsolete technology which generate more pollution are being used in other countries with lack good environmental governance. In this potential course of action should always be in UNEP radar and assessment. We will give a written input after conference with other stakeholders to review document more thoroughly. Thank you, Your Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now invite India, but before India takes the floor, colleagues, I have closed the list of speakers, and I note that there is 2 more requests. May I kindly ask that if you would like to make an intervention, or would you be comfortable to send in your written statements for our consideration? Should you wish to make an intervention within the time specified, please keep your flags up and the team will note. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India appreciates UNEP's efforts in preparing the revised MTS and the PWG for 2026-27. We believe that the 2026-29 MTS must contribute towards the 2030 agenda. And we also appreciate UNEP for its inclusive consultations for preparation of this document. We welcome the support extended to countries to scale up solutions to achieve their NDCs and other commitments under the Paris Agreement. We support the initiative which seeks to combine knowledge, scientific products, advisories, and policy expertise to achieve joint mitigation and adaptation outcomes. The work on adaptation and resilience aiming at development choices and investments for critically vulnerable socioeconomic sectors are important. We believe that climate finance must be more than pledges. UNEP must align its strategy with the evolving global finance architecture, including the Loss and Damage Fund and the Global Stocktake. We call for the development of implementation toolkits to help member states translate UNEA resolutions into national and subnational actions. We emphasize the importance of achieving land degradation neutrality through measures that reduce desertification, land degradation and drought while promoting land restoration. We welcome the emphasis on biodiversity conservation and its sustainable use. We recommend the UNEP provides technical assistance to developing countries in preparing and updating their NBSAPs, thereby enabling collective progress towards a KMGBF framework. We also welcome the actions proposed for enhancing the monitoring and reporting capabilities of countries towards implementing the KMGBF framework, the UN CCD strategic framework, and the aspirations for land degradation neutrality. We stress that the need to integrate land, biodiversity, water, and ocean management into cross-sectional policy frameworks while ensuring consistency with national legal frameworks and development priorities for developing economies. India welcomes the draft focus on circular economy, zero waste, and pollution-free value chains. We recommend that UNEP emphasize industry-government partnerships, including green chemistry and innovative alternatives across the plastics, textiles, construction, and electronic sectors. We will also pass on the other comments in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Truly appreciate that. Solomon Islands, I now invite Solomon Islands, followed by Cook Islands, then we have Kiribati, sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. Chair, let me also express my gratitude and thank you and commend the leadership of the government of Fiji and UNEP for successful hosting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific in this beautiful country of Fiji. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge the tremendous effort being put into develop the UNEP's draft medium-term strategy for 26-29 and its program of work as well articulated and captures the region's priorities, issues, and concerns. While details have been captured and uniqueness has been highlighted in the report, we've noted the need for clear indication and inclusion of the term ocean and marine and the MTSSP2 Land and Nature Action thematic sub-program to include land, ocean, and nature action thematic program. In highlighting this, Chair, as others has alluded to, I cannot overemphasize more the importance of our oceans as our source of food, driver of climate regulation, and habitat for countless species that we have. Despite the critical role our oceans are undersized, overfishing, pollution, habitat destruction, and climate change threaten the delicate balance of our marine resources. We acknowledge the UNEP's draft term strategy 2026-2029, which presents a comprehensive framework aimed at addressing these challenges. It emphasizes the need for integrated ocean management, sustainable fisheries, and protection of marine biodiversity. Also, it outlines specific actions that can be taken to safeguard our ocean, including establishment of marine protected areas, promotion of sustainable practices, and enhancement of international cooperation. We will continue to lend our voice and support to finalize the UNEP's MTS and POW. We'll continue to advocate for policies and processes at the national level to embrace successful implementation. Thank you, and Vinaka Vakalev.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands. I now hand the floor to Cook Islands, followed by Kiribati.
Thank you, Chair. I thank UNEP for the presentation on the UNEP Medium-Term Strategy 26-29 and the Programme of Work 26-27. We support the vision for this MTS to have a healthy, prosperous and resilient planet, people and planet, built on the strategic objectives of climate stability, land degradation neutrality, and a pollution-free planet. We support the interventions made by Fiji, Nauru, Tuvalu and the Solomon Islands to prioritize on the needs of SIDS. UNEP document titled UNEP/CPR/171/5 on the development of the draft medium-term strategy for the period 26-29 and the Programme of Work only mentions SIDS in two areas. Para 28 on paying particular attention to high emitting sectors, developing countries including SIDS and LDCs, and Para 69 on strengthening digital capacity within the Secretariat and in developing countries. With that said, we urge the prioritization, recognition, and clear outline of modalities of work and financial mechanisms that is specifically targeted for SIDS in these MTS and Programme of Work. Pacific countries are one of the most vulnerable regions with populations disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, yet we continue to be custodians of nature and the environment. We must ensure needs are considered as we find a pathway to achieving the 2030 Agenda and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cook Islands, for your very concise intervention. Kiribati, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your flexibility. Please allow me also to express our sincere gratitude for a very comprehensive presentation by the Secretariat, and thank you for that. Kiribati recognizes the critical role regional forums play in advancing UNEP's medium-term strategy and program of work. In the Pacific, regional cooperation enables small island developing states to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean health more effectively, leveraging collective knowledge, technical support, and policy coherence. As such, Kiribati also calls on UNEP to strengthen support for regional mechanisms, ensuring that their outputs translate into actionable solutions at national and local levels. Enhanced collaboration will be key to achieving UNEP's objectives while leaving no country behind. Specifically, Kiribati welcomes UNEP's integrated MTS and Programme of Work. Kiribati in particular support a focus on adaptation, nature restoration and pollution reduction, but also calls for predictable co-funding and Pacific SIDS-tailored modalities to ensure delivery on ambitious target. This is very important for us. Kiribati also requests a Pacific-focused window or hub to operationalize project pipelines, accelerate disbursement, and provide technical support on timely, sustainable, and cost-effective designs, and the operationalization of MRVs and early warning systems that work well in national level context and situations. Finally, Chair, Kiribati also urged UNEP and member states to ensure finance mobilization targets are matched by concrete blended finance and capacity building mechanisms for small island states like Kiribati. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kiribati. That concludes our member state interventions, and we do have two observer groups and one UN agency that will take the floor next. So before I do that, may I seek clarity from the Children's and Youth Major Group if this request for the floor was in relation to the report back from the Asia Pacific Youth Environment Forum, because we will have a time after this, or is it specifically related to this agenda item that you would like to take the floor on?
Your Excellency, it is for both issue, but we can take it at the same time also.
That would be very much appreciated, Children and Youth Major Group, if we can allow you one intervention for both. So with that being said, can I please, I now invite the United Nations Development Corporation's Office. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the United Nations Development Coordination Office, I reaffirm our strong support for UNEP's draft medium-term strategy and the Programme of Work. As UNEP's last strategy before 2030, it is a critical opportunity to confront the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, guided by multilateralism, equity and science. This strategy was shaped through broad consultations with governments, youth, indigenous peoples, civil society and the private sector, with inputs received across 65 countries. It reflects both global imperatives and regional priorities. For the Asia and the Pacific, these priorities are urgent and deeply personal. Rising sea levels displace communities from their ancestral lands, and plastic pollution remains a pressing challenge. Each year, 11 million metric tons of plastic enter the ocean, and plastics are now found in over 90% of seabird species in the region. Community-driven solutions and circular economy models are essential, and despite setbacks in global negotiations, the Asia and the Pacific's determination to act remains strong. As the UN Secretary General has said, the UN is with you on this agenda. Ocean health is equally critical. The Pacific Ocean produces half of the world's oxygen and absorbs 30% of carbon emissions. For island nations, protecting marine ecosystems is about food security, livelihoods, and survival. Healthy oceans are not optional, they are our inheritance and our future. Energy transition is another shared priority. Many Pacific nations spend up to 10% of their GDP on fossil fuel imports, despite vast renewable potential. Scaling renewables through technology transfer and inclusive finance will cut costs, reduce emissions, and deliver climate justice in line with the Paris Agreement commitments. We are fortunate enough to have strong regional institutions and partnerships in Asia and the Pacific. From ASEAN to PIFs and its crop agencies, the United Nations is working with them collectively to deliver solutions. In the Pacific, initiatives such as the Digital Earth Pacific by SPC and the Pacific Climate Change Center by SPREP show how the region is pioneering innovations with global relevance. Yet we must recognize gaps. Less than 20% of environmental data is accessible and comparable, and small administrations struggle to access complex global funding mechanisms. Distinguished delegates, resilience in the Asia and the Pacific is strongest when women, youth, indigenous peoples, and vulnerable groups are included in decision-making. Their voices must shape solutions if we are truly to leave no one behind. We also recommend increased programmatic presence of the UN Environment Programme in the Pacific to implement its intention to provide increased support to SIDS and tackle the triple planetary crisis. The call to action is urgent and clear. We recommend adopting the medium-term strategy 2026 to 29 and the program of work. Together we can build a sustainable and resilient future for Asia, the Pacific, and our planet. Vinaka Vakalevu.
I thank you, United Nations Development Corporation's Office. I now hand the floor and invite WWF for your intervention.
Thank you, Chair. And before I deliver my statements, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as the chair for this forum. Honorable ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, WWF welcomes the opportunity to be part of the 6th Forum of Ministers of Environment and Authorities of the Asia-Pacific, and we look forward to collaborating with all stakeholders in Asia and the Pacific to accelerate implementation of our collective global goals and supporting the theme of advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. We urge members and regional leaders attending this forum to take bold and inclusive action by addressing the following priority issues in UNEP's midterm strategy. We call on governments to recognize and protect and integrate human rights-based approaches into national, regional, and global biodiversity, climate, and development agenda and policies at all levels, and ensure that conservation and development policies are co-designed with indigenous people, local communities, women, and youths. We urgently call on UNEA and member states to identify and implement mechanisms that enable direct, simplified, and equitable access to biodiversity, climate, and development finance for indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth as part of the midterm strategy. Community-led conservation must be adequately resourced and fully recognized as essential to achieving our collective 2030 goals and targets. We also urge governments and development partners to fully implement the Gender Action Plan under the Paris Agreement and the Convention on Biological Diversity, including Target 23 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, to advance gender equity at all levels and across all sectors, including the midterm strategy. We recognize the critical role of youths as current and future leaders and call for formal mechanisms for youth representation and participation in governance and decision-making processes at all levels, including in the midterm strategy. And we also call on governments to urgently phase out environmentally harmful subsidies and redirect public finance towards nature-positive, climate-resilient, and socially equitable outcomes. WF urged leaders to overcome the current bottlenecks in the INC process and push for a bold, legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution that addresses the full life cycle of plastics and ensure a just transition as agreed to under UN Resolution 5.2. And finally, we call for the urgent ratification and entry into force of the BBNJ Treaty as soon as possible. We thank you, Chair, and we will submit a full statement to the Secretariat.
I thank the distinguished delegate of WWF, colleagues. As I had mentioned when introducing this agenda item, we have a report back from the 3 organized forums, which is the Asia-Pacific Youth Environmental Forum, the Science Policy Business Dialogue on Environment for Asia and the Pacific region, and the Asia-Pacific Major Group and Stakeholders Forum. I first invite the representative of the Asia-Pacific Youth Environmental Forum to take the floor to deliver your intervention.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, and all distinguished delegates. Bula, my name is Hino Samuel Jose from Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity for the Children and Youth Major Group. Congratulations to the Chair and Vice Chair, and now we wish to share 2 contributions. First, on the UNEP 2026-2029 medium-term strategy, CYMG has co-organized a youth consultation with UNEP and launched the youth survey to gather youth aspirations for the UNEP Youth 1. The youth survey, with over 1,300 respondents, call on UNEP to expand opportunities for youth leadership, build stronger communication strategies, and tackle not just environmental outcomes, but also systemic issues, and continue to institutionalize youth engagement through direct intervention and investment at local level. We call for urgent efforts to galvanize action that empowers young people in environmental governance through strong education, green entrepreneurship, and employment programs, and meaningful roles in national policy making. This is why we call for the member states to strongly support and collaborate with us for the draft resolution on youth at UNEA 7. Second and last point, we would like to introduce the key outcomes of the Asia-Pacific Youth Environment Forum. We thank UNEP, the government of Fiji, and partners who have supported and co-organized this convening. The Youth Forum, attended by more than 60 people, resulted in a manifesto that highlight key issues such as urging Asia-Pacific countries to take regionally responsive action to end plastic pollution, strengthen EPR, cut virgin plastic production, and enforce stricter controls on harmful plastics and chemicals, immediate operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and affirm pathways to net zero must not rely on speculative or untested technologies such as geoengineering and solar radiation management. Enshrine that the right to a clean, toxin-free environment into law with strong enforcement to shield the children and youth. Integrating indigenous people's knowledge and traditional practices, safeguarding the vulnerable and marginalized communities. And then protecting our ocean by banning the deep sea mining practices and enforce the implementation of the Regional High Seas Treaty, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or BBNJ, and other multilateral environmental agreements, and empower the coastal community. We also discussed about sustainable food systems, transformation driven by equity, just transition, and synergy of all Rio Conventions for the sustainable development. And an ethical and responsible supply chain in renewable energy, critical raw materials, food systems, and others. To conclude, we call for stronger cooperation among countries and genuine youth engagement built on trust and co-creation. We must move away from extractive economies and unsustainable consumption, and instead act responsibly, guided by science and within our planetary boundaries. We call on countries to also work with the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP for the Global Youth Environmental Assembly happening in UNEA 7 this December. I thank you very much. Bula Vinaka. God bless us all.
I thank you, representative of the Asia Pacific Youth Environmental Forum, for that very insightful and remarks, and we take note of your inputs as well and your recommendations. I now invite the representative of the Science Policy Business Dialogue to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, Fiji is privileged to present on behalf of the Science Policy Business Dialogue for the Asia-Pacific region that was held alongside the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities, focused on the theme growing sustainable, green, clean, green tech economies, a path to resilience and prosperity in Asia-Pacific. The dialogue brought together government officials, civil society, academia, and development partners. The dialogue explored how science, policy, and business can work together to accelerate sustainable technologies while ensuring digital and financial transformations support inclusive, resilient, and environmentally sound development. Participants stressed that sustainability is survival for the region, requiring practical, time-bound, and collaborative action. The dialogue included a call for government, businesses, and citizens to turn science into urgent, tangible climate action, as science alone cannot overcome the gap left by policy inaction. It was noted also that further science-based policy making would be supported by IPCC's 7th assessment cycle, which prioritizes inclusivity, interdisciplinarity, and policy relevance, with new reports on climate and cities, short-lived climate pollutants, and the 7th assessment report currently underway. A multi-stakeholder panel on green tech economies in Asia-Pacific highlighted the urgency of accelerating the transition towards sustainable, inclusive, and resilient economies, and noted that the region, that is home to some of the world's fastest growing economy, also faces acute climate vulnerability, rising sea level, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Against this backdrop, the dialogue emphasized that investment in green technologies offers both an environmental imperative and an economic opportunity. Participants also reviewed the UN Clean Technology Center and Network as a platform for scaling up green technology. Participants also underlined the importance of embedding circular economy principles, adopting life cycle approaches for emerging technologies, and rethinking procurement policies to create demand for sustainable products. The private sector's key role in driving innovation and driving sustainable finance was also recognized through continued capacity building, is very essential in public and private sector to further promote sustainable finance. Participants noted sustainable finance could be scaled up by regulators, policymakers, and financial institutions through strengthening regulatory, developing green taxonomies that define which economic activities and investments are environmentally sustainable, strengthening disclosure standards, as well as facilitating peer-to-peer exchange between banks and regulators. International frameworks such as the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions were highlighted as critical tools to align environmental protection with economic growth. The dialogue discussed follow-up action to transform the region's prospect, including developing a short list of scalable solutions, such as technologies and business models to be expanded across countries within 2 years, a partnership roster with responsibilities and timelines, and a follow-up mechanism. I thank you, Chair.
I thank you, representative of the Science Policy Business Dialogue. I now invite the chair or the representative of the Asia Pacific Major Group and Stakeholders Forum to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Asia Pacific Major Groups and Stakeholders. We acknowledge the space UNEP provides for major groups and stakeholders to engage and welcome the theme of UNEA 7, Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet, as a call to address systemic drivers of the crisis. We support the draft medium-term strategy and program of work that urge UNEP and member states to deliver concrete and measurable actions that reflect Asia-Pacific priorities and promote intergenerational equity, gender just, rights-based, and ecologically sound development models. And also to note that these are our collective calls based on the APMGS forum held yesterday, attended by around 70 people. In this regard, we urge UNEP and member states to, 1, apply the polluter pays principle with mechanisms that hold big polluters accountable, particularly in exceeding their emission and channel resources to least and developing countries and other vulnerable economies. Secure a strong, legally binding plastics treaty, implement the global framework on chemicals, and support a safe, non-toxic circular economy solutions and pollution-free future. Establish regional actions or regional action plans with binding targets and addressing transboundary pollution with clear health and climate co-benefits. Fourth, fully implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through financed national action plans, prioritizing coral reefs, mangroves, forests, and wetlands. Fifth, assess and address the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of trade, coercive measures, and conflict, ensuring UNEP provides clear policy recommendations. Sixth, convene inclusive consultations on nature-based solutions to establish safeguards, uphold indigenous peoples' rights, and ground actions in rigorous science. Seventh, reject risky, unproven geoengineering and solar radiation modification technologies and prioritize real, sustainable, and rights-based solutions to the climate crisis. Eighth, recognize the environmental footprints of AI, digital infrastructure, and data, and address barriers faced by resource-poor countries. Ninth, integrate the water cycle and inclusive and participatory governance on critical minerals with regional assessments and guidance, and designate no-go zones for extraction in protected areas, vulnerable ecosystems, geoparks, and World Heritage Sites. 10th, we urge governments to ban deep-sea mining and marine geoengineering and conduct consultations with the right holders, indigenous peoples, and affected communities geared towards halting these destructive technologies. 11th, strengthen protection of environmental defenders through full implementation of UNEP's Defenders Policy, including monitoring and rapid response. Excellencies, we urge UNEP to ensure its strategy delivers outcomes that are time-bound, measurable, and adequately financed. By aligning global ambition with regional realities, we can confront the triple planetary crisis and safeguard people, planet, peace, and our shared future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Asia Pacific Major Group and Stakeholders Forum for your intervention. I also take note that the indigenous group wanted to take the floor, but may I ask that I assure you that I will provide you the necessary time to make your intervention following the afternoon sessions in this regard, and I seek your indulgence in that regard. Having said that, colleagues, I also note that all the report backs that have been provided will be adequately provided to the Secretariat for its noting and for its adequate reflection in the meeting report. I note that all speakers have delivered their statements, and I thank all distinguished speakers for their valuable contributions to Agenda Item 3A. Your inputs, as mentioned before, will be captured in the meeting report and transmitted to UNEP for consideration in finalizing the draft MTS, the Midterm Strategy 2026-2029, and their Program of Work 2026-2027. We thank you for your constructive engagement, and I now pass it over to the Secretariat for any announcements.
Thank you very much, Chair. And now we have a lunch break. Basically, we have 1.5 hours, and we propose that everyone needs to eat as well. So we will start the side events as we propose at 12:45. So it is now 12:25. So we will start both the side events at 12:45. So we come back at 2 o'clock. And then resume our session on the 3B. Thank you very much. And also, this announcement is that both the side events, it would be held in Baravi 1 and Baravi 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. We will reconvene after lunch. And have a good break, and I hope you do attend the side events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kakuko. Good, thank you very much. It's gone very well. Super. Only we compromised with pork and
Runners, if I can please request that you invite all the delegates back in the room so that we can make a start, please.
Commission and UNEP mandate.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now resume with agenda item 3B, role of the Environment Fund for delivering the United Nations Environment Programme of work. Please kindly refer to UNEP Environment Fund document titled UNEP/APN Forum 6/3. I now invite the Secretariat, Ms. Elizabeth Merma, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of UNEP, to briefly introduce this item, followed by a short presentation as contained in UNEP/APN Forum 6/3. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. Thank you very much, Chair Nasibola Vinaka. And once again, Chair, congratulations for the appointment to lead the 6th Forum. In addition to hosting us, congratulations to also the other Bureau members for their appointment. It's my pleasure now to take this opportunity on agenda item 3B as pointed out, which will focus specifically on the UNEP Environment Fund, which is the core budget of the organization. And when you take all the decisions here, which will end up feeding into the UNEA later in the year, and those global decisions which will be taken, and this will be then the fund that will support that implementation. And this fund, of course, is what is used to also implement the medium-term strategy, which we have had the presentation earlier, together with the program of work, which will also be adopted end of the year. And the Environment Fund budget of the program of work is approved by the member states, and this is what then provides the crucial funding for the implementation of the program. So, I hope that's the slide 2, yes. When member states approve the program of work and its budget, you also approve the level of the Environment Fund. Much as UNEP has been in existence for over now 50 years, specifically about 53, 54 years, the budget of the organization has hardly changed per year, despite all the developments over the years. It has always, until currently, $100 million yearly, or $200 million for the 2 years of the implementation of the program of work. And of course, this is the funding which effectively supports member states' priorities, as will have been now outlined and approved in the program of work and medium-term strategy. Next slide. So let me give you the summary of what the Environment Fund is. The UNEP Environment Fund was established, as I said, when UNEP was established in 1972, and it was established as a bedrock of providing the organization's global liquidity, and it was also considered a flexible funding for UNEP and financed voluntarily by the member states. And member states are also thus encouraged to contribute to the level of what we call full share, our indicative scale of contribution, which was discussed, negotiated, and agreed by member states way back in 2002. And 2012, if we may recall, during the Rio +20 UN conference, member states had also adopted a resolution which actually now established a universal governing body for UNEP, and this is what is now referred to UN Environment Assembly, moving from the earlier one, or what used to be the Governing Council, then of only 58 member states membership. Now is all 193, and at the same time, member states committed to ensure secure, stable, and adequate funding, as well as increase the financial resources for UNEP. So the Environment Fund is not just only financial resources for UNEP. We have other funding. For instance, from the UN Secretariat in New York, what is called the regular budget, and this is the budget which also funds the peacekeeping and all other work of the UN headquarters. Only 4% of the total income of UNEP budget comes from this regular budget. And this is what also, in addition, provides that additional funding to the Environment Fund. But the rest and majority of the funds actually come from what we call earmarked contributions, and these are the different projects from different donors, which include also global funds like Green Climate Fund, also the Global Environmental Facility. These are earmarked for specific projects, and I will give examples later of where some of these funds have gone to support different activities at national level in the region. So while the overall income of the organization has doubled over the last decade, there is still an imbalance between now the earmarked contribution of funding and the core budget or core funding of the organization, where, of course, earmarked completely outpace the growth of Environment Fund. And the table or the chart clearly indicates that, as you can see on the screen. And why additional, of course, with the regular budget, which I said is only 4%, we have always then have to reach out to donors and partners to be able to support member states to access additional financial resources, and for us, particularly from the global funds, and this is the Green Climate Fund, GCF, and Global Environmental Facility, GEF, to respond to the increasing demands and needs and mandates from the member states. And as a core flexible financial resources for UNEP, Environment Fund is the financial backbone of the organization. And it is also the springboard to further resource mobilization, which then I will also cover it later. Next slide. So you as member states contributing to the Environment Fund, delighted that level of contribution has increased through time, as well as the number of member states contributing their full share has equally increased in the recent years. This clearly indicates, one, I believe, the confidence on the organization, and also what the organization is able to respond to the needs and the demands from the region. And in this slide, what you can see is the positive trend since 2015, where by 2015 we only had 76 contributors who were paying full share. But the situation as of last year, we can see the number of member states has increased to 104 contributors, out of which still only 66 pay the full share. So we are really pleased that last year, at least, we passed the mark of 50% of member states contributing to this core budget. But we still have a long way to go to really reach the full universality. The next slide. Here, we are trying, just again in a nutshell, to also show you globally all the contributors to the Environment Fund as of last year. And the countries from this region, Asia-Pacific region, are highlighted for ease reference on those rectangular boxes. For 2025, I would like to use this opportunity to sincerely thank the governments of Australia, Cambodia, China, Fiji, Malaysia, Micronesia, Mongolia, Nauru, New Zealand, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Thailand, Tonga, and Vanuatu, who have already paid their contribution for this year, 2025. I would like also to take this opportunity to encourage all the remaining countries to do the same, and also considering doing so at a full share level, just like other countries in this region. A stronger UNEP is a UNEP that can serve you better, and it also depends on you and on your contributions. And a strong, appropriately funded Environment Fund will lead to a strong UNEP Secretariat that can offer the subject and the technical expertise needed, the policy guidance needed, and the convening power that is needed to support national partners to design and deliver high-impact interventions that will be needed in order to meet the environmental ambitions of the region, as well as meeting their international obligations. So a strong UNEP Secretariat, including our regional offices, and here I'm referring to our Bangkok regional office, Asia and Pacific, is also able to support countries in designing and implementing good quality proposals that we can use to successfully secure additional resources for environment, and particularly, for example, through GEF and GCF. The next slide. Let me come back closer to the region. Asia-Pacific region. And you can see that the financial leveraging power of the Environment Fund in the slide. While the contributions from countries in the region to the Environment Fund in 2024 amounted to 5.2 million, much more funding has been leveraged and became available from particularly GEF and GCF. Currently, UNEP portfolio in the region, Asia Pacific, includes about 170 projects with a consumable budget of $483.70 million across 38 countries. So UNEP portfolio in the region includes 54 GEF projects to the tune of $223.5 million in 37 countries. It includes 129.4 million through GCF projects in 7 countries. And some countries in the region are among the top countries per number of UNEP projects, as well as per budget allocated by UNEP through projects. Most of UNEP projects, about 43%, or $222 million, are dedicated to climate action, followed by the work on nature and biodiversity, 24%, or $125 million, and chemicals and pollution, 18%, or $91.5 million. While here the focus is on leveraging the power of the Environment Fund when it comes to funding, it is also important to note that Environment Fund also supports additional results by leveraging more funds. And in the interest of time, I will not go through all the results achieved, and they are quite a volume, and all these are well referred to in the background document for this agenda item. But I will nevertheless take a few minutes to just give few examples. For instance, UNEP supports 6 small island developing states, particularly the Cook Islands, Niue, and the Marshall Islands, Palau, Timor-Leste, and Tuvalu on early warning systems for natural disasters. And some results, particularly, we have Niue, where has tracked an April 2024 storm that brought heavy rains and gale force winds, but they were able then to know that before it happens and then prepare for that. It is difficult to prepare full, but at least those early warning signs are always useful. Palau has begun to issue national ocean bulletins, and Timor-Leste has held community-level disaster simulations. Since 2017, the UNEP GEF project on implementing the Strategic Action Program for South China Sea and the Gulf of Thailand has been working across Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam with strong focus on regional cooperation and governance. This project targets the sustainable management of key coastal ecosystems, which include 860,000 hectares of mangroves, 110,000 hectares of coral reefs, 15,000 hectares of seagrass, and 783,000 hectares of coastal wetlands. UNEP has also provided targeted support to Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand for the electrification of 2- and 3-wheelers by assessing national vehicle fuel efficiency baselines and uptake projections. It has developed policies focused on technical standards, manufacturing, and physical and policy incentives, demonstrating electric 2- and 3-wheelers, as well as integrating these projects into the national framework for measuring, reporting, and verification. In Nepal, we have supported to restore 476 hectares of degraded forest, 208 hectares of rangelands, and 148 hectares of terraced land. A pilot rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge system was also installed in a public building in Kathmandu. An effort has been made in more recent years to upscale support to country on early warning in relation to climate events where UNEP is working with countries in the region. For example, we are working with Timor-Leste on a $21 million project supported by GCF to directly benefit 80% of the total population with improved climate risk knowledge and effective system for early warning of extreme weather events. We are supporting 5 countries in the Pacific, Cook Islands, Niue, Palau, Marshall Islands, and Tuvalu, through a nearly $50 million project in strengthening a nationwide climate information services, multi-hazard early warning services, and risk-informed decision-making. At this forum, we will launch cooperation between the Ministry of Tourism and Environment of the Maldives and UNEP for a newly approved GCF track project for Maldives to the tune of $25 million project, which will focus on improving access to climate information and enhancing people-centered multi-hazard early warning systems. This comprehensive initiative is estimated to directly benefit around 58% of the total population. So again, as you can see also in the background document for this meeting and part of the implementation of the UNEA resolution since January 2023, we've been supporting Kiribati, Maldives, Kingdom of Bhutan, Timor-Leste, Nauru, and Nepal to access $41.5 million from the Systemic Observation Finance Facility, SOFF, to support the generation and international sharing of basic weather and climate observations, of which funding for Maldives, Bhutan, and Kiribati has already been approved and ready under implementation. Between 2023 and which will go on to 2029, together with UN Women, we have managed to mobilize $30 million for phase 2 of the Empower Women for Climate Resilient Societies initiative, with the funding thanks to CEDA, Sweden, New Zealand, and Germany. And this program targets Bangladesh, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines to strengthen gender-responsive climate action and secure climate-resilient livelihood for women and marginalized groups. Through its Tropical Landscape Grant Foundation, we have supported sustainable land use ventures to attract also private sector investment. And this has supported Sina Hijau Ventures in linking the community of Laturake village to sustainable marketing for non-timber forest products. This initiative has contributed to the protection of 477 hectares of social forest, safeguarding area-rich biodiversity. And it has also introduced solar dryers to improve crop preservation and post-harvest quality. We have also succeeded to mobilize $11.8 million from the Green Climate Fund and $45 million from the JEF to support the development of national adaptation plans for climate change across Asia and Pacific region. These plans hopefully will help to reduce climate vulnerability and integrate climate change into national planning and budgeting, including financing strategies for implementation. So as I finish, believing that the background document will give you more examples of where the Limited Environment Fund has leveraged more funding for the region, let me leave you with what key messages or a message which comes as the result of all this. We in UNEP will only be able to continue to support fundraising for different environmental activities in the region only if the donors are equally incentivized through the region's contributions to the UNEP core funding. Environment Fund, core funding, which is Environment Fund. For many countries in the region, you are limited, but hard-earned support do leverage millions of US dollars to uplift the environmental management of your countries and the whole region. So let us continue to work together to achieve these dual benefits, namely more resources to the Environment Fund means also more resources from the global funds and bilateral donors, multilateral donors to fund environmental activities in your countries. Vinaka Vaka Levo, thank you.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Executive Director, for your presentation and your insightful feedback and reflections as well on the key takeaways that we can take forward. The Secretariat has actually prepared a list of interested speakers for this item. We will begin with that list and then open the floor for further intervention. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes due to time constraints. Kindly also share your soft copies of the statements with the Secretariat. And if you are unable to deliver your statement, please also submit this to the Secretariat so that key messages can be reflected in our meeting report. If you wish to take the floor beyond the list, please also inform the Secretariat by raising your nameplate or using the chat raise hand function so that the tracking team can bring this to my attention. We have, in the order of speakers that we have China, Sri Lanka, Fiji, Cambodia, Republic of Korea, and Bhutan. Considering that the distinguished delegate of China is not here, we will move to Sri Lanka. I now invite you for your intervention.
Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka wishes to express its appreciation to UNEP Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Amrima, for the presentation on the UNEP Environment Fund and reiterates its enduring support for UNEP's core mandate. As a country that has consistently contributed to the Environment Fund since 1981, often at the level of our full share under the voluntary indicative scale of contributions, Sri Lanka views this commitment as both a responsibility and a strategic investment in global environment governance. Our decision to contribute is rooted in the recognition that UNEP's co-funding enables the organization to deliver on its universal mandate, from strengthening environmental law and multilateral agreements to producing authoritative assessments and supporting capacity building across regions. Our country was honored to host the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and the Pacific, where we witnessed firsthand the value of UNEP's convening power and its ability to foster regional cooperation, like we do during this 6th edition of the forum in the beautiful country of Fiji. We believe that the Environment Fund is essential to sustaining such platforms
and ensuring that UNEP remains responsive to global and regional environmental priorities and emerging challenges. Through UNIA, Sri Lanka has proposed and sponsored a number of resolutions on vital environmental issues, and we have witnessed how UNEP has taken them further to the global stage and intergovernmental discussions and decisions. We also value the fund's role in enabling UNEP to mobilize countries' access to additional funding, such as from Global Environment Facility and others, and so provide support tailored to specific countries' needs and ambitions, and to respond to our commitments to the multilateral environmental agreements. Sri Lanka encourages all member states to contribute to the fund based on their size or economic capacity. Collective action begins with shared commitment and predictable, flexible funding in the foundation upon which UNEP's effectiveness rests. We remain steadfast in our support for UNEP and its mission to advance sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I now invite Fiji, followed by Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Elizabeth Marema, for her very collaborative and comprehensive presentation on the role of the Environment Fund and for sharing with us some examples across the Asia-Pacific region on programs and projects that the fund has supported. For this, we're truly grateful. Fiji recognizes the Environment Fund as the financial backbone of UNEP. The core flexible funding it provides is very crucial for responding swiftly to emerging environmental challenges and implementing the program of work as approved by member states. However, Chair, the background paper and the presentation presented earlier by Her Excellency for us is very alarming. While membership in UNEA is universal, financial responsibility is not. We are deeply concerned that in 2024, less than half of all member states contributed to the fund. In our own Asia and the Pacific region, only 16.7% of the total regional voluntary indicative scale of contributions was met. Fiji strongly believes that this must change. Fiji is also proud to be among the member states that contributed to its full share. But as a nation on the front lines, we cannot bear an increased burden. We also are concerned by the trend of earmarked funding outpacing core funding, which risks reducing UNEP's ability to direct resources to mandated priorities. Fiji therefore advocates for the two key actions. One, a fundamental shift in the fund's operating model, including a dedicated stream with simplified application and reporting modalities specifically for small island developing states, recognizing our unique capacity constraints. Secondly, Chair, strategic investment in our regional institutions, such as the Pacific Island Forum and the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Programs, PREP, empowering them to act as effective facilitators of finance. Finally, Chair, we support the innovative approach of the UNEP planetary funds launched in 2022, which can attract additional resources by broadening the contribution base. Chair, Fiji calls on all to work together to ensure that the Environmental Fund is a true lifeline for all in practice. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Fiji. I understand that Cambodia is also requested for removal from the list. We will now go to our last member state on the list. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the documentation and the UNEP Deputy Executive Director for the informative presentation on the critical role of the Environment Fund. For a small, mountainous, and climate-vulnerable nation like Bhutan, the Environment Fund is not just a financial mechanism, it is a vital lifeline and a catalyst for achieving our national priorities, which are inextricably linked to global environmental health. The fund's role in generating scientific evidence and identifying innovative solutions directly supports our evidence-based policymaking, For instance, support through the fund has been instrumental in enhancing our national capacity for glacier lake monitoring and early warning systems, directly safeguarding our communities from Gulf risk. Furthermore, the fund's emphasis on convening power aligns perfectly with our development philosophy. The concept of gross national happiness, which places environmental conservation at its core, is an alternate development paradigm we are proud to share. With the support of UNEP's platform, we have been able to advocate for and share this holistic well-being-based development model with the global community, inspiring discussions on moving beyond GDP. In conclusion, Bhutan is a living testament to the value of a strong, predictable, and flexible environment fund. It empowers nations to translate global mandates into tangible national action. We therefore urge all member states to enhance their contributions to the fund. This is not merely a donation, it is a strategic investment in our collective future, ensuring that no nation, no matter how small, is left behind in our shared mission to protect the planet. Thank you.
I thank you, distinguished delegate of Bhutan. I note that our colleagues from China is in the room. I now invite you to take the floor on agenda item 3B. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm sorry for the delay. Awfully sorry to all. And I think the agenda item is so important. And when I was experimenting with AI applications, Kimi is my favorite. And I keep asking the questions, and sometimes it's really go beyond the boundaries of the knowledge base. And then the AI came back with illusionary feedback, try to satisfy or even please my questions. So I think one point I like to raise our attention using this metaphor might be inappropriate, but I think it's valid. We need to be realistic in facing the current fiscal and financial resources, no matter from the government or the private sectors. And we believe we need to face the very challenging situation of limited resources from all kinds of areas. And we need to streamline our to-do list in numbers and in priorities. And so we believe the environmental fund is very important. It lies into the core center of all UNEP activities. And more importantly, we'd love to have the most core mandate of UNEP being solely supported by environmental fund. And sometimes even we have to cut some corners in order to deliver the job that only UNEP can do. That applies to science, like the GEO, that applies to coordination, like the environmental management group, that applies to capacity building within the limited resources to help developing countries or key developing countries to enhance their capabilities, which is huge in terms of the demand. So I like to suggest that we may share some experience from our own government by policy demonstration to be considered as a possible approach forward. And in China, we cover a huge land territory, covering a lot of diversified culture and knowledge, climate, and geological situations. The northern part of China is totally different from the tropical part on the island. So we do select some typical area, start with a smaller scale demonstration project. And from my hearing of the interventions in the morning and from yesterday's event, I found a lot of similar groups, very typical situation, like the small island developing countries, like the mountainous countries in our own region. And we, nevertheless, share the Oriental culture and knowledge, indigenous knowledge. So I believe we can start with using those very limited, if not shrinking, financial resources to do this smaller scale demonstration and use a very short time frame to finish the smaller scale demonstration and then review, assess before we further adjust to the job. And so that can be a smaller boat, but faster, and deliver result in earlier than expected. And more importantly, only with the result, we can come back to the international community, come back to the donor country or to the private sectors with very positive response, so as to build up confidence for the positive loop of it. And I'm sorry for taking up too much of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of China. Colleagues, that was the list of member states that had been pre-identified to speak on this agenda item. I now open the floor for any additional interventions. Please raise your nameplate in the room or use the chat raise function online. May I also request an update from the Secretariat? I see one flag. That if there are any other member states online or any other individuals online that have requested for the floor, if that update could be provided accordingly. In the interest of time, I now invite the Feminist Network, for Pacific Feminist Network, for their intervention.
Bulavinaka, I am Nolina Bulivo of Ndravua Lunadeva Kandavu. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, Iwere Levu Saweke, Nayavusa o Nawa, Navim Bulo, Natoke Nawa, and we extend our respect to the Vanua o Nandi. Honorable Chair, we're the people's representatives in major groups of 22 Pacific Island states and territories and the massive arc of Asia, and we amplify the needs and rights of diverse, marginalized, and vulnerable communities. We present our concerns to policymakers and stakeholders in this, the AP6 and toward the UNEA 7. I'm just saving time with all these acronyms. We respond every day to material needs and also to systemic and structural barriers such as patriarchy, colonialism, militarism, wars and conflicts, and power imbalances within and between countries, as all here do. And these crises can't be solved in isolation. And so we propose together on the issue of protection of human rights and reclamation of democratic and civil space, that we must guarantee inclusive, equitable, and meaningful participation of civil society, grassroots, and indigenous peoples, workers, children, youth, and women in governance and decision-making at all levels. We require free, prior, and informed consent to be integral to all environmental decision-making and project approvals, and we call for integration and full implementation of the Gender Action Plan under the UNFCCC, the UN CBD, and Target 23 of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and in all national policies and plans. On the issue of enhanced resilience and adaptive capacity through people-centered solutions, we support community-led, ecosystem-based adaptation that is rooted in traditional and indigenous knowledge and local realities. For us, that means early warning systems, preparedness training, and emergency response networks. And we call for the integration of the needs and perspectives of women in all their diversity, including young women with disabilities, into just, accessible, and inclusive national disaster management policies. We really need robust social protection systems for women and informal workers, for client migrants, and those at risk from this major transition-related job losses that we are seeing. We can recognize, reduce, redistribute, and reconfigure all of our states to respond to unpaid care, domestic, and communal work of women and girls that sits at 80% of all care work, according to the ILO. Asia and Pacific women can't contribute to addressing the triple planetary crisis when our bodies are being broken by unsustainable levels of paid and unpaid work and gender-based violence. We strongly call for better climate and environmental financing and access to safe, accessible, and affordable technology. On the issue of defending ecological integrity and rejecting false solutions, we call for the robust protection and restoration of critical ecosystems across Asia and the Pacific, including our precious forests, coral reefs, our mangroves, our inland and marine wetlands, recognizing their intrinsic rights, their value, and the vital services they provide for nature and people from our ancestors to tomorrow and 7 generations from now. We call for regulation and elimination of hazardous chemicals and pesticides. We strongly call to operationalize the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Wetlands and to focus on both inland and marine wetlands. On the issue of reforming multilateral and global financial architecture, we call for the principle of intergenerational equity to be included throughout the ministerial outcomes. We can be the way that every generation holds the earth in common with members of present generation and other generations past and future. We call attention to the military emissions gap. Asia and Pacific can show leadership at UNEA 7 to ensure environmental restoration in peace processes and to ensure accountability for any war-related ecological harm. All of the rest of our fuller recommendations and remarks will be passed to you on email, but we just close by saying the people of Asia and the Pacific have always been innovators, with local solutions to the triple planetary crisis that are grounded in our lived realities and the wisdom of many generations. They reflect a firm vision, an ecological balance, sovereignty, justice, and liberation for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. I also note that the youth and children and youth major group, may I please seek clarity if you are willing to comment on agenda item 3B specifically. Yes, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, esteemed leaders sharing this stage, elders, and fellow youth, Ni sa Bula Vinaka, and warm Pacific greetings. I'm Clarence from the Philippines, representing the Children and Youth Major Group at UNEP, with gratitude to the government of Fiji as our host, to UNEP, and to our partners. We offer 3 requests. First, we encourage all member states and development partners to champion increased, efficient, and accessible funding for initiatives, especially those that mobilize children, youth, environmental defenders, and other stakeholders on ground. Resource participation delivers real results for communities and ecosystems. Second, we call on member states and partners to support the Global Youth Environment Assembly. We would be pleased to meet with delegations to brief you on GYEA's advocacy and ongoing development, and to explore practical avenues for partnership and how you can support. Lastly, we invite member states and partners to explore sponsoring national youth delegates to UNEA 7. The Children and Youth Major Group stands ready to welcome these delegates on the ground and to provide substantive support and facilitation to ensure their meaningful participation. Vinaka Saka Vakalevu. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative from the Children and Youth Major Group. I note that all speakers have delivered their statements and interventions. I thank all distinguished speakers for their valuable contributions to agenda item 3B. We now turn to agenda item 4A, which is the draft ministerial declaration of the United Nations Environmental Assembly at its 7th session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now take up agenda item 4A, draft ministerial declaration of the United Nations Environmental Assembly at its 7th session. Kindly refer to document UNEP/AP Forum 6/4. It is my humble honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al Amir, President of the 7th session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly and President of the Environmental Authority of the Sultanate of Oman, to introduce the draft ministerial declaration contained in document UNEP/AP Forum 6/4. Your Excellency, I now invite you to the stage. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bulavana, is it right? Good afternoon. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute privilege to address the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asian Pacific as the President of the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. Allow me to extend my sincere appreciations to the government of Fiji for its gracious hospitality in hosting this important regional gathering. The forum is an important platform for member states, intergovernmental organizations, major groups, and stakeholders to come together to exchange views on regional priorities and opportunities related to climate change, biodiversity, pollution, and environmental sustainability. I look forward to the outcome of your deliberations, which will feed into UNIA 7 to be held from 8 to 12 December 2025 in Nairobi. My hope and our collective ambition is to deliver an ambitious and action-oriented ministerial declaration at UNIA 7, one that captures the urgency of our time and provides clear direction for multilateral environmental action. As outlined in my letter dated 15 January 2025, I'm committed to ensuring this process remains open, transparent, participatory, and inclusive. I'm very pleased with the progress made so far. We are off to a strong first draft, which was circulated in my letter dated 29 May 2025. I wish to thank you for your inputs and comments provided in writing so far and shared at the second informal consultation held on 16 June in person and online. Delegations were invited to provide written inputs and comments on the first draft by the close of business on 30 June. All written inputs have been posted on a dedicated UNIA 7 webpage. Tomorrow, I will circulate a revised first draft and invite you to participate in the third intergovernmental consultations scheduled for Wednesday, 17 September 2025 from 2 to 5 p.m. Nairobi time, in a hybrid format to provide your comments and feedback and send them in writing by the deadline of 30 September. I would now like to summarize the main points of the revised first draft as follows. The first revised draft of the UNIA 7 Ministerial Declaration emphasizes the urgent need for inclusive, effective, and sustainable global cooperation to address three major environmental challenges and crises: climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation, and pollution and waste. It outlines four key areas for action. 1, driving sustainable solutions. Emphasizes the need for integrated, science-based, and equitable approaches, including the circular economy, sustainable food systems, clean water access, the One Health approach, and digital innovation such as AI. It calls for stronger international cooperation, inclusive engagement, and ambitious climate commitments to reduce emission and support a just transition. 2, implementing environmental agreements and other frameworks. Urge swift action on global frameworks, particularly the Global Framework on Chemicals and the Plastic Pollution Treaty, in supports ocean governance through the BBNJ agreement and calls for increased biodiversity financing and efforts to achieve land degradation neutrality. 3, promoting equity and inclusion. Calls for stronger support for developing countries through all means of implementation, predictable finance, capacity building, and technology transfer. It highlights the importance of reforming financial system and ensuring the active participation of marginalized groups, including women, youth, indigenous people, and local communities. 4, strengthening environmental governance, enhancing the synergies between environmental agreements, UNEP, UNIA, and other legal framework by establishing a governance framework with the involvement of geopolitical groups. The MD draft also acknowledges the International Court of Justice 2025 advisory opinion on climate change obligations, urging all member states to act in line with international law. As is customary, the UNIA presidency will hold the pen in preparing the ministerial declaration. In line with past practice, the deliberation will not be subject to line-by-line negotiations. Instead, we will work toward a balanced and consensual outcome that reflects the collective aspiration and inputs of member states. Where necessary, smaller groups consultation may be convened later in the process. Beyond this forum, I also had a very fruitful discussion on 17 July with the ministers and heads of delegations attending the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment. I also plan to engage with ministers at the Latin America and the Caribbean Forum in Peru this September. These regional dialogues are critical to ensuring that the Ministerial Declaration reflects the diversity of perspectives and priorities from all corners of the globe. It is my intention to conclude the consultative process on the draft Ministerial Declaration ahead of the 7th meeting of the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives. I look forward to your continued guidance and support as we work together to craft a forward-looking, ambitious, and action-oriented ministerial declaration, one that addresses the challenges before us and reflects the collective will of the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Amir, for the introduction of the ministerial declaration. Distinguished delegates, I understand that the consultation on the UNIA 7 draft declaration is still underway, and we just heard that a new revised draft will be out tomorrow, with a focused session scheduled for the 17th of September 2025 during the hybrid format of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. There was also a suggestion that was made from the President himself that there will be no deliberation on a line-by-line, and there will be small focus group discussions. The Secretariat has indeed prepared a list of interested speakers for this agenda item. We will begin that list and then open the floor for further interventions. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes due to time constraints, and kindly share the soft copies with the Secretariat. And if you are unable to deliver the statement, please also submit your statements so that key messages can be reflected in the meeting report. Colleagues, I do have a long list, so I will perhaps first read out the list, and if any of the countries do not wish to take the floor, please then raise your flag. So I have Thailand, Fiji, Sri Lanka, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, China, Maldives, Bhutan. I have Indonesia wanting to be added to the list, and Tuvalu. And India. Thank you, team. So, and thank you, Korea, for Republic of Korea for withdrawing and sending in the written statement. So in this order, I now invite Thailand, followed by Fiji, then Sri Lanka. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand acknowledges with appreciation the progress made in developing the draft ministerial declaration, which is moving in a constructive direction. We note with satisfaction that the draft is well aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and MEAs, reflecting the urgency of addressing today's environmental crisis through coordinated and collective action. The draft also rightly underscores the importance of international and regional cooperation in addressing transboundary environmental challenges, an issue of particular relevance to Thailand and our region. As the declaration represents the key political outcome of the Union, Thailand believes that it should first provide clear and action-oriented guidance to reinforce the effective implementation of Union resolutions. Second, emphasize the urgency for all countries to accelerate efforts to fulfill their commitments under MEAs. Third, promote greater synergies among MEAs and strengthen interregional cooperation so that global environmental solutions are inclusive, coordinated, and effective. And finally, highlight the importance of sustained support for developing countries in implementing Union resolutions. In this regard, Thailand stresses the need for capacity building through academic exchange and technology transfer, and calls on developed countries to provide financial assistance consistent with the new collective quantified goal on climate finance to be adopted at UNFCCC COP29. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. I now invite Fiji, followed by Sri Lanka, then Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to convey our appreciation to His Excellency for introducing the ministerial draft declaration. We acknowledge that the first draft of the ministerial declaration provides a foundation, but it must be strengthened with an ambition and equity. The theme, advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet, must translate into decisive action. From Fiji's standpoint, the declaration must be unequivocal. First, we must champion the ocean climate nexus. This declaration must strengthen the ocean, or must recognize the ocean's role in all climate solutions. A key test of this will be our collective will to advance Action 2, Paragraph M, and ensure the swift ratification of the BBNJ agreement. Second, the language on means of implementation is weak. Action 3, Paragraph O speaks of adequate and predictable means of implementation. This is not enough. The declaration must contain an unambiguous political commitment to scale up climate and biodiversity finance, particularly for adoption and loss and damage, and ensuring its new, additional, and accessibility. Third, we must strengthen our commitment to the most vulnerable. Action 1, Paragraph H must be strengthened to explicitly recognize the vulnerabilities of Pacific Island nations in disaster risk reduction. Let this declaration be a genuine promise that when we speak of a resilient planet, we mean a planet where every nation, no matter of its size, has a secure and prosperous future, and that no one is left behind. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Fiji. I now invite Sri Lanka, followed by Japan, and then New Zealand.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Sri Lanka is pleased to contribute to the discussions on the draft ministerial declaration of UNIA 7 and allow me to share some specific perspectives and priorities. We emphasize the urgent need to strengthen regional cooperation to prevent and control the cross-border movement of pollutants in tropical and subtropical Asia. Effective monitoring, stronger science policy interaction, and sustainable financing are needed for integrated regional approaches that can yield faster results at lower costs. As a global biodiversity hotspot, Sri Lanka calls for sustainable mechanisms to manage invasive alien species, address biopiracy and GMOs, and restore degraded habitats to reduce human-wildlife conflict. We stress the importance of reversing coastal ecosystem degradation, reducing plastic waste, and introducing innovative instruments such as ecosystem-based solutions to safeguard livelihoods and build resilience. Sri Lanka urges UNIA 7 to strengthen regional collaboration to tackle transboundary marine plastic pollution and to include measures against marine plastic leakage. Sri Lanka stresses the sustainable management of groundwater, integrated water resource management, and land degradation neutrality. We encourage the use of traditional knowledge such as small tank SK systems combined with modern monitoring and big data technologies to ensure long-term water and soil conservation. We underscore the urgency of adaptation and resilience building for vulnerable communities. Greater access to innovative financing mechanisms and recognition of loss and damage are essential. Excellencies, Sri Lanka believes that the UNIA 7 declaration must not only address today's crisis, but also empower future generations with the knowledge, tools, and values to be environmental conscious custodians of our planet. For us, the true measure of success will be whether our children inherit a healthier, safer, and more resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I now invite Japan, followed by New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank His Excellency and the UNEP Secretariat for preparing and explaining this draft declaration. Japan would like to make comments on 3 paragraphs regarding circular economy, promoting synergies, and the recent Inc. 5.2. The first is with regard to circular economy. The significant roles played by businesses and the private sector in circular economy is highlighted in many discussions, including UNGA and UNEA. It is important to monitor progress on circularity and resource efficiency throughout the value chain through a common disclosure framework and indicators. We believe that the Global Circularity Protocol for Business, developed by the WBCSD and the One Planet Network, serve as such a framework. The GCP aims to address key accountability and policy gaps that are currently hindering the global scale of circularity. And it also provides a framework to help businesses decouple economic growth from resource depletion, promoting a more resilient and sustainable global economy. Thus, Japan would like to request to include a strong political message from promoting circular economy as we proposed. The second point is about synergies in paragraph S. Japan strongly supports this paragraph since promoting synergies is crucial for advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. The last point is about ink. With regard to paragraph L, which was a placeholder on plastic pollution negotiations, it was disappointing that we could not reach an agreement on this point at Inc. 5.2 in Geneva. We need to increase the momentum to finally conclude a legally binding instrument in the next round. And thus, UNIA 7 would be an important milestone for building the next step. We are considering that the upcoming ministerial declaration at UNIA 7 is the best place to do so, and it would be sensible to add a simple paragraph to reaffirm our commitment to conclude at the next round of negotiation. We do not envisage language linked with specific negotiation items. In closing, we hope that the draft ministerial declaration will be further refined in preparation for UNEA 7. I thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I note that New Zealand is not on their desk, so I will now move to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, is New Zealand online? No. Bula,
Yes, sir. Oh. I am here. Should I
Just
proceed?
give us a moment. It said in person, but... Okay, New Zealand is online. Distinguished delegate from New Zealand, we'll give the floor to Australia. We'll come back to you after this. Australia, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Bula, thank you, Chair, and His Excellency, the UNEA 7 President. Australia welcomes this opportunity to share our views on the ministerial declaration, and we welcome the open, transparent, participatory and inclusive process for it to be agreed by our ministers at UNEA 7. Australia supports the recognition of the interconnected nature of the triple planetary crises and the need for inclusive, coordinated and integrated responses that leverage synergies in implementing MEAs. We welcome the framing of the declaration in the context of our collective commitment to the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. We are also pleased that the declaration includes enhanced support for SIDS, LDCs and LLDCs, noting they are amongst the most vulnerable countries and are facing specific challenges caused by the triple planetary crises. In addition, we have welcomed the inclusion of the following text in the declaration: the BBNJ Agreement, Indigenous peoples and the importance of incorporating Indigenous and local knowledge and practices into environmental decision-making, One Health and the One Health Alliance, and the implementation of the Global Framework on Chemicals. However, we would also like the declaration to acknowledge the disproportionate impacts of the triple planetary crises on groups including Indigenous peoples, women and girls, youth and vulnerable persons, including those with a disability. It was great to hear the views of some of those groups over the previous few days. In addition, we consider it is important this declaration strengthens its references to the ocean and coasts throughout. Australia supports the inclusion of a reference to the significant outcomes of the 2025 UN Ocean Conference by reaffirming its adopted political declaration and urging the full and effective implementation of its significant commitments. We would welcome support for the UNOC text proposal, which was originally tabled by the UK, from those in our region. Our region is at the front line of the climate emergency, where the effects of climate change are real and immediate. That's why we want to deliver COP31 in genuine partnership with the region. Hosting COP31 with the Pacific is a tangible investment in multilateralism. It reflects our continuing belief in the multilateral system to deliver outcomes for all states, including a safer climate. Also, we are committed to our work established under UNEA Resolution 514 and to taking a comprehensive approach to tackling plastic pollution that addresses the full life cycle of plastic. We acknowledge that many countries want to see common binding rules to tackle plastic pollution. We are committed to continuing to work with other nations who want to see a world free of plastic pollution. We look forward to working with you all to develop an ambitious and action-orientated ministerial declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Distinguished Delegate of Australia. I now revert to New Zealand. I believe the Distinguished Delegate will join us from online. You have the floor.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. As it's the first time taking the floor, I'd like to congratulate you, Dr. Michael, for your election to the chair and to the government of Fiji for hosting the meeting, which I very much wish I could be with you in Nadi to attend. Turning to the agenda item, we would like to commend the work that His Excellency the UNEA President has been doing to bring us closer to consensus. It's very important that the declaration sends some very strong messages relevant to our Asia-Pacific region. We welcome acknowledgement of the interconnected nature of global environmental challenges and crises. We would therefore suggest greater recognition of the impacts of slow onset events such as sea level rise, alongside extreme weather events, to better reflect the challenges faced by our region. In this regard, we welcome references to the IPBES Nexus Assessment, which is an important policy-ready piece of work highlighting the interconnectedness of the triple planetary crisis and the polycrises. In this regard, we would also like to see stronger references to freshwater quality and quantity, as these are critical enablers for both crops and humans. We also suggest strengthened references to oceans, including the outcomes of this June's UNOC 3, and also ensuring that references to the BB&J agreement are strong and appropriately reflect the importance to this region. We support the focus in enhancing LDCs, LLDCs, and SID's ability to advance climate resilient development and to strengthen preparedness, response, and recovery. And we also support the promotion of synergies between MEAs and other relevant environmental instruments in line with the UN 80 initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of New Zealand. We now invite China, followed by Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. And I'm honored to offer some more comment and suggestions as illustrated by our permanent representative in Nairobi participating in the consultation processes. In summary, I have 4 points to share. I believe as a very important political document, we can support our presidency's suggestion in a way forward. And I think the 4 major points of comment, including first, we believe it is necessary to ensure that all the goals addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are closely aligned with existing multilateral processes, because they have their own main channels of discussion, including the Paris Agreement and the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework under the CBD. And we believe measurable action indicators shall be established and processes shall be regularly reviewed. And so we could enhance the enforceabilities of those declarations, although it is political in nature, but we would love to have as much deliverables to be really translated into changes, actual changes. The second point I'd like to share is that environment climate actions must be integrated with equity in the international context, because the declaration shall emphasize the principle of just transition, not only to ensure fairness for vulnerable groups, including the indigenous people, local community, women, youth, and low-income communities in the transition to a green, low-carbon society. But we think equal attention shall be put on the international level, which is that developing countries, because of the unfavorable situation or position of our own stage of development, we are lack of capacity, lack of resources or technical solutions to achieve such a transition. So we believe the just transition also applies to the international context, and special attention and support shall be given to developing country member states, especially the small island developing countries and the least developing countries, the least developed countries, in order to provide them with the capabilities to achieve justice in the international context. And the third point is that China emphasizes the need to strengthen financial and technical support from developed countries to the developing ones, particularly the least developed countries and the small island developing countries. And we believe those countries are facing not only financial but also technical solutions to address those challenges on the survival basis. So I believe we should further prioritize as a political declaration to channel the limited resources to support the most needed area and most urgent area. And fourth but not the last but not the least, we support the true multilateralism with UNEP at the core and UNEA as the main platform. I think UNEA is where all countries unite to join our effort to address challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And we believe we should further enhance the scientific basis and to stick to the fairness and equity principles. And I think our region should further strengthen solidarities and cooperation in the UNEA framework to uphold multilateral environmental conventions as well as other MEAs and other international processes, including regional sea programs, while promoting regional development in a shared manner. And fellow colleagues, China is, I believe all countries in the region are facing unprecedented environmental and climate challenges, especially given the current international relations and ups and downs from the social and economic areas. And we have to face unprecedented challenges, but we still have opportunities for cooperation. And we believe the Ministerial Declaration of UNEA shall be a very important instrument, not only as a symbolic way to express our political will, but also to be more concrete and to serve as an accelerator for global environmental action. And I hope that we can continue working together, not only to make support our presidency, to make the meeting a success with a well-structured ministerial declaration, but also to translate this declaration into a political legacy at this critical and very important moment for global environmental governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, China. Colleagues, we have a lot of other additions. May I please humbly request that we limit our interventions to 3 minutes, and the more substantive intervention can be sent in writing. As I have alluded to before, that the ministerial consultations, the consultations for the draft declaration are still underway, with opportunities to provide a more constructive feedback through the identified processes that the UNEA president has identified and his team. So with this, I now invite Maldives, followed by Bhutan, then Indonesia. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank UNEA 7 President for presenting the first draft of the Ministerial Declaration to this forum. United Nations Environment Assembly being the world's highest level decision-making body on the environment, and as the decisions from UNEA guides the works of UN system related to environment, we urge the Ministerial Declaration of UNEA 7 on advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet to reflect the needs of small island developing states like Maldives. Our nation's vulnerability to rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and biodiversity loss underscores the urgency of collaborative action. The circumstances of small island developing states needs to be considered and taken into account when discussing the adequate and predictable means of implementation for the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. I now invite Bhutan, followed by Tuvalu, then India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Your Excellency. Thank you for introducing the declaration, and we look forward to the circulation of the next draft. Bhutan has submitted our written inputs via the e-delegate portal as required and is thankful for this opportunity to share our comments at the forum. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan aligns with the Ministerial Declaration's vision for a resilient planet and welcomes the opportunity to contribute to its strengthening. We emphasize the critical role of mountain ecosystems in sustaining biodiversity, water security, and disaster risk reduction. These ecosystems are under severe threat from climate change and unsustainable practices. We propose the inclusion of a dedicated clause or placeholder under the sections on biodiversity or climate resilience to ensure mountains receive the focused attention they deserve in line with previous UNEA resolutions. Furthermore, Bhutan stresses the need for evidence-based monitoring and science-driven approaches to tackle pollution and enhance environmental resilience. This aligns with the improved global environment outlook and supports informed policymaking. We also underscore the importance of a just transition that decouples economic growth from emissions, ensuring no one is left behind. Universal access to renewable energy and sustainable technologies is essential for equitable societies. In summary, we call for explicit recognition of mountain ecosystems and the critical role in stabilizing the global temperature and bringing water towers for hundreds of millions of people around the world. Stronger science policy interfaces and a commitment to inclusive green transitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. I now invite Tuvalu, followed by India, and with our last speaker from member states, Cook Islands.
Thank you, Chair. Tuvalu welcomes the efforts of the Chair of the UNEA 7 and the Secretariat in putting together the draft ministerial declarations for the UNEA Assembly at its 7th session to be held later in the year. It is our view that the declaration must reflect key priorities that are of greater importance to our region, Asia-Pacific, furthermore recognizing the highly vulnerable and special circumstances of small island developing states. I wish to draw attention to 3 key points. First, it is our view that we need language for the paragraph on the work to establish Pacific Treaty as mandated by Resolution 514. At the outset, to express disappointment at the non-conclusion of INC 5.2. We cannot continue to allow this multilateral process to perform like this. We need a firm, structured, and organized process to deliver our work that are being mandated by resolutions that UNEA adopted. Therefore, we encourage UNEP to facilitate a ministerial dialogue to resolve outstanding political issues with a view to conclude and adopt the treaty text prior to the UNEA 7. Second, the outcome of the ICJ is a significant milestone. Therefore, we see the need to reflect in an additional paragraph in the declaration that welcomes the advisory opinion of the ICJ, an encouragement to UNEP to establish legal workshops for government, civil society, and for judges to develop better understanding of the legal implications of the advisory opinion. And lastly, there should be recognition in the declaration and the attention at the global level being directed towards the existential threat of sea level rise on communities. In 2024 at the UNGA, it featured a high-level meeting specifically on this matter, and the UN Secretary General has issued numerous warnings and calls to action regarding sea level rise, describing it as an urgent and escalating threat to global communities and calling for drastic actions to cut emissions, secure climate finance, and assist vulnerable nations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tuvalu. I sincerely apologize. I overlooked that Indonesia had their flag up. So I now give the floor to Indonesia, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. Greatly appreciation to Excellency and UNEP Secretariat for the draft. In relation to the draft, we will comment on the bigger picture and send our detailed input in writing. First, as the largest African country in the world, Indonesia has always been prone to pollution, overfishing, transboundary movement of waste, with source coming from all over the world. Therefore, on Action 1.b, we suggest modifying the term reduce transboundary pollution into manage and reduce transboundary pollution. One aspect of the ministerial declaration, such as Action 1 bullet E, Action 1 bullet F, Action 2 bullet G, Action 2 bullet N, and so on, related to country obligation internal cooperation, we suggest that it should recognize different context and capability of its member state. Therefore, we propose at a sentence as follows: by promoting just and equal financing, a truly assessed technology transfer, equitable access to resource, particularly for the foreign country in alignment with national circumstances and capability, prioritize and global sustainability goal. We also propose to add the term ecosystem-based approach as a tandem approach to natural-based solution On Action 1 Bullet G, we believe that an ecosystem-based approach and nature-based solution are critical strategic for addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and sustainable development, and they should pursue together with their complementary and mutual reinforcing. On AI application, in Action 1 Bullet 1, we suggest adding the sentence, while ensuring national safety and security, upholding human oversight and control over AI system address the AI divide between developed and developing countries and ensure cooperation to deepen knowledge and scientific assessment of the environmental impact of AI. On the topic of environmental assessment on recovery in area affected by armed conflict, as mentioned on Action 1 Bullet 8 and Action 4 Bullet, we believe that any environmental action should also put victims of armed conflict at the front of any decision. Environmental recovery in conflict area should not be the narrative to displace of local community and give leverage to oppressor and colonizer. Once again, all detailed input we will submit to UNEP in written form. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. I now invite Cook Islands.
Thank you, Chair. We thank you and the President for your sound efforts to provide the draft ministerial declaration in preparation for UNEA 7. We acknowledge the transparent and inclusive approach in developing this draft ministerial declaration and ensuring the theme of advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet is addressed. We support the interventions by Fiji and New Zealand to strengthen the reference to oceans and outline the outcomes of the 3rd UN Ocean Conference. We also support the intervention by Tuvalu to include the outcomes of the ICJ advisory judgment on climate action as a legal obligation. We note that SIDS is acknowledged in paragraph 8 to enhance coordination in early warning systems and disaster risk management systems. We support the intervention by China to take into account the special circumstances of SIDS in ensuring adequate and accessible means of implementation and financial mechanisms, as stated in paragraph O. Lastly, we note in paragraph P the efforts to reform the international financial architecture and the financing for developing systems. We seek clarification on the scope and objectives of this reform and its potential impact on developing countries, particularly SIDS and LDCs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cook Islands. I now invite India.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invitees and officials, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, we commend the Secretariat for facilitating inclusive consultations and for presenting a draft ministerial declaration to galvanize global action under the theme Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet. We also thank His Excellency Dr. Abdullah for introducing the draft declaration. India believes that addressing the environmental crisis requires us to remain guided by the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are not only ecological challenges, they are rooted in deeply unsustainable consumption and production patterns historically concentrated in developed economies. India supports the call in the draft declaration for circular economy transitions that promote resource efficiency and innovation. The extended producer responsibility frameworks are important as it not only help manage the waste in environmentally sound manner, but a robust cycling industry would come up with significant employment potential. India supports the emphasis on enhancing sustainable water management. However, there's a need to share knowledge, build capacity, and mobilize resources to address water-related challenges in a holistic and integrated manner among the member states. The draft declaration includes references to nature-based solutions. India has consistently advocated for the use of ecosystem-based approaches in addressing biodiversity conservation, combating desertification, restoring degraded lands, and promoting sustainable water management. Also, as we agree with the inputs being given by our distinguished delegate from Indonesia in this context, and therefore, we strongly urge the use of terminology that has already been agreed upon under relevant multilateral environmental agreements by incorporating both ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions to ensure consistency and inclusivity. There needs to be an emphasis on prioritizing capacity building to effectively integrate climate action, biodiversity conservation, and pollution into national and subnational policies. While we welcome the recommitment to the Paris Agreement, we call for scaled-up, simplified access to climate finance, especially for vulnerable developing countries, with a clear emphasis that developed countries must take the lead through grants and concessional finance, not just loans, technology transfer and capacity buildings as enablers of equity and ambition. And I would also like to highlight one more point, that India had strongly endorsed the integration of climate and development agendas, as we ourselves are pursuing through our mission lifestyle for environment, a people-centric path to sustainability. And in this context, India would like to include one para in the draft ministerial declaration on promoting sustainable lifestyle. Due to the paucity of time, we would like to email the details to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India. That concludes our member states' interventions. Colleagues, in the interest of time, and we still have 3 agendas to complete, and it's almost 4 p.m. I also do not want to hold you in this room till late hours of this evening. And I understand that there are 5 observer groups that would like to speak, and they have not taken the floor in previous occasions. So I'm willing to give you the floor, provided that you can keep your interventions to no more than 2 minutes. Yeah. So I'll first have the Asian Center for Biodiversity, ACB, followed by Te Ipu Karia Society. ACB, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, allow me to congratulate you on your election as chair. In addition, I would like to also express gratitude to Fiji for the excellent hosting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. On behalf of the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, I extend our sincerest appreciation to the UNEA Presidency for the opportunity to contribute to the zero draft of the UNEA 7 Ministerial Declaration and for the consideration given to the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity's inputs. We warmly welcome the incorporation of our proposed elements into the draft, in particular, the recognition of evidence-based alongside science-driven approaches to strengthen environmental resilience and the explicit mention of local communities and stewardship as indispensable partners in governance, implementation, and stewardship. This inclusion reinforces the coherence across multilateral environmental agreements and reflect principles upheld by the ASEAN member states under the Convention on Biological Diversity. The ACB is committed to advancing the Declaration's commitments by 1. Promoting the One Health approach through cross-sectoral collaboration, 2. Supporting swift implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to halt biodiversity loss and foster sustainable food systems, and finally, number 3, strengthening means of implementation while ensuring inclusive participation of women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities. As an accredited intergovernmental organization observer of the UNEA, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity remains steadfast in supporting ASEAN's collective efforts to advance climate and biodiversity goals. The UNEA provides an invaluable platform to reaffirm the central role of biodiversity in delivering sustainable solutions and effective responses towards a safer and more resilient planet. We look forward to engaging actively and constructively on the road to UNEA 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the extra 10 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, ACP. We now give the floor to Te Ipu Karia Society, followed by Indigenous Peoples Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Ipu Karia Society, environmental NGO based in the Cook Islands. We welcome the statement and the draft ministerial declaration to take bold actions to address global environmental crises of our time. I want to alert the floor that this draft has the opportunity to prevent a new crisis before it even starts, and that's the unproven industry of deep sea mining. The Ipu Karia Society stands in solidarity with our Pacific brothers and sisters and with the growing global movement calling for a moratorium on deep sea mining. At this time, there is insufficient independent scientific research to properly understand the full impacts of deep sea mining on marine ecosystem services. The ocean is Earth's last great frontier, and we are still just beginning to understand the complexities of it. We proceed with industry-scale mining in such a fragile and poorly understood environment is just too premature and irresponsible. We are concerned that much of the current research is either industry-funded and fails to reflect a holistic understanding of long-term ecosystem disruption. A moratorium will allow time for comprehensive, independent scientific research to fully understand the environmental, social, and economic implications. For Indigenous people and local communities across the Pacific, free, prior, and informed consent is not just a tick box, it is a right. Yet, in many cases, this principle is not being upheld. Communities are often not adequately informed, and consultation processes where they exist are superficial and rushed. Supporting a moratorium would allow the time to ensure FPIC is genuinely upheld to truly reflect the will of Indigenous and local people. We know deep sea mining will have irreversible damage to ecosystems that have taken millennia to form. These ecosystems are interconnected with oceanic processes that influence climate regulation, carbon storage, and biodiversity. Disturbing these systems have cascading effects far beyond mining zones, including in areas critical to our fisheries, livelihoods, and cultural identity. Supporting a moratorium on deep sea mining gives us time to learn more, set strong environmental rules, and make smart, informed decisions, rather than causing damage we may regret later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Te Ipukera Society. I now invite Indigenous people and their communities group.
Thank you, Chair. I read on behalf of the Indigenous peoples and their communities major group. In various processes and outcome documents, the importance of Indigenous knowledge is referenced, yet our rights over lands, waters, and resources are often diminished in practice. Recognition of Indigenous knowledge must go hand in hand with the recognition of our inherent and collective right to our land and resources. In the Ministerial Declaration, while we appreciate the reference on Indigenous peoples and Indigenous knowledge in Action 3, we recommend the following points for integration across Actions 1 to 4. Indigenous knowledge systems, science, and practices based on the Indigenous land, water, forest, territories, and resources are the most important elements holding sustainable solutions for a resilient planet which come under the right to self-determination as enshrined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Hence, recognition, respect, protection, and adoption of these are fundamental pillars to take forward the UNEA theme in the most impactful manner. Guarantee the right to free, prior, informed consent at Indigenous ancestral territories to prevent land dispossession, destructive development projects, extractive industrial activities, and corporate captures. The Ministerial Declaration must also explicitly guarantee and commit to addressing human rights violations against Indigenous environmental and human rights defenders, ensuring legal protection, access to justice, and accountability. Guarantee direct partnerships with Indigenous peoples and direct access to finance, technical resources, and decision-making bodies to enable Indigenous-led conservation and sustainable resource management initiatives. Also recognize community-based monitoring and information systems of Indigenous peoples with respect to data sovereignty and data governance. Customary governance systems of Indigenous peoples, especially in marine and coastal ecosystem, must also be recognized as legitimate and equal, not informal. Recognition, respect, and protection of collective tenure rights of Indigenous peoples should be integrated to advance and promote effective and inclusive environmental governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Indigenous people and their communities representative. I now invite Women's Major Group, followed by WWF, that is the last speaker on our list. All other speakers, observers, may I please invite you to send in your written comments. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, let me express our sincere appreciation for the work and consultations that have gone into the Ministerial Declaration. We commend its ambition to advance sustainable solutions and guide political action towards a more resilient planet. The declaration is an important opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and ensure no one is left behind. While we welcome the overall direction, we would like to highlight several key areas of concern and make recommendations for your consideration. The declaration must explicitly recognize the multiple and intersecting crises we face today in addressing the triple planetary crises of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity. These crises are compounded by ongoing economic challenges, the persistent effect of pandemic, and the devastating environmental impact of armed conflict. Failing to name these realities risks creating the illusion that common strategies can lead to transformation in assuring the expected impact. Equity and the principle of common but differential responsibilities and respective capabilities should be clearly reflected. In particular, we urge stronger commitment on adaptation finance, which remains a critical gap, especially for women and vulnerable communities on the front lines. We call for a stronger rights-based approach, the right of all people to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as recognized by the UN. Indigenous people and local communities must have their collective rights, including land rights and free, prior, and informed consent, fully respected. The access to climate finance and inclusion in decision-making is essential. Gender equality and social inclusion must be central in climate, environmental, and energy policies. The Women's Major Group also calls for stronger recognition for small-scale, community-led, and women-led initiatives as vital for sustainable development. We stand ready to work with all of you to ensure that this declaration results in inclusive, equitable, and action-oriented outcomes that truly deliver for women, communities, and the planet. Thank you.
I thank you, representative of the Women's Major Group. I now give the floor or invite WWF for your intervention.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to take the floor again and provide input into the draft ministerial declaration. WWF welcomes the interventions made by Fiji, Cook Islands, New Zealand, and others to strengthen language on oceans, and the interventions made by Tuvalu on the Placid Treaty negotiations, and the advisory opinion of the ICJ. On Action 1, Paragraph A, we recommend inclusions of indigenous people, local communities, women and youth, and vulnerable groups in addition to civil society organizations. And on Action A, Paragraph E, we recommend adding language on ocean actions and biodiversity actions into enhancing NDCs and national adaptation plans, and that inclusive engagement of all stakeholders must be equitable and meaningful. On Action 3 on Paragraph O, we recommend that sustainable solutions must be co-designed and co-implemented with indigenous people, local communities, women, and youth to ensure that they are locally relevant, culturally appropriate, while recognizing the important contributions in decision-making processes. And on Action 3, Paragraph P, we support the interventions made by Fiji and Cook Islands regarding finance and call for the urgent delivery on the finance pledges made under the Paris Agreement, the UN Ocean Conference, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to support the full and effective implementation of our shared global goals and targets, including development of mechanisms for direct and simplified access to finance for indigenous people, local communities, youths, and women. And lastly, on Action 3, Paragraph Q, we recommend the inclusion of the full implementation of the gender action plans in the UNFCCC and CPD, and also Target 23 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you, WWF, for your very targeted interventions and all distinguished delegates that have delivered their statements and interventions before this. I would like to also thank you for your valuable contributions to Agenda Item 4A. Please note your inputs will be reflected in the meeting report and also transmitted to UNEA 7 President and the UNEP Secretariat as part of the consultation process. With this, I would like to excuse Your Excellency. We do invite you and give you 2 minutes to make some closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to express my thanks to all of you for the constructive comments and fruitful opinions we heard in this hall, and all of them are really very important. So we will revise all of them once we receive them through the host of this forum formally, and also some member states will be submitted as written comments, and all of them will be taken in consideration, and all of them will be revised, and we will do our best in order to reflect them in the ministerial declaration. But as you know, so it is multilateralism, so many different opinions. We will do our best in order to provide the language accepted by the most and by the all member states. And this is the difficulties of the equation. But some of the opinions we received in this hall right now, they are technical aspects. So I call all of you, you can prepare a draft of resolutions. This is the right of each member state. And make sure that you receive full support from the presidency. Since the ministerial declarations should stay in a certain strategic level. and cannot go deeply to the technical aspects. So instead of that, we have to work on the other tool of the Union, which is the resolutions. And this is the right of each member states. So really, we are more than happy to support the draft of resolutions can be submitted by member states. But in general, we hope these fruitful opinions to be reflected either in ministerial declarations, if cannot, also can be reflected in draft of resolutions. There is a challenge facing the implementation, and that is because of the current governance and because of the system itself. So I think we have to update the system, and that may need also another resolution to be submitted and supported by the presidency to pass and accept it. Thank you very much, and we hope to see all of you in Nairobi with a strong ministerial declarations, resolutions, reflecting your ambitions and ideas and opinions. Thank you very much again.
I thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Amir, for your reflections and closing remarks.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now take up agenda item 4B, draft resolutions of the United Nations Environmental Assembly at its 7th session. Kindly refer to UNEP/APN Forum 6/5. I will now invite the Secretariat, Dr. Subrata Shina, to briefly introduce this agenda item and present the guidance contained in UNEP/APN Forum 6/5.
Basically, this presentation would be covering the guidance on submission of the draft resolutions, decisions to be submitted at UNIA 7, United Nations Environment Assembly 7. So basically, the Bureau of UNIA 7 and the Bureau of CPR endorsed at their meeting held on 3rd July a set of guidelines for the submission of a draft resolutions and decisions to be considered at UNIA 7. The guidance is based inter alia on UNIA rules and procedure, UNIA decision 6/7, lesson learned from UNIA 6, previous guidance issued by the past UNIA bureaus, and best practices. Next one. So the key elements. So the guidance has been provided. It is also, the document is also updated. The guidance which was endorsed, it is also available in the website. So please, I hope you have taken a note of that. But this is kind of presentation based on that guidance. So the guidance outlines that the delegations intending to submit a draft resolution are encouraged to first consider a few key elements. First, a report of the Executive Director to UNIA 7, including the progress reports on the implementation of past UNIA resolutions, the online searchable repository of past resolutions and decisions adopted by the Governing Council and UNIA. The guidance also encourages delegations to submit draft resolutions that provides new guidance to UNEP or invitations to United Nations systems bodies, new commitments of member states, definition of a new global concept, and the addressing an emerging issues or an urgent matter. So these are the broad guidance. Also, drawing from UNIA 6 lesson, the delegations are encouraged to informally engage with the Secretariat prior to the announcement and submission to facilitate possible technical improvements and avoid overlaps and duplications of existing work. existing work to consider consolidation of draft resolutions. The next one. So basically, the timeline for the announcement and submission. The timeline for submission provides the following. To allow for an early exchange of views, the proponents of draft resolutions are strongly encouraged between now and the annual subcommittee meeting scheduled from 1st to 5th September 2025, next week, to already organize informal meetings to discuss the proposed topics on which a draft is to be submitted. At the annual subcommittee meeting on Friday, 5th September, under the item Preparations for UNIA, the delegations will have an opportunity to announce their intention to submit draft resolutions or decisions. The delegations should also identify focal points who can be present or connect online at the annual subcommittee and actively engage in the discussions during the whole intersession period, and who should make themselves available, preferably in person, during the OECPR and UNIA in December. The concept note should accompany the announcement or the submission of a draft resolution or decisions. The announcement of the intention to submit a draft resolutions or a submission should notably include a concept note which explains the rationale and content behind the initiatives, financial requirements, and implications if the text is adopted. So 12 September 2025 is the recommended final deadline for announcing the intention to submit, or if a draft is ready, it can be submitted by 12 September. Otherwise, 29 September 2025 is the final recommended deadline to submit draft resolutions and decisions. Following the submission of a draft, UNEP will provide a technical note within 2 to 3 weeks, which we hope will efficiently support delegations when engaging in consultation and negotiations on a specific draft resolutions. The technical note will notably include an assessment of the impact of the proposed draft resolution or decision, how to measure such impacts, and an estimate of additional cost required to implement the proposed resolutions and or decisions. The last slide. So the roadmap is for the intersession periods. The guidance also includes the organization of work for the intersessional period, which you can see the slide here. During that period, all informal consultations held under the auspices of the CPR subcommittee meeting would be held in a hybrid format. The environmental focal points at Capital will also be invited to join the consultations online and actively contribute to this meeting. So one important point also, the delegates wishing to receive timely invitations to the meetings taking place during the intersession period and timely communications on the draft resolutions and decisions to be considered by UNIA 7 need to have an account on the e-delegate portal and should contact the access administrator nominated by the delegations to be granted access in the e-delegates. The co-facilitators who are to be appointed by UNIA President and the CPR Chair will have the responsibility to convene open, inclusive, and transparent informal consultations under the auspices of the CPR, and additional informal meetings if needed to discuss particular challenging proposals and to move the discussion of a draft forward. The draft decisions and resolutions will first be introduced in September and October, followed by the question and answer sessions. So during additional subcommittee meetings planned between end of October until mid-November, under the leadership of the co-facilitators, the committee will then be invited to undertake an in-depth paragraph-by-paragraph informal consultations on the draft decisions and resolutions with text proposals reflected in brackets, but language proposals would not be attributed to the delegations. So with that, thank you.
I thank Dr. Subrata for the introduction. As indicated in the guidance, the deadline for submission of draft resolutions and draft decision is Monday, 29 September 2025, 10 weeks in advance of UNEA 7, pursuant to UNEA Decision 6/7, and the review of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. Please do share any reflections, comments on directly with the Secretariat in regards to timelines if you do have any. I will now invite the following member states to introduce their respective proposal. As of Monday, there was only 3 proposals, but as of last night, we have 5. So we'll have to bear with 2 additional proposals. So we will first invite the Republic of Korea to introduce a resolution titled International Environmental Cooperation for Country-Specific Strategies to Accelerate Transition Towards a Circular Economy. Kindly refer to document UNEP/APN Forum 6/res/1. Distinguished Delegate of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank UNEP Secretariat and UNEA 7 Presidency for their excellent and tireless work for the success of this forum, as well as UNEA 7 to tackle our triple environmental crisis. I'd like to also thank the detailed presentation on the whole process and guidance. It is really helpful. Republic of Korea is especially keen on the circular economy and sound waste management as a host of last year's INC 5 and this year's World Environment Day under the theme of the Beat Plastic Pollution. As UNEA 7 Presidency just briefly mentioned, we would like to introduce a resolution on this important issue rather than putting lots of words into very short ministerial declaration. We'd like to introduce a resolution on the international cooperation to achieve circular economy. Korea has actively taken part in international cooperation to address waste pollution across the globe, including in the Asia-Pacific region. Building on this experience, we are submitting this resolution to accelerate the transition to circular economy through a country-tailored cooperation model. We have employed the circular economy approach as a key strategy for SDGs 12, promoting sustainable consumption and production. Yet, the waste challenge remains serious. This is because waste is not just a matter of the volumes generated, it is a complex issue shaped by a combination of factors, national laws and institutions, public awareness and culture, technology and infrastructure. The fragmented and short-term international cooperation is not sufficient to resolve in a fundamental and long-term manner, so that waste problems arising from such a complex issue. Moreover, implementation conditions differ by country. A circular economy strategy that succeeds in one country does not always guarantee the same success elsewhere. So we need a precise understanding of country-specific conditions and a tailored approach, determining which capabilities should be prioritized across collection, sorting, circular use of waste, and what approaches are needed throughout the full cycle of production, design, distribution, and consumption requires careful, context-specific decision. Through our cooperation project, Korea has experienced and identified a shortfall in comprehensive and precise diagnostics of waste issues. This resolution, therefore, proposes an international cooperation model based on the participation of the country concerned, international organizations, and a broad range of stakeholders, following the sequence: joint diagnostic assessment, identification of root causes, and development of tailored solutions. By preparing optimal strategies grounded in accurate and comprehensive environmental diagnostics and causal analysis, this model can help address waste challenges more effectively. The fundamental solution to the waste problem is the reduction of waste generation itself. From UNEA Resolution 5/15 to the recent INC 5.2 negotiation, the international community has converged on the need of life cycle approach to reduce waste at source. Building on this momentum, the present resolution aims to support capacity building for waste management in countries in need and to strengthen life cycle and circular economy approaches, thereby advancing sustainable consumption and production. Distinguished delegates, Korea is confident that this resolution will strengthen UNEP's role and serves as an important milestone for the international community to move together toward effective waste solution and a transition to a circular economy. We respectfully request your active support and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Korea. I now invite Fiji to introduce their resolution titled Accelerating Global Action to Promote the Climate Resilience of Coral Reefs. Kindly refer to document titled UNEP/APN Forum 6/Res/2. Fiji, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As we look towards UNES 7, Fiji believes that our region must champion resolutions that are truly transformational. Fiji is proud to present the resolution titled Accelerating Global Action to Promote the Climate Resilience of Our Coral Reefs, with the valued support of Palau as co-sponsors to this resolution. Alarmed by the 4th global coral bleaching event, this resolution calls for mobilizing of at least $12 billion by 2030, in line with the Coral Reef Breakthrough Initiative. This resolution is driven by the urgent recognition that coral reefs are at the front line of climate change impacts, and their resilience is vital to the survival of our coastal communities, our marine biodiversity, and the global ocean economy. The Asia-Pacific region is home to the most extensive and biodiverse coral reefs, including the Coral Triangle that was shared initially this morning by our esteemed delegate of Indonesia. Coral reefs are rapidly degrading due to ocean warming, acidification, overexploitation, and land-based pollution. Without decisive and collective action, these ecosystems may not withstand the current global warming trajectory. Mr. Chair, this resolution calls for stronger global cooperation, enhanced science-based and traditional knowledge-driven management, and scaled-up financing to safeguard the resilience of coral reefs. The draft resolution urges member states to integrate coral reef resilience into national biodiversity strategies and action plan, the nationally determined contribution, and climate adaptation frameworks. It also calls upon UNEP, the International Coral Reef Initiative, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, and partners to support member states in identifying and protecting climate-resilient reef, improving water quality, addressing land-based sources of pollution, and promoting ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. Crucially, it encourages the mobilization of at least $12 billion by 2030, in line with the Coral Reef Breakthrough Initiative, to close the current financing gaps. The resolution complements and strengthens our shared commitment under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It aligns with regional priorities across Asia and the Pacific, and provides a practical framework for ensuring that coral reefs remain a living legacy for future generations. Excellencies, Fiji welcomes any comments, contributions, views on the resolution, and we also invite member states of this forum to support and co-sponsor this resolution. By endorsing this, we collectively send a strong message to the world that the Asia-Pacific region is determined to lead global efforts to safeguard coral reefs. That is our natural barriers, our sources of life, and our shared heritage. Together, let us act decisively to accelerate global action for climate resilience of our coral reef. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. I now invite Sri Lanka to introduce their draft resolution titled Enhancing the Meaningful Participation of Children and Youth in Environment and Climate Change Action. Kindly refer to document UNEP/APN Forum 6/Res/3. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka is honored to address this forum and appreciate the opportunity to contribute ideas toward the preparation for the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. Today we wish to submit for consideration a concept for a draft resolution entitled Enhancing a Meaningful Participation of Children and Youth in Environment and Climate Change Action. Excellencies, children and youth are among the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change and environmental degradation, yet they are also among the most powerful agents of change. In our region, young people are already leading climate strike, biodiversity campaigns, and grassroots innovations. However, despite UNIA recognition of the multi-stakeholder engagement, the voice of children and youth remain underrepresented in decision-making process at national, regional, and global level. Sri Lanka believes this gap must be addressed. Our proposed resolution aims to provide a structured framework to ensure the intergenerational equity become a guiding principle of environmental governance. It seeks to institutionalize youth participation in national and international decision-making process, integrate environment and climate change topics into the education system with strong emphasis on practical and community-based learning, and expand access to resources such as microgrant, mentorship, and technical support for youth-led projects. It further calls for the designation of the National Youth Environment Focal Point, the development of inclusive guidelines for meaningful engagement, and the encouragement of youth delegates in multilateral forums. Excellencies, the expected outcomes are clear. Strong youth-led contribution to climate action and biodiversity protection, enhance environment literacy, and more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable governance. Sri Lanka is convinced that by empowering young people, we are investing in the resilience of our communities and the survival of our planet. We therefore invite fellow member states to work with us in shaping and advancing this resolution, so that UNIA 7 sends a strong message that the future of our children must be at the heart of global environment action. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I now invite Japan to introduce their concept note titled Promoting Synergies, Cooperation or Collaboration for National Implementation of MEAs and Other Relevant Environmental Instruments. Kindly refer to document titled UNEP/APN Forum 6/Res/4. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At UNEP 7, Japan plans to table a resolution on synergies as a follow-up resolution to the one on promoting synergies adopted at UNEA 6. The main focus of this follow-up resolution is on-the-ground implementation of synergistic actions, taking into account the economic and social characteristics of each country. With only 5 years remaining until the SDGs deadline, we must maximize synergies and accelerate our efforts on the ground based on the UNEA 6 resolution on synergies and the progress made so far. There's no other avenue to achieving sustainable solutions. We must achieve our goals by maximizing synergies not only in policy, but also in the implementation of on-the-ground initiatives. From this standpoint, the draft follow-up resolution includes the element to encourage member states, relevant international organizations, the private sector, and other stakeholders to consider and facilitate synergies cooperation or collaboration when developing on-the-ground projects and activities. It also requests UNEP to provide technical support upon request for developing such on-the-ground projects and activities. Japan, of course, welcomes your input and your support, if possible, so that we can make a better proposal before the submission deadline. The draft concept note is already on the website, but it is still a zero draft, subject to change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Japan. I now invite our final member state, India, who will present their resolution titled Strengthening Global Response on Management of Wildfires. Kindly refer to document titled UNEP/AP Forum 6/res/5. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India proposed to submit a draft resolution on strengthening global response on management of wildfires for consideration of the 7th session of UNEA. As we are all aware, forests and wildfires are rising dramatically in frequency, in intensity and scale, with alarming evidence that reflects broader environmental instability. The UNEP's 2022 report titled Spreading Like Wildfire projects that extreme fire events could increase by up to 50% globally by the end of the century. This destructive wildfire trends undermine progress which we make towards the global environmental goals and compromising biodiversity, ecosystem services, carbon sinks, and human well-being. The country-led initiative hosted by India under the United Nations Forum on Forests, the UNFF, had highlighted that the alarming increase in the scale and duration of wildfires and forests have been particularly affected, with approximately 100 million hectares, equivalent to 3% of the world's forest area affected every year. It is in this context and in India's commitment to advancing global cooperation on sustainable development and climate action, we would like to propose this resolution while aligning with the overarching theme of UNEA 7, that is effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The proposed resolution, which is grounded in the past resolution of UNEA, directly advances SDG 3, SDG 13, and SDG 15 by promoting proactive wildfire management and enhancing ecosystem resilience and safeguarding communities. The resolution calls for collective action, sharing of information to improve understanding of wildfire patterns, and guiding member states towards implementing cost-effective, inclusive, science-based measures by leveraging early warning systems and to mitigate the increasing threat of forest and wildfires. The resolution aims to encourage collaboration among member states by joint training and capacity building, as well as the development of harmonized operational protocols for effective prevention, preparedness, and management of transboundary forest and wildfires. The threat of increased frequency and intensity of wildfires due to climate change require a heightened monitoring, including through community-based fire management and early warning mechanisms. The resolution calls for support to member states to explore innovative financing mechanisms, including payment of ecosystem services to support integrated wildfire management and restoration. Forests and wildfire is a challenge that transcends national boundaries, threaten ecosystems, livelihoods, and climate change goals alike. It is therefore imperative that we as member states adopt a collective and coordinated approach by sharing our expertise, resources, and technologies to strengthen preparedness and build resilient response systems. India would request member states to support and cooperation on the proposed resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India. That was our last resolution, and I will now open the floor for additional interventions, reflections. I see Tuvalu have requested for the floor. If there are any other countries that would like to reflect or provide comments, feedback, please raise your nameplate in the room or use the chat raise hand function online. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Tuvalu would like to signal that we will be submitting a resolution relating to the need to develop a regional legal framework on giving appropriate rights-based protection to people displaced across national borders due to climate change. We would also like to signal that we will be submitting a resolution relating to sea level rise and accelerated impacts due to current emission scenarios and the need to take urgent action consistent with SDG 14. We will provide explanatory notes when we submit these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished delegate of Tuvalu, for your very brief and targeted intervention. I see there is no other request for the floor from member states. I now see that there is a request for floor from the Children and Youth Major Group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, my name is Stephen from Indonesia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. Children and Youth welcome Sri Lanka's draft resolution on enhancing the meaningful participation of children and youth in environmental and climate change action, which is an important opportunity to institutionalize the engagement of future generations in environmental governance. We encourage member states to include environmental education, institutionalizing youth engagement, green jobs, and entrepreneurship as core elements of the proposed resolution, and we would greatly welcome the opportunity to share our views in this regard. We suggest that the resolution inter alia, 1, encourage the inclusion of trained child and youth delegates in national delegations to UNEA and relevant MEAs. 2, request UNEP to develop a youth environmental education and skills facility. And 3, invites governments to designate youth focal points within environment ministries and report progress to UNEA 8. And we invite other member states to co-sponsor this effort by Sri Lanka. In the draft resolution by the Republic of Korea, we call for the draft resolution to include language on green and decent work opportunities for all, especially the young people and informal actors in the circularity sector. We also should ensure that we can enable countries to develop investment incentive strategies that promote circularity in high-impact sectors. We further welcome the other draft resolution submitted by Fiji on coral reefs and by Japan on promoting synergies in implementing MEAs. All 4 proposals build on important efforts at past sessions of UNEA. And we, children and youth, believe that they will contribute to cementing the role of UNEA as the highest level decision-making body on the environment. CYMG is ready to collaborate in the upcoming annual CPR subcommittee meeting for this in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Children and Youth Major Group representative. Colleagues, I note that all speakers have delivered their statements and intervention, and I thank all proponents for introducing your proposals respectively. I also take note of the intervention made by the representative from Tuvalu. Please do note that as indicated in the guidance provided by Dr. Subrata, the deadline for submission of draft resolutions and draft decisions is on Monday, 29 September 2025, 10 weeks ahead of UNEA 7, which is pursuant to decision UNEA Decision 6/7, and this will be reviewed by the Committee of Permanent Representatives. I see a request for floor from Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding to force draft resolution, actually we will examine this draft and then we will put it in written suggestion and recommendation. However, regarding to the resolution on enhancing meaningful participation of children and youth in environmental and climate change action. We would like to support this because I remember that 14 years ago, I am chair of the Children and Youth Conference in Bandung in Indonesia. This is, I think this is very good momentum at the time. We see that after this conference, the children make declaration and submit to Rio Plus 20. I think we have to open this is a room for the children to participate in this through this resolution regarding to the environmental and climate change action. And also regarding to the forest fires from India resolution, we wait for the draft because we haven't seen any draft yet. And also regarding to that coral reef, I think for Indonesia this is very important. I would like to support this, and then we will give this comment and inputs in writing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. And I do note that your support also can be reflected through co-sponsorship. So I would encourage that you have these discussions with Sri Lanka on the onset as the paper submission process is undertaken. Okay. Colleagues, with this being said, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now take up agenda item 5 on multilateral environmental cooperation to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation and pollution. This session will consider how a rules-based multilateral system can support countries to deliver national and global commitments, strengthening environmental rule of law, and promoting convergence and synergies across the UN system and among MEAs. Without going into much detail on the entire session itself, may I introduce our speakers for this session. First, we will hear a keynote address from Ms. Elizabeth Murma, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of the UNEP. Then we will be hearing from our panelists. And with this, may I also ask Ms. Elizabeth and the panelists to join us on the table. Mr. Rolf Payet, Executive Secretary, Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention. Mr. Yusuf Nassif, Director of the Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Ms. Astrid Shoemaker, Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of the CBD. Please, if you can make your way to the table, the head table. And while we are waiting for our panelists and our keynote address, I would also encourage you that there is coffee and some light refreshments outside to please also, we are food people, so please also ensure that you have some good fruits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocols observed, avoiding to repeat the greetings again. Once again, my privilege to address the issue that lies at the heart of our shared future and prosperity, namely the interconnected planetary crisis of biodiversity, nature loss, pollution and waste, and climate change, and what they mean for this region. As I was preparing for this forum, I was actually struck by a Fijian concept which seemed to be particularly appropriate. And of course, I can be corrected by the experts, including the chair here. And here I want to make reference to the word vanua, which I understand it technically means land. But it is also called as a saying and belief that the land has eyes, and that vanua refers to an all-encompassing understanding which respects the environment we live in and brings to it justice to everyone and anything that disrespects nature. I hope the Fijian will agree that's true to the word Vanua. So in this region then, this concept is vital and real because Asia Pacific is a home to almost 60% of the world's population. And it contains most of the, many of the planet's fast-growing megacities, each with more than 10 million inhabitants. Economic development and urban expansion in this region have created opportunities, lifted millions out of poverty, and opened doors for innovation. But with these gains, there also comes at a cost. What cost? Greater pressure on land, pressure on water, pressure on the forests, pressure on the oceans, including even the air we breathe. And biodiversity in this region is unfortunately also rapidly declining. We see ecosystems degrading, we see habitats shrinking, equally species vanishing before our own eyes. The drivers are very familiar. It is land use change, it's invasive species, it's pollution, and of course, the deepening impacts of climate change. But the science is equally clear. With further warming, the region will face more intense heat waves, droughts, floods, and storms. And the IPCC projects not just gradual changes, but escalating extremes. For instance, in the Himalayas, glaciers in the Everest region could lose more than half of their mass by 2050. That is not just an environmental tragedy, it is a profound risk to water security and thus food security for millions of people. And these risks cascade across every sector of the society. Coastal fisheries are declining, low-lying communities face the prospects of losing both their homes and their heritage to rising seas. Coral reefs and mangroves, which shield the coastlines and sustain livelihood, are equally at the risk of irreversible loss, and particularly at 2 degrees centigrade temperature rise. Agriculture is even under threat, and with it, of course, food security and nutrition. And human health is already suffering. So faced with challenges of this magnitude, comes one truth very clear. No country can go alone. Every environmental crisis does not respect national borders. Our responses cannot be fragmented. And this is where then multilateral cooperation becomes essential if we are to craft solutions that are both fair and effective. This is at the heart of environmental multilateralism, working together in the spirit of partnership to conserve, to protect, and to restore the Earth ecosystem. It is about aligning our policies and strategies so that the national efforts reinforce one another and create the impacts at scale. It's about building trust, sharing knowledge, and coordinating actions to address problems that are truly global in nature. And the legal frameworks already exist. We have many multilateral, regional environmental agreements that already provide us with a foundation and a common language, a shared vision, a platform for collective action. But these agreements are only as strong as their implementation and enforcement. What we need now is not just commitment on the papers, which we are all good to make, but accelerated collaboration and implementation in practice. That means promoting synergies among multilateral agreements on climate, on biodiversity, on chemicals and waste. It also means strengthening domestic coordination so that governments, institutions, and communities are working in the same direction. It also means creating enabling conditions that sound laws, policies, and institutions do exist. And it equally means ensuring that environmental governance is inclusive. Civil society, private sector, indigenous peoples, local communities, women, youth, all have a seat on the table. And when we engage a whole of society approach, we create legitimacy, create accountability, we create ownership. We give the local actors the space to contribute to the global goals, and we transform abstract commitments into lived realities. For its part, we at UNEP are fully committed to supporting countries in these efforts. Through our medium-term strategy, we will work and continue to work hand in hand with multilateral environmental agreement secretariats to strengthen, enhance capacities, build coherence, and advance synergies across environmental regimes. Recent sub-regional trainings for Africa and Asia Pacific, from Senegal and Botswana to Nepal and Samoa, are all helping governments to identify linkages among the different environmental agreements and translate them into coherent national action. We are also advancing legal reforms under our 5th Montevideo program. And since 2020, more than 50 countries have been supported in strengthening their environmental laws, in integrating human rights, integrating gender equality, and cross-cutting linkages among biodiversity, chemicals, waste, and climate change. These reforms do not just meet multilateral environmental agreements obligations. They equally help to support and ensure that environmental governance is fair, inclusive, and responsive to the people it serves. Importantly, cooperation with multilateral environmental agreements is now a standing agenda item of the UN Environmental Assemblies. And this provides a structured space for member states to consider how we in UNEP can deepen and advance collaboration with agreements, and how we can jointly together accelerate progress towards our shared goals. We're at a critical juncture. The planetary crisis threatens the very foundation of human well-being in Asia, Pacific, and beyond. But it also offers us an opportunity to transform the way we live, the way we produce, and the way we consume. An opportunity to create economies that are more inclusive, more resilient, and more respectful of the natural systems upon which all our lives depend on. So the choice before us is stark. Fragmentation, delay, short-termism will lock us into escalating risks. But cooperation, ambition, solidarity will move us forward towards a safer, more and sustainable future. So I look forward to our stimulating discussion on these matters from our distinguished panelists and how together we can achieve this. Thank you. Vinaka Vaka Levu.
Getting better all the time, Deputy Executive Director. I must commend your Fijian lingual skills. With this being said, colleagues, we move straight to our panelist discussion. We have two of our panelists joining us in person, and we'll have a video message from Ms. Astrid Shomika, the Executive Secretary for the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. So without further ado, I now turn to Mr. Rolf Payat, who is the Executive Secretary for the Secretariat of Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm. Sir, you have 5 minutes for your intervention, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for the opportunity to address this very important assembly this afternoon. As you probably all know, the BRS is the father of synergies, for we have successfully synergized 3 conventions in a special COP in 2012. And it's been really an interesting journey trying to bring 3 secretariats, which were independent and still are independent, together under 3 conventions or under 1 secretariat. And just a little anecdote, when I joined, I joined actually just after the three secretariats had been merged. We had the chemists saying we don't want to work with the waste people because the waste people are kind of dealing with waste, and we are chemists, we deal with chemicals. So I sat in the room and I said, look, I'm a chemist and I'm a waste person as well. So if you guys are gonna work with me, you have to work together as chemists and as waste specialists as well. And of course, over the last 10 years, we've had this very interesting journey where now all the staff of the Secretariat can work in all of the 3 conventions. So we've developed the capacity across the Secretariat to work across the 3 conventions. So they are not only now Basel Convention or Rotterdam Convention or Stockholm Convention, but they can work across all those 3 conventions. And that took time because, as you know, we create a lot of silos. We are famous for creating silos, and breaking those silos needs not only institutional change, but also mindset change and also processes. And one of the things that we implemented was, of course, something now which is being used by a lot of other organizations, our standard operating procedures, which means that everybody knows what they're supposed to do. When we're processing a document for one convention, compared to the other, there's a process that happens. I mean, you can imagine we have to plan for 3 COPs over 2 weeks, and where we have to ensure that each of the COPs get the same amount of time that they need. Thirdly, we generate over 120 documents, and we have to ensure that we can track all those documents, all those decisions, and ensure that the decision-making process moves smoothly. I have to work with 3 presidents, not only one, 3 different presidents sometimes, different persons, different objectives, and I have to work with all 3 of them. I have to work with 3 bureaus, which means 3 different strategies again, 3 different types of work. But it's worked, and we've put in place processes that helps us to make it happen. So what were some of the benefits? We did a study in 2017, which we presented to the COPs. And through that study, we saw that each of the conventions were further strengthened because of the synergies process. We saw an increase, for example, in ratification for Rotterdam, which had not happened in so many years. And over the years, we saw that many parties got involved into Rotterdam. We saw a strengthened and expanded role of Basel Convention. As you know, when it comes to the Stockholm waste, it is the Basel Convention that takes over that role. When it comes to minimata mercury waste, it is the Basel Convention that takes on that role. And ideally, if we had an international plastics treaty today, quite a large proportion of the plastic waste would be under the mandate of the Basel Convention. And this, of course, helps to strengthen this life cycle thinking when it comes to chemicals management, because as we've seen with the negotiations for the plastic treaty, for example, we saw that just dealing with the end of pipe is not enough in addressing the challenges that we have, the pollution challenges that we have before us. We also need to go further up the supply chain, but also look at the design, look at the producer responsibility, look at the uses of those products. So at the end of the day, taking a life cycle approach really helps us to address pollution from the bigger picture perspective rather than just focusing on the end of pipe. And we've seen the results of these efforts that we've had within the 3 conventions. One of the innovations, I know I'm running out of time here, that we have explored, and in fact we were the first conventions who did 3 reports. We did the first report, which looked at interlinkages between BRS and the climate change, UNFCCC. We did a second report, which looked at interlinkages between BRS and the CBD, the biodiversity conventions. And we did a third report looking at the relationship between the BRS and the Montreal Protocol. And all of these COPs have adopted those reports, and this is ongoing work in exploring synergies between those. One outstanding one, of course, is UNCCD, but we will get to it eventually on desertification. We will get and explore interlinkages. Just final point, this has been really useful because we've started now to unpack in terms of addressing both climate change and pollution together. And one of the things we realized, and it's actually now we have 2 pilot projects which has come through with our partnership with the World Bank, is when we are upgrading, for example, the grid, which is part of energy transition. Countries also have to get rid of PCBs, which is a chemical which has been phased out under the Stockholm Convention, and of course it becomes a Basel waste. So here we see the operations of 3 conventions working together, both to achieve 3 global goals. The first one is to address climate change, because upgrading your grid means that you can better transit to renewable energy. Secondly, you are addressing POPs, which is PCB, which is, as you know, has got long-term, long-range consequences to human health. And thirdly, we are addressing a waste, which is a Stockholm waste under the Basel Convention. Of course, I will not go into so much details here, but just showing you that by having the synergies and working together with our conventions, we can achieve much more than working as in our own, conventions. And I think this is the way to go, and willing to continue sharing our experience and our exploration into new territory and new terrains of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And I now hand it over to my guru and master in that space, one that I have very well been acquainted with in the climate negotiations. Mr. Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and let's see how far I can also stretch my 5 minutes. This is a really interesting subject. I've been in this process for a very, very, very long time, and we've been talking about synergies and collaboration throughout that period over the past several decades. And one wonders, why is it not really fully getting operationalized? And I feel we face a paradox of concurrent fragmentation and convergence at the same time, where our processes are distinct but interdependent, and there's that nudge that's needed at the end. So first, the distinctions. We have different governing bodies, we have different financial arrangements, different institutional structures, different reporting metrics and data sets, and different communities of practice. And I take the very good experience from BRS on how they managed to merge the communities of practice, and I think we should do this at a larger scale from these lessons. And just to highlight, we even have fragmentation within some of the MEAs, and I'm talking about the climate process in particular. Just to look at adaptation, fragmentation was a huge topic of discussion back in COP16 in Cancun, and that's why we created the Cancun Adaptation Framework with the explicit mandate to defragment adaptation. But we're still talking about lack of coherence. So it is an interesting paradox, because we have so much in common. We deal with vulnerable clients as the DED said, dealing with interconnected planetary crises. we deal with a common ailment that has produced the different symptoms that we're dealing with, which is a doctrine of an extractive relationship with nature. We deal with a general agenda of saving lives and livelihoods, and we actually all have a negotiating item on collaboration across conventions. So one would assume that the stars are aligned for collaboration to happen naturally. We have so many words for it: synergies, coherence, collaboration, cooperation, coordination. There's no shortage of vernacular here. The absence is of that final nudge for operationalization. Now, in the case of MEAs, we have an interesting institutional structure, which I think can be a key for further action, which is called the Joint Liaison Group, which is between the three Rio Conventions, UNFCCC, CBD, and CCD, and it could expand to include the others as well. And one would envision an enhanced role for that joint liaison group, specifically in dealing with joint funding on aspects of common concern, joint scientific assessment, common data sets, and importantly, I think joint approaches to just transition, because all of our processes entail a transformation, a transition to a new state of sustainability in which there are aspects of justice in that transformation. And right now, all these things are happening very separately. So I feel that the Joint Liaison Group could be tasked with providing recommendations that get taken jointly across all the relevant conventions. And I feel that UNEP has a role of an integrator of all environmental concerns and can be a catalyst for this expansion to happen. So in order to move us to this next step of operationalization, I think it would be good for us to already plan for a convening or an engagement across all the secretariats of the MEAs and see how we can pinpoint all these operational aspects that could be very easily channeled into the different negotiating processes in support of synergy. So in summary, our climate, land, and ecosystems do not negotiate separately, but we do artificially. And I think we should strive for one set of indicators, one integrated data set, non-siloed finance where it is appropriate, and in the end, we align, act, and account together. Thank you very much, and I'm 11 seconds late.
It's perfectly fine. We do have a video from Ms. Estrid, who is the Executive Secretary for the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. After this video, I will make some announcements on how we will have some engagement, and then we'll come back to our panelists for some concluding remarks. Secretariat, if I can ask you to play the video.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. I'm delighted to join you today, sadly only virtually, to commend this forum's continued commitment to tackling biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation, and pollution. These crises are combining and taking a terrible toll on the Earth's ecosystems and the people depending on them, hindering sustainable development efforts and eroding hard-won gains in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in the Asia-Pacific region and around the globe. We at the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity recognize the weight that your region carries on the global stage, with 60% of the global population and almost half of global GDP. It is clear that progress in the implementation of globally agreed goals and targets, including those of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the KMGBF, cannot happen without steadfast progress in the Asia-Pacific region. This requires both optimized cooperation at the regional level and vigorous implementation at the national and local levels, with the active participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, women, youth, the private sector, local authorities, amongst others. This whole of government and whole of society approach is enshrined in the Global Biodiversity Framework. It will deliver faster progress across the board and underpin the delivery of the much-needed synergy in the implementation of all multilateral environmental agreements. Time is of the essence. The world has only 5 years to reach the targets it has adopted as part of the KMGBF and to achieve as much progress as possible towards fulfilling the promise of the 2030 Agenda and its 17 SDGs. Every fraction of progress counts. The preliminary analysis of national biodiversity strategies and action plans submitted by the parties to the Convention clearly points to an overall gap between the collective national ambition and the global targets of the KMGBF. Much more actually is needed to bridge that gap. The global stocktaking of progress in the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which will take place at COP17 in Yerevan, Armenia next year, offers an opportunity to correct course and accelerate action, including in mobilizing vital biodiversity finance. Your meeting offers an opportunity for immediate regional scale progress on biodiversity finance targets. The case for that is compelling. 63% of the Asia-Pacific region's GDP is at risk due to the loss of biodiversity. Your region is replete with potential. The commitment and achievements of our partners are commendable. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, the South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, and the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program have all been supporting national efforts in the sustainable management of biodiversity, ecosystem restoration, and the deployment of nature-based solutions. Excellencies, this Asia-Pacific region is an economic powerhouse. What this region accomplishes in decoupling socioeconomic progress from nature destruction matters greatly and can serve as an example to others. Boosting multilateral environmental cooperation is great news for the region and the world. So thank you for your commitment and for showing the way.
Thank you for the video being sent from the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Colleagues, I thank you, fellow panelists, for your insightful presentations and reflections. I also humbly request that you remain on the head table for the remainder of the session, as I will defer to you towards the closing. The Secretariat has prepared a list of interested speakers for this agenda item. We will begin with the list and then open the floor for further interventions. Colleagues, as I have reiterated several times, please limit your interventions to no more than 3 minutes, and share soft copies of your intervention with the Secretariat for accurate reflection in the meeting report. We now defer to the list. I first have Sri Lanka, followed by Bangladesh, then Bhutan. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, it's a pleasure to state that Sri Lanka is taking integrative steps to meet these challenges of triple planetary crisis with a strong collaboration with multilateral environmental agreements. In accordance with the Paris Agreement, our National Adaptation Plan is currently being updated for the period of 2025-2030. Aligning closely with our national policy on climate change. This update integrates adaptation strategies across 13 vulnerable sectors. We remain fully committed to the complete phase out of HCFCs by 2030. The work of our National Ozone Unit from capacity building to gender inclusive outreach is a testament to Sri Lanka's leadership in ozone protection. On the front of pollution control, we have introduced regulatory measures on single-use plastics, strengthened extended producer responsibility in waste management, and are investing in green recovery pathways and closely collaborating with Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm, and Minamata conventions. Sri Lanka is also investing in biodiversity conservation, updating our national red list, restoring mangrove ecosystems, and declaring new protected areas, and working on OECMs and environmental sensitive areas, aligning global biodiversity targets. Finally, we are promoting sustainable production and consumption through mechanisms such as National Green Reporting System, eco-labeling, and green procurement policy. Sri Lanka is committed to be a partner in multilateral action. Let's move forward together with shared purpose, shared innovation, and shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka. I now give the floor to Bangladesh, followed by Bhutan.
Thank you, Chair. Respected delegates, Bangladesh underscores the urgency of strengthening multilateral environmental cooperation to tackle the interlinked crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and pollution. As one of the most climate vulnerable countries, Bangladesh calls for enhanced international climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building support to implement our national and global commitments. Bangladesh also stresses the importance of synergies among multilateral environmental agreements and greater regional cooperation to address cross-border challenges, particularly in deltas, coasts, and transboundary ecosystem, as well as pollution control. Bangladesh reaffirms its commitment to advancing the 2030 Agenda, Paris Agreement, and Global Biodiversity Framework through inclusive, fair, and effective multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation and intervention, Bangladesh. We now move to Bhutan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the panelists for their deliberations. For my country, the 4 challenges on this agenda, climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and pollution, are not separate issues. They are a single, interconnected, and existential threat to our people, our unique culture, and our development aspirations. The climate crisis is melting our glaciers, creating the ever-present danger of glacial lake outburst floods. It is eroding our rich biodiversity and causing erratic weather that degrades our limited arable land through landslides and soil erosion, and poses a major threat to our livelihoods and economy as we are dependent on hydropower generation. Despite our minimal contributions, we are vulnerable to transboundary air pollution and the global scourge of plastic waste. Mr. Chair, effective multilateral cooperation is not a choice, it is our only recourse. To make it work, we must collectively address 3 critical gaps. First, we must close the ambition gap. Ambition must be measured by action, not just words. We call for strengthening the environmental rule of law by promoting concrete synergies between multilateral environmental agreements. We cannot work in silos. What benefits the climate must also benefit biodiversity and reduce pollution. Second, and most urgently, we must close the finance gap. The current architecture is failing the most vulnerable. Ambition without means of implementation is empty. We need predictable, accessible, and scaled-up financial resources. We must innovate with blended finance, green bonds, and debt for nature swaps to unlock the funds needed for adaptation, conservation, and the transition to a circular economy. Finally, we must close the implementation gap. Finance must reach the ground. It must support national priorities and empower local communities. We must institutionalize cooperation, leveraging the expertise of regional bodies and multilateral agencies to build capacity and share transformative technologies and traditional knowledge. For Bhutan, this means support to fortify our glaciers against gulfs, to protect our biological corridors, and to invest in sustainable agriculture that preserves our land. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, let us ensure that our cooperation is not just about dialogue, but about delivery. Let us build a multilateral system that is fair, effective, and responsive to those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Bhutan. I now invite Fiji for your intervention.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the distinguished panelists for their keynote addresses this afternoon. For Fiji, like other Pacific Island developing states, the triple planetary crisis is a single, indivisible threat and a lived reality. Climate change drives ocean warming that bleaches our coral, and it's a devastating loss of biodiversity that puts 63% of our region's GDP at risk. For a small island nation, navigating separate international processes to solve one integrated problem is an unsustainable burden. During the MTS consultation in May earlier this year, Member States stressed the need to translate synergies into concrete action. We strongly support the spirit of cooperation as called for in UNEA Resolution 6.4. We call on UNEP and the Conservation Secretariats to support small island developing states in developing integrated national strategies that addresses all MEAs cohesively. Second, we urge donors to create financing windows that support holistic projects addressing the climate, biodiversity, and pollution nexus. Thirdly, we must reinforce the central role of traditional knowledge. In Fiji, for example, the locally managed marine area network has proven indispensable in sustaining biodiversity while empowering local governments. We must empower indigenous peoples and local communities as key actors in environmental governance. Finally, Chair, true cooperation means empowering our own regional institutions, organizations like the Pacific Island Forum and SPREP. They are institutions of the Pacific that are leading work in this area. They are vital platforms to align national actions with global commitments and must be supported as central partners. It is about breaking down the walls between our conventions to face this crisis as one. Fiji is committed to this integrated approach, and Fiji also invites all partners to join us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. I now go to the online participants. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all the panelists for their very practical reflections today. It reflected just how challenging it has been to align agendas to date, but it did give us a glimmer of hope based on the BRS Triple COP example. The Rio Conventions, as we all know, have differing legal commitments, objectives, and concerns, yet, for example, all cover land and ecosystems. And this kind of overlap has increased the likelihood of policy misalignment and conflicting objectives, but it also creates an opportunity for enhanced synergies. As one of the panelists pointed out, most COPs have some version of the recognition of the need for collaboration on their agendas, but so far the results are not particularly encouraging. I think that's because states are increasingly overwhelmed by the increasing complexity of domestic implementation in expectations and demands. We should avoid exacerbating these at the international level and ensure that collaboration, for example, between the CBD, the UNFCCC, and the UNCCD, plus the other agreements and instruments, does not lead to unintended added policy and regulatory complexities or further expansion of already overloaded agendas. New Zealand has identified a few issues that we think would be a promising place to start to facilitate the kind of multilateral environmental cooperation which we think would be impactful. The first one is promoting efficient and cost-effective implementation and to encourage streamlining and reduce duplication where possible. Our efforts should aim to ensure existing processes and institutions are fit for purpose and provide value for money. We should avoid duplication with what's already underway internationally, such as the array of initiatives to join up global finance, which seems to take a different character in each of the places where it pops up. This includes, for example, the valuable role of the Global Environment Facility and working across MEAs to support efficiency and impact. We also support the upscaling of the implementation of nature-based solutions and other integrated management approaches to generate co-benefits across biodiversity, climate change, and land degradation policies. NBSs offer efficiency gains from managing ecosystems for multiple benefits, as they are multifunctional and span across policy areas and sectors if they're done well. Promoting alignment across the policy and institutional settings will help us to effectively increase their implementation. However, given widespread constraints on public finances and their ability to directly fund NBSs, there is a need to develop enhanced metrics for demonstrating cost effectiveness to incentivize their adoption. Improving the synergies between biodiversity finance, climate finance, and finance addressing land degradation could unlock new investment pathways, catalyze increased finance from diverse sources, and promote resource efficiencies to help streamline our efforts. Actions and policies which could be further explored include increasing green investment, investigating the potential of high integrity, voluntary nature and carbon credit markets, identifying avenues for sustainable financing, promoting sustainable bioeconomy, and addressing environmentally harmful subsidies. Agriculture would be a great place to start, therefore, to address the climate and nature crises. Transformative measures in this sector will be critical for reaching our goals, including effective action on addressing harmful subsidies. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of New Zealand. I now invite Tuvalu. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Tuvalu would like to emphasize 3 elements on this agenda item. We need collaborative efforts to take actions for enhanced regional cooperation on climate change resilience, loss and damage, and early warning systems. We support the 2024 International Coral Reef Initiative, guidance supported by UNEP on integrating coral reefs into national biodiversity strategies. We need to ensure that these strategies are consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and ensure free, prior, informed consent when we take action on coral reefs development, environmental policies in biodiversity hotspots. To this end, we see multilateral environmental cooperation to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and pollution should include Indigenous peoples and local communities. To that end, we strongly support efforts to empower Indigenous people, women, local communities, and youth as key actors in multilateral processes and environmental governance. Finally, in anticipation that we will conclude a legally binding plastic treaty, we will need regional readiness support so that we can participate actively in the treaty. We will need legal, institutional, and financial support to implement the treaty. This process can be benefited from the governance and organizational functions established under the BRS conventions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tuvalu. With that, our list of member states is closed. We now have some observers, and we have a UN agency. Given that we are running out of time and we have one more whole agenda item to conclude, I will seek the indulgence of those that have already spoken, such as the Asian Center for Biodiversity and others, Children and Youth Major Group, to please submit your written statements to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will be coming around to collect your statements. I will open the floor for those that have not had the opportunity to speak before, and this will be UNESCO, followed by Greenpeace, and there is a video by BIMSTEC. UNESCO? No, FAO one.
Sorry, there is misunderstanding. UNESCO, we have not made any request for our intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. You are on the original list, but I thank you for that as well. We have Greenpeace requesting for the floor. Thank you, Greenpeace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, and colleagues, Greenpeace Southeast Asia welcomes this opportunity to intervene. We believe the UNIA 7 must build on its earlier resolutions and take decisive steps to safeguard people, the climate, and biodiversity. We strongly endorse Fiji's proposal for greater climate biodiversity coherence, protecting forests, coral reefs, and high carbon ecosystem through synergized NDCs and NBSAPs, which is essential if we are to meet the Paris Agreement and Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework commitments. Secondly, related to synergy on critical minerals, the global race for transition resources must not come at the expense of indigenous people, ecosystem, or climate stability. We urge member states to strengthen previous UNIA resolutions, in particular Resolution 6/8 and 5/12, by designating no-go zones for mining in UNESCO World Heritage Sites, deep seas ecosystems, high carbon ecosystem, and indigenous territories, and by mandating UNEP to develop robust guidelines for sustainable and rights-based mineral value chains. Thirdly, on resource mobilizations, frontline communities, indigenous peoples, and youth receive less than 1% of climate finance. UNIA should support direct access finance mechanisms so that those protecting forests, oceans, and livelihoods can lead solutions on the ground. Finally, on armed conflict, UNIA must no longer ignore the environmental destruction and unreported military emissions that wars generate. We call for UNEP to assess the environmental impacts of armed conflicts and for member states to integrate environmental restoration into peace processes. This is a matter of both accountability and justice. In short, UNIA 7 must be the assembly of courage, not compromise, safeguarding communities, ecosystems, and future generations by turning collective commitments into concrete action. We'll send our intervention in writing as well. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Greenpeace. Colleagues, we have 2 more videos, but upon consultation with the Secretariat, we will take this as formal submissions for our consideration. With that being said, I wish to thank all the speakers, distinguished delegates that have made their contributions. I now invite the panelists up to 2 minutes. We only have 2 of you. And if Madam Executive Director, you would like to join, to offer some closing reflections. So I'm pretty sure you can do it in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Probably I'll do it in less. I just wanted to say a big thank you for having this topic on the agenda. I think it's a very important one. And I think there's so much that needs to be done in that space in really addressing those triple planetary crises. I think we need just to put our heads together, both at the national level, at the regional level, at the global level as well, to see how we can address those 3 crises as one crisis. Thank you.
And from my side, just to highlight the centrality of locally led action, especially as was mentioned by several of the speakers now, on the importance of the front lines of such action, especially indigenous peoples and local communities, who do not see MEA boundaries in the same way that we see it, in the same way that the environmental hazards do not see political boundaries. So let's adopt a mindset shift towards a more holistic view of how the world should transform into the best version of itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. Ms. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. We all agree here on the importance of synergies and cooperation. Having dealt with this issue for many years, at secretariat level of MEAs, I think I can confess cooperation there, and Mr. Nassef has given an example of the Rio Convention Liaison Group. Biodiversity also have their biodiversity liaison group among the MEA secretariat. At national level, again observing from my seat, actions are happening at national level, but they still tend to be more or less on ad hoc basis. And I'm saying so, UNEP, we tried, for instance, on the issue of harmonization of national reporting to different MEAs. Let's say national reporting to the Chemicals Convention, national reporting to biodiversity, and the like. And template for that purpose had been developed. But when it came now to having member states even to test, it became difficult. Because many times we are reminded that the parties to Convention X is the mandate of the parties, and not necessarily to interfere on the other. So I think we need some homework there. We hear parties of different conventions raising concerns, for instance, of many reports, reports on NBSAPs, and we are saying need to approach it in an integrated way, reports on national action plans and the like. But when it comes now, how do we bring that together? We keep being reminded. So let us also be consistent with our messages, which then translate into the actions as we move forward. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director, and thank you, fellow panelists, for all your inputs. Again, colleagues, please join me in showing our appreciation to our keynote speaker and our panelists, and as well as all the distinguished delegates for their valuable insights. So please note that your inputs will be captured in the meeting report and will inform our regional cooperation on MEAs. Now, to allow for the preparation of the draft chair's summary for agenda item 5 and the report as a whole, the meeting will be postponed by 1 hour. We will now resume at 6:30, and the Secretariat will prepare and circulate a draft summary to member states for your review. Do note that there is still afternoon tea outside, and do not go far, because we will have to reconvene in 1 hour, and we do need quorum in the room to go through the draft chair's summary for the final session and have that endorsed before we go into the ministerial tomorrow. So again, please do not go far. My rangers in green will be keeping a lookout on you, and don't feel shy, rangers, to please escort them back into the room. Thank you. The meeting is postponed by 1 hour.